Photography is Mishka Henner. Photography is captivating and mesmerizing. Photography is a cauldron into which many elements are mixed. Chemistry, physics, optics, computers, electronics, commerce, and, of course, creativity. Photography is a medium developing much faster than other creative media, both technically and creatively. Photography is not just about taking pictures with a different type of camera. Photography is still sent to the chemist for processing or printing, and professional photographers still take their pictures to the lab. Photography is a universal language everyone can understand. Nothing is lost in translation. Photography is a quick and simple medium with which it is easy to get satisfying results. Photography is very good at honing in on things, such as examining details of faces and objects. Picturing huge spaces is a different kind of challenge. Photography is often about creating the illusion of perfection. Photography is always collaborative. Photography is about fantasy. Photography is a facet of photojournalism and is for immediate use in newspapers. Photography is less a matter of subject and more a matter of approach. Photography is the strongest way of seeing. Photography is about communication. Photography is also great when shooting with expensive models. You know you've got the picture and the client is happy before you send the model home. Photography is a potent and powerful force, able to tell huge stories in single images. Photography is a very young medium and is now developing very, very fast. Photography is a kind of sorcery. Photography is the magic medium. People say that a particular photograph conjures up memories or emotions for them. Photography is so young, we are still at the cave painting stage. Photography is an element of a new and homogeneous terrain of consumption and circulation in which an observer becomes lodged. Photography is also a great leveler, a democratizer, a mere symbol, a fiction sanctioned by the so-called universal of mankind. Photography is today practically unlimited. Photography is really a picturesque agent. Photography is the purveyor of such knowledge to the world. Photography is intended to supersede much that art has hitherto done, but only that which it was both a misappropriation and a deterioration of art to do. Photography is not handwork, as the public say, though we find there is much handwork and headwork in it. Therefore, it is not an art language. Photography is of the world, whereas a painting is a world. That is to say, a supposedly self-sufficient world of a work of art. Photography is to be read not alone in its mechanical reproduction of an image reality, but in its mechanical defeat of our presence to that reality. Photography is comprised of many media, such as the daguerreotype and the tintype on the one hand, and the Polaroid on the other. Photography is presentational, not representational, according to Bazinians. Photography is a mechanical process. Photography is an essential feature of cinema, one that sets it off from traditional forms of pictorial representation like painting. Photography is not just a device to make paintings by cheaper and quicker means. A photograph is a trace of its subject, while a painting is a testimony to it. Photography is belief independent. I mean that in this precise and restricted sense, the photographer or cinematographer who sets out to record the scene in front of him will record what is there. The painter, with the same intent, will paint what he thinks is there. Photography is not a representational art, and neither is film, since film is basically photography. Photography is a casual process. If something was in front of the lens, the procedure guarantees, all things being equal, that it will be in the image, no matter what the camera operator desires. Photography is one of the principal sites of this split. Photography is the product of certain restrictive ideological practices. Photography is Peter Canard. Photography is given the new socialist paradigm treatment. Art, as a component part of the ideological struggle for socialism, serves the internal transformation of bourgeois relations. Photography is now aware of its resources of meaning and social function as lying in a very different social space to that which produced mass observation in Britain and the Federal Art Project in the US in the 30s. Photography is bad painting. Photography is not a shortcut to painting, being an artist, or anything else. Photography is an objective means to an end, and as such is unequaled. It comes finally to the question, for what purpose should the camera be used? And I believe you have misused it, along with many others, including myself. Photography is much more than that. Photography is art. Photography is the use of light-sensitive material. Photography is alchemy. It is magic. That moment when that thing comes up in the developer, that is truly magic. Photography is a universal and independent language or sign system. Photography is a question of design. The photograph is a figurative arrangement of tones in a two-dimensional bounded field. Photography is a kind of overstatement, a heroic copulation with the material world. Photography is really a picturesque agent. Photography is wider than those who have only taken a simple portrait or landscape, suppose. Photography is made clear by the use to which it was first put. Photography is a feeble technique in the sense that its instantaneity compels it to capture time only piecemeal. Photography is in a process of rendering services to the plastic arts that are even more decisive still. Photography is not the perfecting of a physical process. Photography will long remain the inferior of painting in the reproduction of color. Rather, does it lie in a psychological fact, to wit, in completely satisfying our appetite for illusion by a mechanical reproduction in the making of which man plays no part? Photography is clearly the most important event in the history of plastic arts. Photography is still at its best when measuring in-plane displacements and strains. Photography is still being utilized, for example, MDO, Berglund and Ann, 1992. Photography is now seen as a part, not the all, of imaging technology. Photography is often applied indiscriminately to any photosensitive process used in the mid-19th century. It is technically specific to the making of negatives used to produce prints. Photography is a contributing factor in the causal chain of cultural, political, and technological events that resulted in emergence of an avant-garde that, in the name of modernity, rejected not only traditional representations, but also the very conventions of art. Photography is capable of documenting something more than the external world while also corresponding to the renewed interest of contemporary artists in narrative and anecdote. Photography is a tool without which the graduate is not adequately prepared. Photography is taught in terms of the delineation of workflow, or the relationship of the activities in a project from start to finish. Photography is life as it is lived. Photography is more than ordinarily important to answering these questions. Photography is no longer evidence for anything. Photography is He tells us the art of photogenic drawing. But then he goes on to insist that through this same process, natural objects may be able to delineate themselves without the aid of the artist's pencil. Photography is actually about recording the absence of light, or at least the differential effects of its absence or presence. Photography is a binary and therefore numerical system of representation involving the transmutation of luminous information into on-off tonal patterns made visible by light-sensitive chemistry. Photography is presented as just one more way to translate the world into numbers. Photography is used to trace out a narrative in the work of Australian Tracy Moffat, born 1960. Photography is more than art. It is a solar phenomenon where the artist collaborates with the sun. Photography is unable to convey anything about a power station or a cable factory other than, "What a beautiful world!" Photography is absurd, since it usually stands on a carpet. Photography is such a commonplace that we can no longer realize the proportions of the task which confronted the early inventors. Photography is not animation at all. Photography is one of the most satisfying careers a person can have. Photography is a unique profession. Photography is easy. Photography is one of the few remaining art crafts in which entrepreneurs can develop at their own pace. Photography is clean. Photography is changing and has been broadened by in-house departments and by commercial and freelance photographers as well. Photography is included in corporate audiovisual or communications departments and is only one of the disciplines in the department, as is television. Photography is great a challenge as the crime it helps to solve. Photography is not like other disciplines such as business, engineering, or science. The recruiters aren't looking for you. Photography is seductive enough that we are generally willing to ignore this crucial distinction and make that leap without peeping. Photography is a historical fact. Photography is and has been throughout the 20th century primarily a means of communication via the mass media. Photography is devoted to the kind of humdrum visual communication that everyone takes for granted as an essential part of ordinary life, though, like the telephone, it scarcely existed 100 years ago. Photography is excellent, and the flow of images is expressive beyond words. Photography is, of course, no new thing. Photography is aggressive in its autonomy. Any attempt to imitate painting, either in spirit or in technique, is anathema in contemporary practice. Photography is the marvelous, anonymous folk art of our time. Photography is most forcible and effective when it is truest to itself. Photography is, as the Steichen show emphasizes, indeed a folk art in that its expression is part of an anonymous collective vision. Photography is different from any other medium, but that's only procedurally. Photography is a medium in which time, both the moment captured and the very sense of its pastness, is an ineluctable collaborator. Photography is playing a vital part in the war effort and in furthering our common cause. Photography is almost everybody's hobby nowadays. Photography is inspirational and propagandist. Photography is receiving much attention in the scientific world and looming conspicuously in the war effort. It should be understood that the following few comments on the stereoscopic pictures in this year's exhibition are concerned only with that aspect of this branch of photography that aims at giving pleasure to the ordinary man. Photography is the means, not the end. Photography is a little like this task. that only the sketchiest glimpse can be given in a short talk of the immense work that has led up after infinite pains, disappointments, and lost fortunes to the natural color pictures which we see around us today. Photography is being pressed into new uses with prototype equipment, and it is here that the research laboratories of the photographic manufacturers willingly perform a most valuable service. Photography is rarely considered a suitable subject for pure research. Photography is, however, tending to replace the eye as an instrument for scientific work. Photography is of considerable value in detecting the occurrence of very small changes in the shape or position of objects. Photography is at last being recognized as an asset of the greatest importance in our modern life, but it has taken a war to bring about this recognition. Photography is doing much to keep art and culture alive and to preserve the balance of a sane outlook, and for that reason alone, it is a thing to encourage and be thankful for. Photography is now widely employed in the analysis of fast machine motions. Photography is doing its job so efficiently and helping in so many phases of activity that are playing their part towards winning the war. Photography is a branch of copying primarily dealing with black and white line subjects, while copying itself is often looked upon as a simple branch of photography, so it comes as a surprise to many that the preparation of adequate duplicates of a series of documents is nothing like as simple as they thought. Photography is so young an art that its publications, all being printed after 1839, will not attract particular attention when waste paper is collected and checked, and yet it is very difficult, nay, often impossible, to replace gaps in the RPS and other collections of photographic publications. Photography is the sole key successful figure work. Photography is unique and fills a long-felt want. Photography is light. Photography is derived from two ancient Greek words, photos, meaning light, and graphos, or write. Photography is always fascinating and challenging. Photography is a human act and therefore subjective, a selective act and therefore interpretive. Photography is not reality. It is not even a double of reality, even if we could live with this illusion. Photography is not the image of the world it speaks of. Photography is out of the ordinary presence, bringing it closer to the nature of a monster. Photography is the witness mark of the bodies and objects that exhibited themselves to the photographer's vision before exhibiting themselves to our vision. Photography is but one expression of reality, momentarily giving it an existence in which we can believe and in which we can invest. Photography is unary when it emphatically transforms reality without doubling it, without making it vacillate. Emphasis is a power of cohesion. No duality, no indirection, no disturbance. Photography is to exhibit this cold, glazing nakedness it fixes bluntly on us, whereas we could still hope to catch some truth in reality's depth and thickness. Photography is not just a matter of point and shoot. Photography is the art of making reproductions of natural objects by mechanical and chemical processes, and except in the special branch of color photography, it deals only with the reproduction of objects in their degrees of brightness. Photography is used chiefly for entertainment. It also serves very serious purposes in the commercial, social, industrial, and scientific fields. Photography is used for two purposes. It is used to give a simple record of an object or an event, or to give record which can be subjected to measurement. Photography is the making of records. Photography is the copying of books, manuscripts, and other documents. Photography is nothing more than a pictorial analog of the texts. Photography is often used as evidence. Photography is also used by amateurs and professionals for all manner of recreational and record work. Photography is selective amnesia. Photography is everywhere, in the service of the fable, enabling its transposition to the real. Photography is simply a medium like oil paint or pastel used to make art and has no inherent claim to being art. Photography is a form of printmaking that depends on mechanical processes. Photography is allowed to deputize for art in some of art's activities. It will not be long before it has supplanted or corrupted art altogether, thanks to the stupidity of the masses, its natural ally. Photography is a snapshot banality. Photography is used to produce other graphic productions, commonly spoken of as pictures. Photography is every day widening its sphere of usefulness. Photography is undoubtedly higher now than ever before, and the probabilities are that 1892 will be a more prosperous year for the professional than the 12 months which have just passed. Photography is often the joy of recognition. You hear a mom say, "That's so him," or "Look at that, I love how we laugh together." Photography is a blend of anticipating the moment, finding the backgrounds, and controlling the light to create strong, dynamic images. Photography is capturing genuine emotion. Photography is art. Photography is absolutely regarded as art today. Photography is finding fresh looks and feels. Photography is a simple adjustment and strategy. Photography is to be likened to perception. This is not because the former is a natural process, but because the latter is also coded, adopting a constructivist account of visual processing. Photography is different than most other commercial businesses. Photography is a tax shelter or hobby income for themselves or their spouse. Photography is one of the tools they hope to use in these sales efforts. It's not the only tool and may not even be the best one, but it's the tool you are providing, and it's your job to make sure the photographer they utilize does what's intended. Photography is an investment. Photography is a very difficult profession to earn a good living. I've observed that the photographers who have stayed in business over the years are both opportunistic and continuously evolving. Photography is the association of any innocent photograph with a text that is libelous. Photography is sometimes permitted in courtrooms. Photography is an exciting step. Photography is like that block of marble. Photography is an unlicensed profession in America. Photography is never complete. Photography is simple and direct. If freelancers earn money from making photographs, they are a business and have entered the world of taxation and regulation. Photography is to determine what kind of program is best for you. Photography is merely a helpmate without any claim to artistic merit. Photography is still too young an art to command such a critic. Photography is extremely difficult to attain. The artistic photographer began to imitate the artist. Photography is still in that idyllic stage where a market value of its production is an unheard of thing, but because it enables him to indulge freely in costly experiments that quite beyond the purse of ordinary mortals. Photography is capable of performing a good deal more than it has accomplished hitherto. Photography is still in its infancy, and it will not reach maturity before it has freed itself from the influence of painting. For nearly all prize pictures of the photographic salons, with few exceptions, for instance, The Winner on Fifth Avenue by Alfred Stieglitz, remind us of pictures that we have seen before. Photography is to him a sport, useful, pleasing, lucrative at times, especially made for a man of roving disposition as he is, and the least we can do is admire his versatility. Photography is changing into something brighter, more beautiful, less painful to contemplate. Photography is not a profession. Photography is autopilot jizzcock. Photography is core to our life experience. Photography is not just taking pictures of your buddies. Photography is seeing the beauty in the world and your surroundings and capturing them for everyone else to see. Photography is all in the genes. Photography is not dead yet, thankfully. Photography is my passion. Photography is one of my hobbies. Photography is a subtractive process. Photography is unusual in the extraordinary range of abilities it demands of a practitioner. Photography is foolhardy. Photography is something like when you rent a car. Photography is typically done this way, where lighting and background setups usually remain the same, or virtually so, as one product after another is photographed. Photography is a challenging and interesting profession. Photography is a universal language, perhaps the only one. Photography is still in its infancy, but it is expected that the demand for still photography and photographers who understand new technologies will be high. Photography is a message without a code. Photography is Australian Bill Henson, born 1955. Photography is being challenged by the notion that there is no non-Western art or photographic practice that has been uninflected by Western ideas and economics. Photography is discussed in Heinrich Schwartz, Art and Photography, Forerunners and Influences, selected essays by Heinrich Schwartz, edited by William E. Parker, Layton, Utah, Gibbs M. Smith, and Peregrine Smith Books, 1985. Photography is a more complicated tale, involving partial successes, missed opportunities, good fortune, and false starts. Photography is arguable the most historically aware visual medium. Photography is indeed as great a step in the fine arts as the steam engine was in the mechanical arts, and it will take the highest rank among the inventions of the present age. Photography is never imaginative and is never in any danger of arranging its records by the light of a preconceived theory. Photography is to remove from the paths of science in some degree the impediments of space and time, and to bring the intellects of civilized lands to bear upon the phenomena of the vast portion of the earth whose civilization has either not begun or is passing away. Photography is the first means of giving tangible shape to light, though in a transposed and almost abstract form. Photography is easily recognized by its subject matter. Photography is realism. Photography is a solitary journey. Photography is of high quality, and interpretation of it is straightforward. Photography is well indexed, and a search to determine what is available for a given location is a cost-free service of the USGS, National Cartographic Information Center, NCIC. Photography is of excellent quality with a CIR scale of 1 to 57,000 and a PAN scale of 1 to 80,000. Photography is flown during growing conditions, and the CIR capability of recording vegetative growth signature data makes it a particularly valuable source of recent site history. Photography is nearly all panchromatic, acquired for the purpose of crop acreage measurements. Photography is generally exposed at a high altitude, 1 to 60,000 to 1 to 120,000 scale, and during the growing season. Photography is related to a specific mission objective at the time of its collection. Photography is indexed at the EROS Data Center in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and will appear on NCIC searches. Photography is affected by atmospheric, climatic, or terrain conditions which were present at the scheduled mission time. Photography is the best available source of time-sequenced, large-scale base map capability data. Photography is unique or protected by agency requirements and not releasable on an unrestricted basis. Photography is recorded under contract by the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources for forest inventory. Photography is valuable in mapping ecologically sensitive wastelands, in assessing their vegetation, in locating the apparent depth to water table, and in solving logistical problems during construction. Photography is generally collected during the peak of the growing season and is most useful for identification of disturbed areas, waterland boundaries, and vegetative characteristics. Photography is rather like memory. Photography is unclassifiable. Photography is unclassifiable because there is no reason to mark this or that of its occurrences. It aspires, perhaps, to become as crude, as certain, as noble as a sign, which would afford it access to the dignity of a language. But for there to be a sign, there must be a mark, deprived of a principle of marking. Photographs are signs which don't take, which turn, as milk does. Photography is anything but subtle, except in the hands of the very greatest portraitists, and I don't know how to work upon my skin from within. Photography is an art. Photography is a fine art denounced as reactionary idolatry. Photography is an art and is socially or sociologically accepted. Is it an art like any other? Photography is not so much an art as a meta-art. Photography is most frequently presented as a discovery. Photography is just as important as the alphabet. Photography is clear enough to sell, inform, record, delight. Photography is never free from the determination of language itself. Photography is one signifying system among others in society which produces the ideological subjects in the same movement in which they communicate their ostensible contents. Photography is an explicitly reproducible medium because it is the common coin of a cultural image interchange, and because it avoids the aura of authorship that post-structuralist thought calls into question, or at least avoids that aura to a greater extent than do painting or sculpture. Photography is, for these artists, the medium of choice. It is not necessarily their aim to be photographers, or for most of them to be allied with the traditions of art photography. Photography is a 20th century aesthetic which subscribes to the concept of photographic and bases its critical judgments about what constitutes a good photograph accordingly. Photography is controversial as it implies long-term exposure to gallery lights. Photography is still one of the few occupations in which you can create and make things as a one-person business or department. Photography is good enough. Photography is much more restrictive than outsiders might expect. Photography is mostly market structured. Commercial and industrial portraits and weddings, press and documentary, advertising and editorial, and technical and scientific. Photography is aimed directly at the public. Photography is steadily changing to include electronic as well as chemical methods of recording the image in the camera. Photography is so realistic. Photography is either a handheld roll film aerial camera, see page 45, or a 35mm SLR with normal and moderately wide angle and long focal length lenses. Photography is mostly for experts, scientists with access to special equipment. Photography is a less expressive medium than painting. Photography is aesthetically different from, and in many versions of the argument, inferior to the arts of painting and drawing. Photography is a mechanical process and therefore not an artistic medium. Photography is, by its nature aesthetically limited. Photography is mechanical in that the relevant counterfactuals are independent, in the sense just described, of mental states. Photography is a representationally and expressively impoverished form. Photography is, with the exception of the diffraction and Lippmann's processes, practically the basis of all color photography. Photography is a living medium which presents both a challenge and a delight to the seriously interested. Photography is common to all subjects that are either uniformly light or uniformly dark in color. Photography is not so protracted as might be supposed, and it is possible nowadays to take snapshots in well-lighted streets at night, the camera being held in the hand at a very large aperture and the very fastest plates being required. Photography is widely practiced, but photographs of bodies for identification purposes are nearly always taken full face and usually in a coffin, the latter enabling the body to occupy a more suitable position for photographing. Photography is still burdened or blessed with the myth of objectivity and, by extension, universality. If it is an objective description of the world, then anyone and everyone can accept it. Photography is growing increasingly supple and as capable of the expression and subtle gradation of emotion as other forms of image making ever were. Photography is intended for users with a variety of experience levels. Many terms have been defined in the glossary rather than within the main text. Photography is highly competitive, constantly evolving. Photography is fierce, and the number of practitioners is expanded. Photography is a service to business. The quality of that service will make a lasting impression, is as important as the quality of the images and the way you conduct your business. Photography is used extensively. Photography is visual reporting of personalities or events to illustrate general interest and specialty stories and information in magazines, books, calendars, newspapers, television programming, posters, and most recently on the internet. Photography is so multifaceted and complex, ASMP has established a special interest group of architectural photographers, which has its own online members-only listserv. Photography is used primarily in a company's direct mail marketing campaigns, but there can be overlap with some of the same photographs used in advertising. Photography is a good excuse to get outdoors. Photography is like the business of advertising or editorial photography and production planning requirements, shooting expenses, and usage and fees. Photography is a great experience. Photography is a complex and highly specialized field which has opened a whole new market for photographers who have the ability to compose and light an entire environment so it records properly on film and digital media, and to do so with little or no off-camera positioning of supplemental lights. Photography is San Francisco Bay Area photographer Scott Heighton, who has written numerous papers and articles on this specialty. Photography is based on the cost and expense of doing the work, the skill, talent, and reputation of the photographer, as well as the value that the client receives from this work and how it'll be used. Photography is a broad field that can be broken down into sectors which define markets in the broadest sense. Photography is another kind of bird. Photography is a cowbird, rearing its young in other birds' nests. Photography is about making mistakes and learning from them. Photography is just damn fun, and there is something really special about capturing that perfect shot. Photography is about finding someone who will photograph your family, give you devoted one-on-one attention without worry of the next in line or the feeling of a crowded portrait studio. Photography is unique and photojournalistic, and it is heavily influenced by the region's incredible natural and mountain scenery. Photography is our specialty, both in the States and abroad. Photography is not an art, it is a model of perception. Photography is named after Semyon Davidovich Kirlian and his wife Valentina, who began their work with high-voltage photography in 1939. Photography is defined by the techniques employed and the resulting effects, not necessarily the photographer's intention. Photography is the next big thing. Photography is very young. Photography is inherently impure. Photography is utterly unlike painting, considering that he emerged in the late 1960s as an avatar of painterly purity with his strenuous defenses of Kenneth Nolan, Morris Louis, and Jules Olitsky. Photography is not a medium that works in a single way or can be understood from one perspective. Photography is the most permissive medium. Photography is the photography of these things. Photography is a rewarding experience for the photographer and also for the people who get to see the results. Photography is more than just that. Photography is a tool of deception, but future technology could change all that. Photography is in fashion. Photography is like many other professions. The smart ones are more successful than the talented ones. Photography is not a business you go into to make money. Photography is chosen because of its lifestyle and creative outlet. Photography is a sure way to ruin a perfectly lovely hobby. Photography is not an easy business to be in, and you really have to set your expectations on what it'll do to your lifestyle. Photography is our right, our freedom. Photography is hell. Photography is as easy as clicking the shutter. Photography is merely a more subtle art than, say, painting, but it's still an art. Photography is not humiliated by the fact that the majority of photographs created won't even make it to the level of mediocre. Photography is no different. Photography is here. Photography is incredible. Photography is not reportage. It is not a series of images displaying together the different facets of a subject or issue. Photography is about seeing and reacting, almost bypassing thought altogether. Photography is an absolute disaster for many brides and their families. Photography is vibrantly alive in the UK. Photography is important to access and focus on initially because it is a competitive market where the work is often attractive to many people. Photography is becoming an exciting field of unexplored areas. Photography is common in the field of science. Photography is not a spectator sport. Photography is like the gold rush. Photography is a pain. Photography is a creative art. Photography is a creative and unique type of photography in which the camera is manipulated so that a life-sized location or subject looks like a miniature scale model. Photography is not a crime. Photography is not an option in India. Photography is speeding up the surveying of the Dominion. Photography is one of the most lucrative kinds. Photography is a virtual museum. Photography is indeed allowed on MTA trains and property. Photography is about the self. Photography is often more horizontal than it is vertical, presenting the opportunity to shoot a panorama. Photography is a vast topic, and no one source could ever contain all there is to know about it. Photography is a skill and an art. Photography is based in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Photography is not a field where you want your photographer to be learning on the job. Photography is not a crime bumper sticker. Photography is used to learn more about bears' use of naturally occurring bear rubs and how they respond to baited hair traps. Photography is not suited to population-based screening. Photography is a niche that does not require the photographer to have specialized training. Photography is the rule of thirds. Photography is a two-dimensional medium. We have to choose our composition carefully to convey the sense of depth that was present in the actual scene. Photography is far from a science, and as a result, all of the rules above should be taken with a pinch of salt. Photography is fun and can become downright addictive. Photography is twofold: getting your subject to put on a happy face and knowing how to capture that happy face digitally for posterity. Photography is a way of representing the energy of the body in visual form. Photography is all about light. Photography is a valuable tool that provides photographs, video, or computer images of energy flow. Photography is ready for its close-up. Photography is available for license to publications and other uses. Photography is located in Newcastle upon Tyne, northeast England. Photography is more than just a factual record of people and events. Photography is not free art. Photography is possible using a Nikon D1. Photography is a manual labor. Photography is done by gay people finding women sexy, Teller says, which is sort of not sexy at all, at least to a heterosexual man. Photography is an art of observation. Photography is an emerging, multidisciplinary field that is at the intersection of optics, signal processing, computer graphics, vision, electronics, art, and online sharing in social networks. Photography is a way of feeling, of touching, of loving. Photography is in a unique position of competition. Photography is a specialized subject that requires great skill, knowledge, and commitment. Photography is used to provide an accurate account that cannot be altered. Photography is used in certain scenarios. Photography is also used to catalog the series of events which occur from the time a corpse is found and removed from a crime scene and taken for autopsy. Photography is developing a reputation. Photography is not necessary to see that her skin is dry, inelastic, wrinkled, and heavily modeled. Photography is born out of boredom or dissatisfaction with the world. Photography is defined as the art, practice, or occupation of taking and printing photographs. Photography is a dream job. Getting paid to go to parties and take pictures. Photography is the majority of my work. I also do weddings all over Washington: Aberdeen, Bellingham, Bremerton, Everett, Gig Harbor, Kent, Port Townsend, Tacoma, Vancouver, Yakima, etc. Photography is good enough to watch, but it's not worth spending money on. Photography is a common tool in the world today, used for everything from art to commercial and social reasons. Photography is visual art, and photographing nudity has been around since the camera was invented. Photography is increasingly seen as threatening or mistaken as criminal. Photography is, at its essence, a creative pursuit. Photography is the lack of exposure to potential mechanical problems. Photography is working on your website. Your visiting clients will find your message almost irresistible. Photography is a large stock photography collection where you'll find pictures of remote landscapes, life in huge metropolises, and small towns off the beaten path, 19th century tenements, and postmodern 21st century structures. Photography is both homage to our home and an attempt to share some of the beauty and solace that derives from wild places. Photography is still the art of seeing, and now I can express my vision more clearly and strongly than ever. Photography is quite literal. Photography is closer to visual reality than any other medium. It may be time to reevaluate the usefulness of this expectation and allow ourselves to experience the metaphorical and evocative qualities of photography. Photography is 1, warm clothes, and 2, food and drink. Photography is getting the exposure close, let alone getting the right exposure. Photography is the tripod. Photography is a broad medium. Photography is the most difficult field of nature photograph. Photography is to compose your shots and focus. Photography is a hobby people can learn fairly easily, especially with our tips and tricks for taking great photos and pictures. Photography is an emotional art, built on a passion for photographing people in love. Photography is rendered on resin-coated paper. Photography is used in websites and publications all across the world. Photography is becoming an increasing trend in the wedding industry. Photography is opposite to artistic wedding photography, and it is correlated with informal wedding photojournalism. Photography is a pursuit that can be challenging, frustrating, but ultimately rewarding to any photographer. Photography is not about expensive equipment or high-tech methods, just a decent camera and a basic understanding of a few manual settings. Photography is the subject of a presentation to be given at the Alaska State Museum on Wednesday, August 19th, 2009. Photography is intended to introduce, in a simplified way, the basic concepts of silver halide photography. Photography is that of J.H. Schulze, who observed in 1727 that a mixture of silver nitrate and chalk darkened on exposure to light. Photography is about telling a story. Photography is derived from drawing with light. Photography is a number of monochrome forms in visual art. Photography is a technique of capturing images with a remarkably quick shutter speed and mostly used for the scenes which cannot be seen with naked eyes. Photography is the game of shutter speed. Photography is a chance to feel a sense of dignity, a chance to feel worthy of being paid attention to, Cowart said. Photography is all about including printing your images as prints or books, displaying them on screen, and moving beyond the still image into exciting new areas. Photography is not just a tool to capture a particular moment in a particular place. It is also an art. Photography is desired. The new hot shoe gives users the option of using an external EX Speedlight flash or slave flash setup to achieve naturalistic or dramatic lighting effects. Photography is ideal when you need instant, low-resolution pictures. Photography is a great hobby for any holiday maker, and with a few helpful tips, you can bring home some great images that you can enjoy forever. Photography is an extremely tough market to break into, but if you are willing to work hard, have a good imagination, and hold the ability to take perfect images, you are off to a good start. Photography is unlike most other types of photography. Rules such as composition and accurate focusing hold no values. Photography is in great demand among publishers, artists, graphic and web designers, book publishers, greeting card companies, and others for web design and publishing their websites, books, and greeting cards. Photography is one of those studios. Photography is not a good predictor of macroinvertebrate abundance on mudflats used by shorebirds. Photography is a charitable organization comprised of a network of professional photographers serving two main purposes: celebrating life and supporting the cause. Photography is dead. Photography is taken totally for granted. One needs to appreciate the sensation caused by the announcement of the daguerreotype. Photography is basically the act of drawing with photons. Photography is hard because you can get exactly what you want. Photography is subject to all regulations of the National Archives. Photography is a means to an end, and I will just quit someday, having gone so far off the deep end that nobody will hire me or buy my pictures, or if these ideas will lead me to things I never imagined. Photography is better. Photography is given a pass in lieu of royalty-free stock or having a staff member with a digital camera shoot the assignment. Photography is, first of all, a business, and secondly, an art form. Photography is Dulaski's point of departure, and in my opinion, his strongest claim about photography is actually conveyed through his process as a convert artist, a silent artist. Photography is an act of the present intended to be revealed in some future time in order to be its own past, and only then to be revealed. Photography is as a means of the past. I like to say that photography does not simply prove the existence of a thing in the past, but rather at that actual moment that it exposes its object to light, it is already past, that carries with it a wide range of knowledge in all senses, of various types. Photography is under attack. Photography is just like any other type of photography, except you don't have the sun to help light up your pictures. Photography is taking pictures of fireworks. Photography is often an issue of geography. Photography is much less expensive than hiring a photographer. Photography is created with a specific use in mind, whereas stock photography is created with a more generic approach, so the image will appeal to many potential markets. Photography is unique, incorporating reportage and modern techniques, and has defined Paul as a sought-after wedding photographer in Sussex, his home county. Photography is a technique that allows the story of your wedding day to unfold through photography in a documentary style that is difficult to achieve well and popular amongst UK wedding photographers. Photography is a powerful commercial tool and an underrated art form in the UK. Photography is similar in style to the work of Bernice Abbott and Eugene Otje. Photography is all about creating the right environment to highlight or illustrate the product or service to be advertised in the best way possible. Photography is all about capturing the mood of a person with an emphasis on the face and expression of a person. Photography is all about being spontaneous. Photography is not restricted for commercial purposes, but could be used for creative pursuits as well. Photography is completely about close-up images of the particular subject. Photography is illegal? Photography is the idea of extending a camera's dynamic range, or its ability to handle a wide range of lighting in a single frame. Photography is commonly used in aerial photography to analyze crop yields, pest control, etc. Photography is not as dynamic as painting because photography is too environment-driven to grasp the essence of a subject or express the authentic personality of a model. Photography is environment-driven. Photography is not necessarily outside in. Photography is from the outside in. It is said to be less expressive in the sense of containing the visual tensions of the subject. Photography is said to be environment-driven. Arnheim, 1986, considers it an art of particularity rather than an expression of universality. Photography is an art of ambiguity. Photography is an art of particularity rather than universality. Photography is not highly regarded as a type of fine art. Photography is an art of particularity, but this doesn't mean that photography must be from the outside in. Photography is unstuffy, caring, and unconventional. Photography is where life meets art. Photography is well renowned for high-quality wildlife and nature photography. Photography is to photograph an animal as it exists in its natural surroundings. Photography is not about a specific place, but about seeing the significance of the natural world around you every day. Photography is done. Photography is to explain man to man and each man to himself. Photography is one of the most basic components of marketing and advertising and is completely ubiquitous to the modern world. Photography is an award-winning commercial photographer working in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas. Photography is becoming fully automatic. Photography is a popular form of art that lets you focus on your imagination and allows you to give attention to texture and context. Photography is not a discipline for the novice. Photography is only one of the many disciplines of professional photography. Photography is done by what is called commercial photographers, who do other types of assignments as well. Photography is a threat to safety, posters say. Photography is just as important as that of the alphabet. Photography is the key. Photography is never so compact or solid a medium as it happens to be characterized by post-colonial scholars. Photography is defined as, quote, the art or process of producing images by the action of radiant energy and especially light on a sensitive surface as film or a CCD chip, unquote. Photography is enchanting. Photography is the language of war. Photography is difficult to define, primarily because artistic value is very much in the eye of the beholder. Photography is photographed digitally with only the industry's best photo cameras. Photography is the strength of his curiosity. Photography is an instrument for fixing a moment of reality. Photography is a creative art, no doubt, but creative doesn't mean doing everything willy-nilly, however you want. Photography is a very rewarding hobby. It can prove challenging, especially for beginners. Photography is the order in which visual elements are selected, isolated, related to other elements, or otherwise emphasized in a photograph. Photography is an instrument for fixing a moment of reality with the highest degree of accuracy, i.e., documenting. Photography is a product of an alternative way of perceiving reality that is typical for creative individuals. Photography is to shoot all the time. Photography is a way to interact with reality. Ability to adapt to the change is critical because attachment to predetermined images constrains the photographer's creativity. Photography is virtually unattainable in any other art form because an instant in which a picture is created is so short that the photographer virtually has no control over the subject or his artwork once the shutter is released. Photography is nothing else but good photographs. Photography is probably one of the best kept secrets. Photography is known as the reciprocity law. Photography is actually very minimal. Photography is becoming popular as a unique style of commercial photography. Photography is based on the fact that something can be more beautiful in a photograph than in real life. Photography is by no means essential for success in the making of pictures. Most photographers have felt a curiosity as to the scientific foundations of the art. Photography is the art of making representations of natural objects by mechanical and chemical processes. Photography is allowed. It is important for the cameras to have a very high resolution. Photography is in color. Black and white photographs are occasionally called for as well. Photography is used to document crime scenes and help police and investigators bring those responsible to justice. Photography is itself something that merits philosophical scrutiny, especially when the selection is made to bear the weight of discussions of the definition of photography, its ontology, its aesthetics, its art status, its malleability to artistic intention, its relationship to drawing and painting, and its epistemic capabilities. Photography is not yet 30 years old, and the first collection of essays in English appeared only last year. Photography is noticeably thin. Photography is a print medium, that it is autographic, and that the relevant comparison cases are therefore other autographic arts, whether unique or multiply instantiated, such as painting and printmaking. Photography is never a medium, but only a means. Philosophers have focused on showing that photography is a medium, though we might better ask, when is it a medium, and what we can learn about photography from its use as a means. Photography is now being installed for evaluation. Photography is the availability of liquid crystal displays, or LCDs. Photography is all about getting out there and being a part of the natural world. Photography is best done by a professional that can capture the ceremony from different angles and perspectives. Photography is a great way to capture the atmosphere of that most important day of someone's life. Photography is a great way to capture the moment, and it's no more true than at your wedding or that special family portrait. So make sure you always search for a professional photographer, and you'll always get that perfect shot. Photography is the art of taking photographs. Photography is one of the best ways to capture a moment in time. Photography is perfect for capturing the beautiful colors and details of flowers. Photography is all about soaking up a bit of Hollywood, but it is also so much more. Photography is to approach younger agencies and take on any job with any models. Photography is establishing a reputation as a professional creative shooter. Photography is overlaid with an animation process called interpolated rotoscoping to create a highly stylized look. Photography is one of the more rewarding types of photography. Photography is changeable. Photography is not just point and click. Photography is dead. There seems to be an inclination to ignore the social practices in which photography is upheld, but also a tendency to demand or assume that technology and experience shall walk, or does walk, in step. Photography is upheld within certain social practices because it performs some functions which are important for people. Photography is concerned. This means that we must distinguish between a technical or technological understanding, a practice-oriented understanding, and an understanding based on experience, and that we cannot expect these understandings to coincide. Photography is able to transform subjects into objects. Photography is able to perform this objectivizing transformation. Does not mean that it is objective in the classical sense. Photographs, the result of the photographic process, should not be understood as reflections of a given order, i.e. as representations. Photography is relatively simple. Photography is one of our favorites. Photography is limited to what a standard frame or even a panoramic one can see. Photography is a skill that is difficult to master, but professional and artistic night photographers have their own unique challenges to face. Photography is usually an exercise in interior decorating. Photography is found in Brent Sturton's award-winning story on murdered mountain gorillas in the Congo, published first in Newsweek, or Greenpeace's photographs of their own efforts to stop Japanese whaling in the Southern Ocean. Photography is more anthropocentric, sympathetic to human vulnerability in the environment in the face of outside pressure. Photography is at the cutting edge of contemporary art as never before. Photography is a technique that is becoming very popular at the moment. An HDR photo is created using software such as Photoshop or Photomatix and produces images with more details in the highlights and shadows. Here we dug out the best tutorials and resources to help you get to grips with it. Photography is for you if you are an ambitious photography graduate or a practicing professional photographer and wish to enhance your skills, knowledge, and expertise in order to facilitate a career in this field. Photography is about shaping a unique and creative personal style as a freelance photographer and connecting with specialized market contexts. Photography is held at the Royal Photographic Society. Photography is leaf on deciduous vegetation with leaves or leaf off. Photography is rather small, which usually happens in early spring before the leaves come out. Photography is taken with a large format camera using 9x9 film. Photography is proudly powered by WordPress. Photography is staging 2 exhibitions. Photography is to decide what kind of pictures you want. Photography is a weekly magazine aimed at professional photographers, covering news and comment, technical reviews, industry coverage, and features. Photography is a practical journal for photography enthusiasts. Photography is very much like responsible travel. Photography is always best when you take your photos from afar. This way the animals do not get disturbed and will act more naturally. Photography is hard. Photography is more than just using a digital camera. It also entails some post-processing and an image editing software to the image you captured with your digital camera. Photography is tilt-shift photography, a style that makes the world look like it's miniature. Photography is clearly going through simultaneous death throes, transformation, rebirth, and other out-of-medium experiences. Photography is dead, but it's definitely due for some reinvention, and I don't mean the digital kind. Photography is not a sport. Excuse me. Photography is the art or job of taking or making photographs. Photography is the craft of bracketing a series of photos, then carefully merging the bracketed images back into a .hdr or .exr file format. Photography is dedicated to creating custom portraits for families during all stages of life. Photography is an art. Make sure you pick a photographer whose work you absolutely love. Photography is a place for the photographic community to consider the environment, learn to conserve and better preserve our resources and images, and connect by sharing suppliers, ideas, and methods. Photography is a party trick, but this is definitely not true. Photography is definitely gaining popularity among to-be brides, but what's it really all about? Photography is not likely to change. Photography is a sexy new trend that's especially popular as a wedding day gift from a bride to her groom. Photography is such a part of our lives now that it'd be incomprehensible to think of a world without it. Photography is subject and concept centric. Photography is the most fulfilling art. Photography is starting to find its legs online on a few key sites. Photography is to compose your frame properly. Photography is an excellent series of documentaries which will help put into context the photography genre. Photography is introducing bookmarks, a new colorful advertising format for photographers, galleries, museums, festivals, associations, publishers, printing studios, or any photographic service, starting with our 30th anniversary issue due out in November. Photography is now on Facebook. Photography is media partner of Colophon, the biennial symposium for magazine makers, experts, advertisers, readers, and all creatives involved in the world of the independent magazine. Photography is to provide valuable information and reveal what is often unseen. Photography is awarded to Australians over the age of 18 for a single photograph taken in the past 2 years that most effectively communicates an aspect of science. Photography is sponsored by New Scientist. Photography is not only the fact that the mechanism of capturing an image and fixing it in a silver halide grain structure creates a final picture that can hardly be altered. Photography is writing with light and fixing the shadows. Photography is not only intimately linked to the use of film, but in fact depends for its very existence on film. Photography is not a simple change in technology, but a fundamental change in culture and philosophy. Photography is not necessarily the perfect answer just because Nikon, Olympus, and Kodak have responded to market pressures. Photography is one of the most vivid, complex, and expressive forms of photography. Photography is a passion. It does not aim at exposing people, but wants to capture the essence of a moment. Photography is an important tool in capturing a moment and documenting events, and there is a plethora of jobs available to a photographer after photography school. Photography is considered an art, but is also much more practical than most other art forms. Photography is based on silver as the light-sensitive agent. Photography is acquired when weather conditions, sun angle, and when applicable water levels are optimal to ensure that photographs will be suitable for a variety of purposes using standard photogrammetric techniques. Photography is a richly diverse field. Photography is full of possibilities. Photography is a desirable field, and people who work in photography generally enjoy their jobs immensely. Photography is also a very competitive field. Photography is just another form of landscape photography, more like a mini landscape, if you will. Photography is an art, not a set of instructions. Photography is to practice, learn, and practice some more. Photography is something I really would like to get better at. Photography is vast. Photography is a member of our little black book. Photography is first and foremost a machine-made art, after all, and that is much of what we like about it. Photography is used in physics, health research, sports, and more. Photography is for private use only and not for publication. Photography is a science, or at least constitutes a scientific way of seeing. Photography is a singular occupation. Photography is very American-centric with some attention to European photography and very little, if any, attention to other regions of the world. Photography is the creation of subjects and or scenes for a photograph that communicate stories, and this genre is as old as photography itself. Photography is a modern family portraiture, including newborn portraits in Silicon Valley, family portraits in Cupertino, Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Gatos. Photography is available for travel outside the San Francisco Bay Area upon request. Photography is using Photoshop on every image and retouching small items like blemishes. Photography is an emerging new field created by the convergence of computer graphics, computer vision, and photography. Photography is just one of 1,826 creative groups powered by Redbubble. Photography is both a part of everyday life and a medium of discovery. Photography is intended for objective, accurate representation or illustration of a real situation, subject, or physical location. Photography is generally considered rude or sacrilegious. Photography is plagued by an orange or blue cast that washes over the entire image. Photography is why I got into food photography and blogging in the first place. Photography is a technical, not creative skill. Photography is, as she stated, a, quote, mechanical means of reproducing whatever is put in front of the camera, unquote. The photographer is constrained in both his choice of subject and his treatment of it. Photography is a democratic medium. Further noting, most people don't paint or draw, but most everyone owns a camera. Photography is not art for all the reasons we discussed in Chapter 9. Photography is not, to begin with, an art form at all. Photography is not art like, say, painting and poetry. Photography is one of this century's most significant pursuits. Photography is also known as vernacular photography. Photography is an art form, though they may not be able to say exactly why. Photography is not art, is essentially correct in our view, but it is only briefly stated and therefore apt to be dismissed. Photography is owned and operated by Penny Noel. Photography is a field that is crucial for every publication, no matter what medium they feature in. Photography is the in thing. Photography is an increasingly popular pastime, but it can be difficult to know where to start if you are a complete beginner. Photography is the way forward. Photography is exciting, especially because so many resources are available to beginner photographers, online and off. Photography is a field that is crucial for every publication, no matter what medium they feature in. Photography is dangerous. Is it a lens barrel or a gun barrel? Photography is an archive and research center located on the University of Arizona campus. Photography is about shooting destination-specific images, shots of locations that are famous. Photography is the art of exclusion. Photography is really going to be your thing. Photography is learned through experience. Photography is A, light, B, framing. Photography is all about framing, cropping, and lighting. Photography is not a hobby. Photography is like anything else. Photography is both a hobby and an art. Photography is made to be broken. Photography is clearly reflected in the exceptional images provided to his clients. Photography is the process of capturing the movement of time. Photography is a series of photographic images of the ground taken at regular intervals from an airborne craft, such as an airplane. Photography is also cataloged. Photography is viciously subjective, and ultimately, your audience will think what they want. Photography is a rare gem that focuses on the creative design and composition skills needed to take amateur photography to the next level. Photography is packed with inspiring images from travel, nature, and landscape photography, amongst other genres, and includes pro tips on how these stunning shots were created. Photography is not easy, since it is tough to get proper exposures. Photography is more of a luxury than your entry-level cookie-cutter chain experience. Photography is complicated and time-consuming. Photography is truth. Photography is an emerging trend, although the concept's been around for nearly 2 decades. Photography is enormously helpful to people in mass media that now have the ability to quickly send electronic mail with attachments to their editors within seconds of taking a picture. Photography is the resolution of the images that are taken. Photography is continuing to gain popularity and making groundbreaking advancements with each passing day. Photography is the next best thing. Photography is a skill that nearly every person thinks they have, but it's only through careful cultivation that true talent emerges. Photography is more than just an image frozen in time. It is about the background and the meaning that goes into it. This meaning must literally break through the fourth wall to absorb the viewer and capture history in the making, regardless how monumental or small it may be. Photography is the newest form of art, and yet has experienced similar hardships with a rising amount of potential photographers. Photography is not just taking great event, convention, or exhibition photos. Photography is only corporate and event photography, and it shows. Photography is being besieged by barbarians at every gate. Photography is a team of energetic, talented, and fun photographers. Check our most recent work via the blog. Photography is featured in the latest issue of Brides magazine. Photography is actually locked up in the name. Photography is assumed. Photography is a skill, and like karate, needlepoint, and being a Jedi Master, it requires practice and hard work to get good at it. Photography is of the highest quality. Photography is the most exciting and challenging type of photography there is. Photography is not always an expensive hobby. Photography is most desirable. Photography is not entertaining. This is not decoration. This is not advertising. Photography is about the ever-changing nature of light as much as it is about location. In the rush to capture the fleeting moment of best light, I frequently find myself shooting in a sort of mindless state where I'm simply focusing on being technically correct but not totally aware of what I'm photographing. Photography is the most sought-after portrait studio in the Kansas City area for high school senior portraits. Photography is located in Lewisburg, Kansas, 15 minutes south of Overland Park. Photography is the studio for you. Photography is more than a medium for factual communication of ideas. Photography is a record of your living for anyone who really sees. Photography is the supreme test of the photographer and often the supreme disappointment. Photography is based on the same principle, whereas by comparison, the daguerreotype, for all its quality, was a blind alley. Photography is as elastic a term as the expression long and short. Photography is an important tool to detect the evidence of various eye diseases. Photography is that as the air fills up with the fog of dissipated smoke, your pictures will be robbed of light, contrast, and sharpness. Photography is pleased to open a second gallery of lyrical black and white images by Shotaro Shimomura. Photography is almost the same as portrait, but with some subject. Photography is an image codec that gives a high dynamic range image encoding while requiring only integer operations with no divides for both compression and decompression. Photography is amazing, and everyone has the capability of making photography amazing. Photography is a beautiful gift. Photography is amazing. Photography is subject to the same set of constraints as daylight photography, namely aperture, shutter speed, and light sensitivity, although these are all often pushed to their extremes. Photography is still not without its technical limitations. Photography is licensed in several different ways. Photography is my passion. Passion is my photography. Photography is another form of art like painting, and I judge it solely on whether the artist's expression talks to me. Photography is a high-voltage contact print photography. Photography is knowing your subjects well enough to be able to anticipate what they are going to do. Photography is all about changing the angle of the camera to give a different perspective and to make something look bigger or smaller. Photography is great foreplay. Photography is all about people. Photography is about capturing a sense of a person's character rather than producing technically perfect compositions. Photography is an art form, and as art forms, each is a product of the artist's tastes and imagination. Photography is, for me, a reminder of the way things are and the things we've done. Photography is still a process in which a medium lies between the artist and the final result. Photography is different than that of all other types of photography. Photography is full of rules, and to get us started, I have invented one of my own. Photography is a broad subject that eventually boils down to a mixture of art and science. Photography is a particular set of relations between individuals to the power that governs them, and at the same time a form of relations among equal individuals that constrains this power. Photography is an essential work for anyone seeking to understand the disasters of recent history and the consequences of how these events and their victims have been represented. Photography is not so much about what is contained in the image, but what it portrays about a place. Photography is used not only to take fun pictures. Photography is done in the dark, and the 18A filter is not used. Photography is limited. Photography is an underwater archaeology. Photography is, in fact, the best way to depict reality. Photography is made by hand from the start of the process to the end. Photography is convenient, but is it always the best way to depict reality? Photography is a technology. Photography is just a toy. Photography is undoubtedly one of the most important inventions in history. It has truly transformed how people conceive of the world. Photography is calibrating and combining these elements in such a way that they record a crisp, recognizable image. Photography is like JavaScript, and JavaScript is like photography. Photography is a highly interesting medium, and as the photographer often pushes composition, lighting, and exposures to their creative limits. Photography is to leave the shutter of the camera open long enough to capture this phenomenon on film. Photography is actually quite easy, although it requires longer exposures due to limited lens aperture choices. Photography is done well. Photography is never a snap job. Photography is the most accurate and realistic image that one can have. Photography is just another tool of modernization, showing the advancement of photography in an ever-changing world. Photography is an important part of the wedding, and the photographer must be specifically informed about what the couple's expectations are. Photography is committed in giving personal and quality wedding photography services. Photography is about photographing objects that are very close to the lens, the film, or the sensor. Photography is owned by Kevin McGowan. Photography is an insidious profession. Photography is a genre of photography devoted to displaying clothing and other fashion items. Photography is taking a break. Photography is a great way to enjoy your hobby outdoors. Photography is photography that focuses on spontaneity rather than technique. Photography is a perfect match. Photography is complicated stuff. Photography is a picture with purpose and meaning. Photography is owned by Bev Yaworsky. Photography is one of the great art forms of the image-making genre. Photography is a technique used mostly by photographers who are aiming to capture the movement of water. Photography is Hoya R72 89B. Photography is about as well known as that of American color photography in the 70s. Photography is a completely different prospect than hot weather shooting. Photography is the standard. Photography is both conceptual and sublime. And at the same time, her work is also intriguing and engaging and, yes, even beautiful too. Photography is about editing. Photography is excellent. Photography is clear. Photography is becoming mainstream. Photography is a strange beast, and there are no firm guidelines to what you can charge. Photography is one of my best hobbies. Looking at this post, it made me feel a lot of things inside. Photography is something that is ongoing. You have to keep up with the technology. Photography is still a new thing to me. Photography is untouchable. Photography is lensless photography. Photography is having a smaller, intimate Northwest version of its major event. Photography is more than 50% of their total annual income. Photography is a different media than electronics, and that accounts for the differences. Photography is essentially anti-war photography. Photography is science, and for the same reason, an art. Photography is editing after the taking. Photography is not cute cats, nor nudes, motherhood, or arrangements of manufactured products. Photography is undertaken on all sites within the Cardiff and Vale University Health Board. Photography is carried out on the instruction of solicitors acting on behalf of clients seeking compensation for criminal injuries, accidents, and malpractice. Photography is where you are working around 1-to-1 ratio and closer, thereby giving an image on film that is equal in size or larger than the subject being photographed. Photography is different from editorial photography and photojournalism in that it is closer to advertising photography. Photography is exclusive content. Photography is our only business. Photography is by far the largest selling photography magazine in India and South Asia. Photography is extremely helpful. Photography is a limiting medium, and what you get isn't necessarily what you want to say. Photography is a wonderful way to document the family members in your life. Photography is a great choice. Photography is obviously connected with the processes taking place in society, and the neoliberal zeal of the previous decade has been replaced by a more moderate skepticism. Photography is trying to imitate what painting does. Photography is being proclaimed as the hobby of the masses, and with almost all cell phones being retrofitted with a camera, anyone can have a go at it. But the glitch is that cell phone cameras are a far cry from the real DSLRs when it comes to performance. Photography is different when you're dealing with a base of photographers that doesn't recognize past professional principles. Photography is not lost in all this noise. It still rises above, but sometimes seems more democratic than exclusive. Photography is fruit-based, specializing in brilliant true-to-life photographs to bring color to any room of your house. Photography is in the prestigious University of Arizona libraries in the United States of America. Photography is a smart way to make an idea stand out just a little bit more. Photography is high-resolution images. Photography is a lot about creating the bridge. Photography is to establish or to help establish solidarity. Photography is being disrupted by digital photography. Postal mail is being disrupted by email, and newspapers are being disrupted by the internet. Photography is the memory key you will use to store photographs. Photography is becoming more valuable as a means of surveillance. Photography is not always done for architects. Photography is a UK company. Photography is poetry. Photography is legal. Photography is cool, but those videos are damn awesome. Photography is art as well, if not even one of the finest. Photography is who is able to take the photographs and how they use them. Photography is just a step away. Photography is 100 times faster. Photography is a type of documentary photography that features subjects in candid situations within public places such as streets, parks, beaches, malls, political conventions, and other settings. Photography is defined by the Webster and other dictionaries as the art or process of producing images on a sensitized surface by the action of radiant energy and especially light. Photography is fading fast. Photography is treated merely as a means to an end, publicity, instead of what it strives to be, art. Photography is the norm. Photography as a dying art is due to the fact that great photography itself is a dying art. Photography is an industry that has become the victim of the digital camera generation. Photography is a mix of all these elements. Photography is most important. Photography is a multifaceted medium. Photography is the target of 18 complaints to the BBB in the past 12 months, all of them alleging poor service and communication and/or lengthy delays in delivering the photos. Photography is everywhere we look and affecting our decisions and moods in unknown ways. Photography is allowed on both Muni and BART in the SF public transportation system. Photography is a First Amendment right, and they have no legal right to demand or do this. Photography is in fact allowed within the Muni system, and that it's an abuse of power for him to threaten paying customers with arrest over the crime of photography. Photography is an incremental process. Photography is about getting back to the self, and the self is consciousness. Photography is any artistic work that endeavors to invoke erotic titillation through sexually themed images. Photography is such a mammoth market in metropolitan areas. Photography is nothing if not convenient. Photography is also frequently used with embedded marketing messages, and therefore the experienced stock photographer thinks about composing the shot in such a way that it can appear in an ad or publication. Photography is used commercially and requires a certain level of production quality. Photography is roughly a $2 billion industry. Photography is becoming more accessible to the general public as digital technology improves and the cost goes down. Photography is a mirror and a window at the same time. Photography is like reality getting ready for a fancy dress party. Photography is silent music. Photography is a way of life. Photography is the craft of framing. Photography is a form of writing. Photography is unlimited to me. Photography is, for me, a reminder of the way things are and the things we've done. Photography is a fantastic tool to transform present into an unforgettable instant. Photography is about trying to capture a feeling, a moment, or a sense. Photography is like meditation. Photography is a way to keep all my meetings in my memory. Photography is the way I dig into myself. Photography is my intervention in the world. Photography is about uncovering an intimacy with the world. Photography is a personal diary without words. Photography is to see what I couldn't have seen. Photography is life. Photography is like staring at a fire. Photography is freezing a moment which only belongs to you. Photography is an escape from reality. Photography is a way for me to engage the world and reflects the way I feel about it. Photography is a question. Photography is not the answer. Photography is having time to look and absorb. Photography is images that hit home. Photography is cheap therapy, not only for the creator, but for the viewer. Photography is a visual poem of a particular moment. Photography is the opportunity to feel a stronger connection with the world. Photography is life, health, beauty, magic, dreams, love, peace, memories, mystery. Photography is almost like oxygen to me. Photography is a way to show our normal surroundings in a new way. Photography is an ideal way to collect your thoughts. Photography is just a way of expressing feelings. Photography is a kind of random diary. Photography is all about space and surroundings. Photography is freedom. Photography is about unlocking beauty in the ordinary. Photography is a part of my life. Photography is the only form of expression I truly love. Photography is a way of sharing my perspective of life. Photography is like my third eye and my second voice. Photography is telling a story with words. Photography is telling a story without words. Photography is a career and an interesting way to document life. Photography is showing everyone else what your universe looks like. Photography is something that allows me to create tangible memories. Photography is an outlet for those of us who see things differently. Photography is a defining element of my life. Photography is an outlet for my creative forces. Photography is a game. Photography is the only thing I'm good at. Photography is a constant process for me, and that's why it never gets boring. Photography is a way to understand the reality I experience. Photography is sorting through the inner chaos that shapes our reality. Photography is my main tool for making something that could be called art. Photography is a way of pursuing the constant, fleeting beauty of life. Photography is traveling back in time. Photography is about letting people see how I see. Photography is sharing the way I see the world with those around me. Photography is the only thing I want to do. Photography is the best way to translate my thoughts and feelings into something that other people can see. Photography is not about who you are, where you're from, or what you're doing. Photography is about elevating the ordinary. Photography is my favorite way of expressing myself. Photography is the best way to communicate a feeling and make people stop and think. Photography is reading situations, moods, and reality. Photography is my take on the world. Photography is something I can do how I want it, or in the way I want it. Photography is getting to know people a little better, and myself too. Photography is a way of making sense of things, putting everything in perspective. Photography is about creating memories. Photography is a way to quiet the restless beast called urgency. Photography is the way I can understand my own world. Photography is my creative outlet, which keeps me out of possible trouble. Photography is recording the fragments of my unconsciousness. Photography is a parallel life to me. Photography is bringing reality, surreality, emotions, and thoughts together. Photography is a creative outlet as well as a relaxing, almost meditative thing. Photography is a way of expressing yourself with light. Photography is my way of saying, I was there, I saw it, and now it's here to stay. Photography is a lifestyle choice. Photography is the art of documentation. Photography is to slow time, to look more deeply. Photography is simply capturing the subject and possibly revealing something. Photography is all I think about. Photography is for people who don't like being idle. Photography is the possibility to get a grip on questions and thoughts concerning things I see around me. Photography is the thing I can do well enough to enjoy, and the one hobby that I am reluctant to take to a professional level or do for profit. Photography is actually a reflection of the art that is the subject. Photography is just a function of creative, technical execution, but not an art medium. Photography is the art of capturing life in the moment, the broadest definition of life. Photography is not as artful as, for example, literature, because you don't put your own pain in it, but the pain of others. Photography is something that concerns me to a much higher degree than the art or not issue. Photography is, on its face, reductionist in nature. Photography is possible using Nikon D1. Photography is not voyeurism. Photography is strange and wonderful. To some of us, there's a magic about a great photographic image that draws us to it in ways we can't explain but can clearly feel. Photography is the ultimate equal opportunity profession. Photography is a one-night class that will be held in Christopher. Photography is not prying into one's personal life. No 1/60th of a second can reveal the totality of you. Photography is the most accessible of the photographic subgenres. Photography is based in Brangsor, New Forest, Hampshire. Photography is usually a difficult niche for a photographer. Photography is big business. Photography is cutting the kitsch. Photography is also a business, so photographers need processes they can work through, routines they can follow, and results they can rely on. Photography is breathtaking. Photography is a small business aimed at bringing a smile to every pet owner's face when they see their beautiful family member captured in a stunning portrait. Photography is currently located in Atlanta, Georgia. Photography is invested in the community. Photography is a home-based business. Overhead is low. Photography is through the pet-related services they use. Photography is now at a level where it pleases me and makes me decent money. Photography is undoubtedly the 35mm SLR system. Photography is fast, continuous autofocus. Photography is a specialized type of photography that is most popular among scuba divers, snorkelers, and surfing photographers. Photography is the absorption of light underwater, which requires the use of underwater strobes to create the brilliant colors that you see in most underwater images. Photography is possible in any body of water, from the ocean to pools, lakes, and rivers. Photography is widely used by scientists and photojournalists, as well as fashion and commercial photographers. Photography is an emotional thing, a graceful thing. Photography is a collaborative process between the photographer and your vision. Photography is an enjoyable art from that allows people to express a great deal through even one picture. Photography is when we represent 1 millimeter on the subject as more than 1 millimeter on the sensor. Photography is proud to announce our new website. Photography is characterized by a strong use of composition and color, producing strong, clean images that always fulfill the brief. Photography is basically the creation of a visual language. Photography is an entry that does not appear to fit in any other category. Photography is opening another great studio in the Ann Arbor area of Michigan. Photography is a privately owned, commissioned photography portrait studio. Photography is taking off. Photography is shooting flowers in their natural environment, focusing on color and form. Photography is nationally recognized and sought after with licensing contracts worldwide. Photography is rated amongst the best in the nation. Photography is the world's #1 hobby. Photography is as much an interpretation of the world as painting and drawings are. Photography is to collect the world. Photography is, to my mind, the most original and illuminating study of the subject. Photography is accomplished. Photography is the one that implies that anything can be interesting if you take a photograph of it. Photography is put in our culture, in the consumer society, that make photography so interesting and so potent. Photography is anti-linear. Photography is too imperious a way of seeing. Photography is brilliantly at the service of consumerist manipulations. Photography is first of all clarified and modified. Photography is less about technique and more about an artist concept. Photography is a 1977 collection of essays by Susan Sontag. Photography is not practiced by most people as an art. Photography is an elegiac art, a twilight art. Photography is at the heart of the alliance between photography and tourism. Photography is the inventory of mortality. Photography is commonly regarded as an instrument for knowing things. Photography is that process by which original uses are modified, eventually supplanted by subsequent ones. Photography is such that the medium which conveys distress ends by neutralizing it. Photography is advanced as a form of knowing without knowing, a way of outwitting the world, instead of making a frontal attack on it. Photography is a supreme opportunity for self-expression, far superior to that offered by painting. Photography is seen as an acute manifestation of the individualized I, the homeless, private self astray in an overwhelming world, mastering reality by a fast visual anthologizing of it. Photography is or should be about the world. The photographer counts for little, but insofar as it is the instrument of intrepid questioning subjectivity, the photographer is all. Photography is made for the present age, in which the desire for art resides in a small minority, but the craving, or rather necessity, for cheap, prompt, and correct facts in the public at large. Photography is a kind of primitive theater, a kind of tableau vivant, a figuration of the motionless and made-up face beneath which we see the dead. Photography is subversive. Not when it frightens, repels, or even stigmatizes, but when it is pensive, when it thinks. Photography is complex in origin. Photography is in a state of flight. The familiar is made strange, the unfamiliar grotesque. Photography is never independent of their relationship to the group, or, to put it another way, their degree of integration within that group, and the relationship, expressing their situation within that group, that they have to their group's modal practice, itself a function of the value and position that the group gives to photography with reference, on the one hand, to its system of implicit values, and the position of photography within the system of the fine arts, which varies according to the situation of the group in relation to that system, and on the other hand, with reference to the value and position that other groups, by the same logic, give to photography. Photography is the most ordinary thing of all because of the existence of cheap cameras which are easy to use, and because the inclination to use them is not the product of training or education. Photography is accepted when its function is the maintenance of social relations. And if it is tolerated during adolescence, the age of frivolity, these are transactions and compromises with the rule that are inspired by the very values from which the rule derives. Photography is like dancing, and more broadly, like all the technologies involved in courting and festivities. Photography is always reinterpreted in terms of the logic of the system of implicit values which dominates rural society. Photography is satisfactory. Photography is often the subject of an immediate attachment indifferent to the rules of propriety which govern the aesthetic consumption of the privileged classes, doubtless because no one poses the question of whether it belongs to the universe of art, because it is not examined as a work of art, and because there is even less concern to locate it in relation to the fine arts, whose legitimacy is acknowledged without altering the judgment about photography. Photography is most often associated with the refusal of the most expensive and the most naively ostentatious technologies, such as color photography and home movies. Photography is less common among senior executives, although they have a higher income, and their lifestyle provides them with a large number and variety of opportunities for taking photographs. Photography is an opportunity to actualize the aesthetic attitude, a permanent and general disposition, but on the other hand, precisely because photographic practice, even in its most accomplished form, and a fortiori in the form that it is given by every amateur, comes very low in the hierarchy of artistic practices. Subjects feel less imperatively obliged to exercise their aesthetic sense. Photography is essentially predisposed to serve the social functions which have been very generally conferred upon it. It remains the case that the social uses of photography, presented as a systematic, i.e. coherent and comprehensible selection from objectively possible uses, define the social meaning of photography at the same time as they are defined by it. Photography is considered to be a perfectly realistic and objective recording of the visible world because, from its origin, has been assigned social uses that are held to be realistic and objective. Photography is revealed in its temporal dimension. Photography is ordinarily seen as the most perfectly faithful reproduction of the real. Photography is an ellipse of language and a condensation of ineffable social whole. It constitutes an anti-intellectual weapon and tends to spirit away politics. Photography is incomplete. Photography is like language. It's too pervasive, too much a part of everything else to have a history distinctly all its own. Photography is so ingratiating as to be invisible. Photography is a valuable medium, which both art directors and photographers know can be used in many ways. Photography is a lot less expensive to insure than other forms of art. Photography is truly an art form, and Wendy Ballard of Photography by Wendy is an experienced and talented professional who can turn a family portrait into a work of art. Photography is to standardize the setup. Photography is uncommon, but would probably be useful at many sites. Photography is all about filling the frame with good stuff, then putting it together in an interesting way. Photography is sizzling. Photography is now accepting entries for its annual summer amateur photography competition. Photography is mounting a serious challenge to painting and sculpture. Photography is quite likely to be the medium of the 80s and beyond, and the dramatic resurgence of realist painting. Photography is more expensive than black and white. It should not add greatly to the total cost of aerial photography for a surveying or mapping project. Photography is attempted at seasons when only 1 or 2 suitable days can be expected in a month. The work will be expensive because air crews and ground staff must be paid and maintained when on standby status, and a considerable investment is tied up in the idle aircraft. Photography is to be done by a commercial agency. These specifications will be embodied in a contract. Photography is used in conjunction with ground surveys. The elimination of non-forested areas does away with the need for laborious examination on the ground of extensive tracts which may have no present interest from the forestry point of view. Photography is thus a combination of vertical and oblique photography that utilizes a fixed relationship between the 3 cameras. Photography is not ordinarily recommended for forestry purposes. Photography is to be recommended for high-value forests and up to 1 to 25,000 for forests of lesser value. Photography is to be taken by an aircraft with a service ceiling of 6,000 meters, and a mountainous terrain dictates the use of a 30-centimeter lens. Then the smallest practicable scale is 1 of 20,000. Photography is apt to be exclusively expensive if only a few photographs are to be taken after the aircraft has climbed to the requisite flying height. Photography is widely used where broad-leaved conifer distinction is especially important. Photography is more sensitive to green light than panachromatic. Photography is being extensively developed and used for scientific as well as navigation purposes. Photography is a process by which a slow-moving phenomenon can be recorded photographically and then viewed at a speed greater than the actual occurrence. Photography is, however, so reasonable. Its role was so clearly indicated and so well foreseen that it seems an equal progress ought to have been obtained indeed from the first. Photography is like the art of another planet. The hand never intervenes to spread over it the warmth and flow of human life. Photography is attractive, especially for Venus, where detail on the disk has been photographed at 3300. The cloud features may be even more pronounced at shorter wavelengths. Photography is so important in planetary astronomy. Any technique that increases the information obtainable from a planetary image is important. Photography is not a process dependent upon light as light, but upon that portion of light which is possessed of certain peculiar and hitherto unexplainable influences of a chemical character. Photography is also used routinely for obtaining permanent copies of cathode ray tube displays, such as radar scopes and computer terminals. Photography is not degraded by the blue haze effect of the atmosphere. Photography is organized visual lying. Photography is very much easier to work with because, for it, color temperature is of no importance whatsoever. Photography is really a form of registration rather than creation, which is why I'm often involved in debating whether or not my work is art. Photography is still the most useful and inexpensive data source with the highest resolution, both spatial and temporal. Photography is the most common method of documenting rock art. Photography is, first of all, analog technology. A photographic image is an impression of the original, an impression at a distance made with the help of optics and chemistry. Photography is not the most useful tool, chiefly because of difficulties in obtaining close-up photographs of small subjects, for example, monkey heads, from various angles or profiles. Photography is thus reduced to a supplemental method of recording. Photography is color. Present-day color film is too slow and therefore inadequate for the purpose. Photography is an extensively used method for indirectly assessing canopy and understory characteristics such as canopy openness, leaf area, and transmittance of light. Photography is a useful tool for measuring canopy closure, Guevara Escobar, 2005, and canopy architectural parameters in boreal forests, LeBlanc, in 2005. Although attention needs to be paid to effects of image size and the camera type for comparisons, Inoue, 2004. Photography is used for the study of landscape changes. Photography is the study by Gammon and Surface, 1999, that examined the red-green ratio of reflectance, where red referred to a broad band of wavelengths, 600 to 699 nanometers, and green to a broad green band, 500 to 599 nanometers. Photography is expensive, and satellite images generally do not have sufficient resolution to measure glacier speed. Photography is as inspiring as ever. Photography is now limited to relatively short-range close-up shots, which are at best of mediocre quality when compared to photography in the air. Photography is uncensored and unmitigated, raw from the lens of one who desires to be like the greatest of designers and photographers, God. Photography is a simpler and less sensitive technique than holography for measuring the shape and size of structures. Photography is of very considerable importance to a number of biological industries in the analyses of various unit operations and their processes, and in the study of the fundamental physical properties of some of the substances they handle. Photography is itself contributing to more convenient study of many industrial processes. Photography is truth, and cinema is truth 24 frames a second. Photography is quite different from snapshot work. Photography is still a strategic device of the military. Photography is the starting point in the DTP process. Photography is well known. Photography is used when detailed habitat data, for example, information about vegetation cover, are required for relatively small sites. Photography is used to distinguish sperm that have moved between pictures. Photography is difficult to obtain in the Philippines for security reasons. Photography is an image that may display healed wounds, bite marks, belt imprints, and old pattern-type injuries. Photography is used to assist in the production of engraved or relief plates for printing from. Photography is an expression of my vision, understanding and interaction with the natural world and this wonderful phenomenon of life. Photography is the mainstay in MBM production. Photography is the art which enables commonplace mediocrity to look like genius. Photography is an essential element of the mapping and reconnaissance program. Photography is invaluable in permitting a visual observation of the movement, and in many cases the progressive damage up to rupture of the organ. Photography is a great step. Photography is saving important time and money and has become a standard engineering procedure. Photography is expensive if archived aerial photographs are not available to the researcher. Gunawardena and others, 1996. Photography is a very useful tool in the technical sampling phase, both for checking the representativeness of sites and for solving access problems. Photography is the technology which allows one to get the best of all worlds by turning tourism into a piece of selectively conspicuous consumption. Photography is unsurpassed. Photography is shown as a motion picture. Photography is carried out according to the usual rules. Photography is on a par with the supposition that to be employed as an errand girl and help in a shop indicates a high degree of skill in that profession. Photography is worth reading. Photography is often used with a varying degree of subjectivity and can be automatically analyzed by computer-assisted techniques. Photography is particularly useful for preventive prospecting, which means detecting and documenting sites before their destruction. Photography is certainly the primary medium in terms of information potential. Infrared or side-looking radar may be more sensitive to particular targets or target features. Photography is useful for documenting selected square meters, as well as overall views of the intertidal zone along a marked transect. Photography is now being made to record the movements of the growing part of plants. Photography is by now very well established, and even those of us who have never studied medicine know what kinds of images to expect in medical textbooks. Photography is accessible through a computerized database that allows users to select frames of specific file type, format, size, and scale. Photography is particularly valuable for obtaining high temporal resolution of transient events and for obtaining high spatial resolution in wavelength regions where there is adequate flux.
Is Mommy in a meeting?
Photography is now producing valuable pictures of the sun in various X-ray bands defined by filters. Photography is an important element of a multiple technique approach to planetary biological exploration, a type of approach to which the working group feels strongly committed. Photography is allowed. Protective measures taken because government values the gorillas' continued survival as important contributors to the economy. Photography is amazingly sharp and fun. Whilst not surprising in queer cinema, it's not always a certainty. Photography is utilized to the greatest extent possible in aerial reconnaissance. Photography is a more expensive and time-consuming process than digital multispectral processing, but it yields a more detailed categorization of wetlands and habitats than many planning activities require. Photography is one thing. Art is another. Photography is routinely available in the primary care setting. Photography is justified where other sources of information are unreliable or incomplete. Photography is not recommended as part of the long-term sediment monitoring program, except perhaps at sensitive archaeological sites. Photography is a good topic for the first few afternoons. Photography is a cumbersome business, needing the use of both hands. Photography is imperative. Photography is the most effective method for mapping and characterizing many aspects of shoreline environments. Photography is represented as well through such leading exponents as Thomas Struth and Andreas Gursky, and we include additional examples of the more idiosyncratic methods of Gabriela Roscoe or Aglaia Conrad. Photography is used to study burn rates. Photography is David's main hobby. Photography is not allowed in the room, so you will have to see it for yourself. Photography is a valuable support for forest stand measurements. Photography is rather uneven. Photography is exceptional and takes us through other parts of the world, primarily India, where we see how different this enduring model is used. Photography is impossible, not only at long but also at short shutter times. Photography is possible by night and day without disturbing the cows. Photography is on its way. Photography is excellent as well as the stories that accompany them. Photography is becoming very popular with the average consumer. Photography is completely phony. Photography is practicable for mapping polar regions if an adequate number of astronomic and ground control stations are established. Photography is the work of Dr. David Dye of the University of Memphis. Photography is of great service to the biology teacher. Photography is second to none. Photography is most effective and most expensive. Photography is also a feature here, and the long corridors are lined with most interesting solar and planetary views. Photography is a way of remembering, and who wants to remember trash? Photography is so good that it can be used as the coffee table centerpiece. Photography is performed or videotaped. It is recommended that a dark surface be placed on the floor to maximize contrast. Photography is substantial time and money savings, particularly when the digital imagery is used. Photography is the work of Craig Mousey. Photography is useful for communication and project planning, and it can reduce field time. Photography is repeated regularly to provide up-to-date information for the revision of topographical mapping. Photography is the most useful form of photography for GIS purposes. We shall consider it later along with the satellite remote sensing, RS, see section 2.2.4.2, i.e. since they are both related RS technologies. Photography is of little direct use to GIS, though it can be very useful as a means of recording information. For example, recording pictures of fish species caught for later identification, and remotely controlled cameras may be used for various underwater or deep water survey activities. Photography is not greatly affected by tilt. Photography is obtained with a single twin-lens wide-angle camera or with two single-lens wide-angle cameras coupled together rigidly in the same mount so that each camera axis converges when intentionally tilted a prescribed amount, usually 15 or 20 degrees, from the vertical. Photography is much simpler without a backing material. Photography is now the province of many more consumers than ever before. Photography is used when an extensive area is to be surveyed. Photography is rather like food for the hungry or drink for the thirst. Photography is a very important part of the investigation, and all phases of the autopsy should be documented by numerous photographs. Photography is readily available to all nations. Photography is only half of the job. Photography is primarily about the evidence and traces of interaction between people and the environment. Photography is not permitted in the galleries. Photography is generally restricted to the sculpture garden. Photography is held securely in storage. Photography is an objective way of comparing the progression of skin disease. Photography is necessary for forensic reasons, as in suspected intentional injury. Photography is not a neutral act and may have detrimental effects on the patients that doctors are helping. Photography is obtained for publication in journals or textbooks and for teaching and conference presentations. Photography is not always obtained, and it is in these instances and those where additional subsequent use is made of the photographs. Photography is personal and complex. Photography is for publication and presentation and is not essential to the care of any individual patient. Photography is the visual presentation of what can be optically apprehended. Photography is richer, deeper, and utterly captivating. Photography is free and open to the public, weekdays from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Thursday until 8 p.m., and Saturdays from noon until 5 p.m. Photography is allowed at Arts Center sponsored events. Photography is equivalent to the point of view of a single eye, a kind of cyclopean vision. Photography is not physically congruent with the spatial distribution of light produced by the photographic objects themselves, and that the geometrical status of photography is different from the geometry involved in our visual world. Photography is a complex kind of visual message that cannot be classified into a specific kind of sign. Photography is something we take for granted today, at least in the Western world. Photography is widely used to record family history, express ideas, and to communicate. It is interesting to reflect on how the concept of a photograph was perceived at its birth. Photography is situated in the medical illustration unit and can be found on the first floor, opposite Clinic 9. Photography is a medium which has the capacity to capture and reproduce reality. Photography is more than just producing a good image. It is about recording accurate information on the condition of an object. Photography is seen here as an example of a well-managed cultural product. Photography is more interesting than Swedish. Photography is blooming. Photography is a project set up in 2004 by Josephine Raab and Stefan Becht as a private initiative in support of talented young photographers. Photography is now sufficiently specialized to require the full-time concentration of the photographer. Photography is an effort to record the way things are, either in a single image of a situation or an extended series on a topic. Photojournalism is an effort to explain the way things are and often needs many images in a sequence and perhaps text to tell the story. Photography is like a statement. Photojournalism is like an explanation. Fine art photography is like an expression. Photography is during the autumn and winter when the sun is lower in the sky and produces long shadows. Photography is generally taken at any time of year. Photography is less so. Studies on African visual culture routinely appear in English, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish and surface in a variety of genres or forms. For example, as newspaper articles in museum catalogs or in journals dedicated to the study of Christian missionaries or art photography. Photography is used in the documentation of operative results. It is essential that the photographs are truly comparable. Photography is permitted during posted zoo hours. Photography is photographing a subject at close distance. Photography is used mostly for the production of small-scale topographic maps. Photography is to traverse the area with parallel flights, taking pictures having a specified overlap both parallel and normal to the direction of flight. Photography is quick, and it is cheap. Photography is to put the camera on a long exposure or in B mode and fire the flashes manually. Photography is taken using conventional film. Photography is $75. Photography is not permitted inside the castle or administration complex at any time, even during inclement weather. Photography is a great medium. I believe that strong images will perfectly illustrate reports on development issues, and if used by them, be able to send a strong message to people who do not have the time or the possibility to study full reports. Photography is the behavior of long-standing photography institutions. Photography is appropriate to your columns. Photography is more radical than is visible from the surface. Photography is perhaps the most complex area in which to attempt to make acquisitions policy. Photography is a direct and dynamic manipulation of images in real time based on conditions surrounding the picture taking. Photography is most interesting when it involves action. Photography is a useful tool in presenting what someone might have seen, or as a fair representation of what someone at the scene observed when the photos were taken, but it must be kept in context and not presented as an absolute or near absolute, this is what a normal person could have seen representation. Photography is thus intimately bound up with the tourist gaze. Photography is used both for providing a permanent documentary record and for detailed technical recording and measuring purposes. Photography is used in various phases of engineering photography for the recording and analysis of many phenomena in research and development. Photography is used for direct recording of electronic signals, whether they be image-forming or coded information data signals. Photography is so widely used in NASA programs that the author received helpful suggestions and information from many more persons than can be listed. Photography is utilized at all the NASA centers. Photography is extremely useful for detecting quickly and reliably the extent of damage caused by soil-borne disease. Photography is also an important factor in the success of detection. Photography is an active part. Photography is situated within the Faculty of Media in the London College of Communication, part of the University of the Arts of London. Photography is for commercial use and resale to photographic libraries. Photography is used routinely to document patient care. The practice of patient photography in healthcare operations should be included in the HIPAA-mandated Notice of Information Practices, as well as in the consent for treatment signed on admission. Photography is done by anyone other than a friend or family member of the patient. Photography is a middle-class practice and an art poised only at midpoint in the hierarchy of cultural expressive systems. Photography is cheap, technically simple to learn, and not formally encouraged. Photography is the youngest of all collectible art forms. Photography is a vital component in the documentary record of American industrial heritage. Photography is based on the fundamentals. Photography is considered to be a commercial for-profit use under museum policies. Photography is Melbourne's only opportunity to experience the work of this award-winning photographer and to view the extraordinary images that have placed Ballin at the center of contemporary photography. Photography is infrared images for creative and artistic effects. Photography is to reproduce these clues or findings. Photography is currently taken by dermatologists who already have an idea of what the particular diagnosis is. Photography is not permitted during worship services or church activities and events. Photography is not permitted in the sanctuary or fellowship spaces before or after worship services or other events. Photography is allowed by members of MCCDC or contractors designated or hired by MCCDC to take photographs for MCCDC purposes. Photography is designed to record very fast processes, which allows uncovering in a 2D fashion the failure dynamics of bone samples subjected to mechanical testing in real time. Photography is relatively low, possibly within the means of most control program managers. Photography is integrated within the study of modern, 19th century to the present, art and visual culture at Princeton. Photography is critical to the enjoyment of all EGA publications and to their educational value. Photography is at a bird feeder. Photography is a passion for most of the students at design program IIT Kanpur. Photography is highly portable and can be operated in almost any operation with an open flying field. Photography is undergoing a steady shift from analog to digital technology, like 2001, and we have come to rely increasingly on our digital camera rig for most KAP during the past year. Photography is a low-cost means to acquire large-scale, high-resolution, multi-view angle images for diverse applications. Photography is also often a domestic activity. Photography is organized by Modern Art Oxford. Photography is the word this summer at the New Art Gallery Walsall. Photography is communication of personal ideas through considered use of light and composition. Photography is also a vital component in organizations' IP armory. Good photography is one of the quickest and most straightforward ways for an organization to add value to its products and services. Photography is an expensive, capital-intensive pursuit for the individual. Upfront commission fees, particularly in areas such as publishing, often do not cover the full cost of photography. Photography is through books and magazines. Photography is understanding how composition affects the manner in which the eyes travel across an image. Photography is defined as taking moving pictures at any rate slower than the standard 24 frames per second currently used in the movie industry. Photography is often portrayed as a novelty shot to add comic relief, but the true nature of time-lapse photography shines when motion studies are involved. Photography is choosing how long to turn the camera off between frames. Photography is for the purpose of discovering what it can become. Photography is to complement and support the work of humanitarian agencies. Photography is an important complement to the work of humanitarian organizations. Photography is not taught at most universities. Photography is archaeologically useful, is, however, a very long way from meaning that it should be relied on as our prime, let alone only, means of photographic recording. Photography is emphasized as part of the large format process, and you will have opportunities for creative control that have been unavailable to you by using fixed or non-adjustable cameras and roll film. Photography is an essential tool that is more intuitive than traditional mapping. Photography is usually scanned with a dedicated photogrammetric scanner, or a calibrated digital camera may be employed. Photography is for educational or other bona fide public information purposes. Photography is a new technology which trades spatial resolution for directional resolution. Photography is a powerful tool that expresses our values. Photography is set to travel nationally into early 2012. Photography is a question of perspective. Photography is as easy as clicking your fingers. Photography is useful for expanding observable areas and enhances the capability of resonant X-ray diffraction. Photography is widely employed to determine crystal structures, including superstructures. Photography is becoming the standard method to characterize light environments beneath forest canopies. Photography is our world. Photography is extremely important, especially since overflight operations cannot be conducted at this time. Photography is permitted. The challenge becomes one of capturing sufficient light to create successful images while shooting handheld in low-light environment. Photography is not responsible for the loss or damage of works while in transit. Photography is permitted during question time, during significant speeches or debates, and at other times when approved by the speaker and notified by the sergeant at arms. Photography is there-ness, which is the primary goal of the quiet photographer. Photography is ready to eliminate all that. Photography is one of the most accessible and strongest means of making images, and so of self-expression. Photography is rooted in equipment and technology. Photography is a major industry with aggressive marketing. Photography is like diamond cutting. Photography is often believed to witness history or reflect society, but such perspectives fail to account for the complex ways in which photographs get made and seen, and the variety of motivations and social and political factors that shape the vision of the world that photographs provide. Photography is exempt from fees and charges. Photography is being used with FIA plot data to estimate vegetation cover and other attributes, Nevada, USA. Photography is like the projection of a figure, evoked, it is true, by reality yet. Like all photographs, these are, in reality, fiction. Photography is a medium with its own intrinsic reality beyond the bounds of all discussions of truth and lies. Photography is electronically implemented film photography, refined and polished to achieve the goals of the classic film camera, which were governed by chemistry, optics, mechanical shutters. Photography is the process of making pictures by literally drawing with light, or recording the visually meaningful changes in the light leaving a scene. Photography is thus concatenation of many such boxes in parameter space, multiple film-style photos computationally merged to make a more complete photo or scene description. Photography is a notion of an out-of-the-box photographic method in which individual ray samples or data sets are not comprehensible as images without further decoding, rebinning, or reconstruction. Photography is to capture the visual essence of an object in front of us, then perhaps the ideal photography studio is not a room full of lights and box-like cameras at all, but a flexible cloth we can rub gently over the surface of the object itself. Photography is to capture, reproduce, and manipulate a meaningful visual experience. Then the camera cloth is not sufficient to capture even the most rudimentary birthday party. Photography is prohibited in circular theater on the second floor. Photography is designed for graduates or professionals with practical experience of photography at degree level or equivalent. Photography is the focus of considerable interest today. Photography is one who derives the majority of his or her income from documenting issues and events through still photography. Photography is related to features of modernity such as fragmentation, uprooting, equalization, and the breaking down of distances. Photography is not from a lost civilization or a lost cause. Photography is the magic and the excitement of the creative process, an elegant, timeless art. Photography is sponsored by Calumet Photographic, Ilford Photo, Harman Technology Limited, Blurb, View Camera Magazine, and Santa Fe Workshops. Photography is practice, practice, practice. Photography is the medium for interpreting of one's own everyday life. It stimulates reflection on one's own identity. Photography is the first art of the masses. Photography is an art produced with a camera and developed using the technology of industrial society. Photography is to show a picture with a wide angle of view. Photography is still the best way to get high-quality pictures at a decent price. We first used scanned diapositives as our input pictures. Photography is linked to a facility rental. There's no charge for individual, small group, or large group. Photography is at the center of the entrance pupil of the lens. Photography is available from various federal agencies. Photography is restricted to those parts of the park accessible to the general public. Photography is easy to do, especially with modern digital cameras. Photography is more than just taking some pictures of wild animals, plants, and landscape. Photography is simple, instant, and accurate. Photography is unique in its ability to directly communicate that perspective as the camera records the artist's intention. Photography is covered in the photography budget. Photography is better than none. Photography is still usable, but the staff member desires new photographs taken and used. All existing photograph slides are delivered and charged to the requesting individual. Photography is used every day to classify butterflies, cancers, clouds, or galaxies. This usage depends on the invisibility of the photograph as a mediation device. Photography is both threatened and facilitated by the tenuous physicality of its materials, by the friction between what is represented, and the ephemeral quality of what coheres in that representation, silver dust or, say, liquid crystals. Photography is a conscious and unconscious construction made possible by a chemical record that is almost not there. Photography is also understandable to most people. We've all looked into a viewfinder, clicked the shutter, and taken photographs. Photography is essential to focus and articulate your likes and dislikes about particular individual photographers and their work. A knowledge of photographic history means you can judge how and why a particular photograph falls within the photographic canon. Photography is not a new means of visual documentation of patient care activities. In fact, it is almost commonplace. Hort, 2001. Photography is routinely used. The consent for photographs should be included in the consent for treatment. Photography is about one thing and nothing else. Photography is usually concerned with the sharpest image possible. Scenic photography, especially of water, is often enhanced by allowing motion to show. Photography is the figure of an ideal relation to nature. It provides access to nature while leaving it untouched. Photography is not simply a convenient rhetorical figure for humanity's separation from nature, but it is central to the operation of this ideology. Photography is seductive, like the images it describes. It, too, is a compensatory fantasy haunted by a desire for an unmediated relation with animals. Photography is in many ways narrower than a 19th century viewer's shaped as it has been by our predilection for straight photography, which we think of as an honest use of the medium. Photography is at its most apparent. Photography is not one site among many in the construction of the animal, but rather a privileged site in the constitution and maintenance of the contemporary conception of the animal. Photography is the first stage in denaturalizing the image of the animal presented in wildlife photography. Photography is a vital medium for conveying the value and beauty of the natural world. Photography is not an isolated area. It is interconnected with the other arts and draws its influences from the same cultural zeitgeist, rippling out into society until it touches and is touched by every aspect of the age and of its past and future. Photography is reflecting the mood of the age. Photography is likewise systematic, in this case, drawing on historical photos. Photography is primarily founded in methodology, in evidence of a systematic approach to research and of the integrity of the artist-photographer as researcher. Photography is welcome as it encourages us to further examine the ontological basis of photographic practices. Something happened. with my camera. I don't know. I'm just reading. Too bad. Who knows? Photography is the art of capturing a complete scene image as viewed when rotating about a single central position. Can't connect. Something's busted. Photography is surrealistic due to its being a double reality, a surreality. Photography is capable of creating a duplicate world which is more dramatic than the natural world. Not only more dramatic, but at the same time more aesthetic. Reality is boring most of the time, regulated and bureaucratic. Photography is a great way to do that. Photography is able to do a good service in this sense. Photography is realist. Its object is time itself, a virtual something. This thing is broken, is breaking. Oh, no, what? It's still working? Oh my gosh. I was just about to quit. Thank you for your messages. I don't know how it's still working. That's fantastic. Okay, here come more drinks. I'll keep going. I appreciate you guys. Photography is capable of creating a duplicate world, which is more dramatic than the natural world. Not only more dramatic, but at the same time more aesthetic. Reality is boring most of the time, regulated and bureaucratic. Photography is a great way to do that. Photography is able to do a good service in this sense. Photography is realist. Its object is time itself, a virtual object, not what is immediately given in perception. Photography is probably the most important tool for communication in the dental office. Photography is still as much about art as science. Someone who tends to take awful pictures can do it just as easily on a $1,000 digital SLR as they did on an old 35mm film camera. Photography is unsuitable for estimating the leaf area index of urban vegetation, which is typically difficult to differentiate from surrounding built form. Photography is suggested as a fast and frugal way to estimate relative LAI of urban vegetation, which also connects the domains of urban climatology and ecology with spatial analysis frameworks used in urban planning and design. Photography is unsuitable for estimating the LAI of urban vegetation, which is typically sparse and difficult to differentiate from surrounding built form in the visible spectrum. Photography is defined as any member of the public, other than the council's official photographer, taking photographs for their own use. Photography is often considered to be inconceivable and to be antithetical to its very essence, which is built upon the imprint of the trace of a real object on the photosensitive surface and the creation of a strong bond between photography and reality. Photography is permitted only in public performance areas, and photographers shall not interfere with any participant's enjoyment of celebration. Photography is an important medium through which many issues may be powerfully addressed. Photography is being used as little more than a backdrop against which to depict objects such as emergency centers or cordon zones. It remains a powerful tool for visualization and communication, especially for those sections of the public who have difficulty reading maps. Photography is a term describing the photographic documentation of conflict between oppressed and oppressor from the perspective of the subjugated. Photography is the term used by South African anti-apartheid photographers to describe a genre of photography that is political in its stance. Photography is on its way out of astronomy. Photography is dramatically illustrated in a masterpiece image taken that hot summer day called The Kiss. Photography is an important medium to which students and all generations can relate. Photography is strictly an outside practice, taboo, or at best highly unwelcome in the world of candomblé. Photography is not, fundamentally, a taboo on the photographic image per se, but the law of the secret, which regulates the transmission and circulation of the inner core of knowledge in all modalities, including oral ones. Photography is a profession where an artist with a strong sense of graphic design and pictorial composition uses very sophisticated optical, electronic, and chemical methods to create visual pictures that are often required for limited and specific purposes. Photography is a career for those hardworking, artistic people who derive immense satisfaction from the creation of images, opportunities for self-expression, travel, and independence. Photography is provocative, lively, and relevant. Photography is not conducive to working fast, nor is it the most convenient way of making images. Photography is both an art and a craft. Photography is simply a means to record the people and events in their lives and the lives of their loved ones. Photography is used to document new species of fish. Photography is based on capturing and processing discrete representations of all the light rays in the 3D space. Photography is not practical in this context. It will become increasingly so as newer cameras begin to provide focus control and to increase frame per second rates. Photography is used to stimulate these desires to enact and purchase. Photography is a black canvas. Photography is very old. Photography is a perfect way for people of all ages to blend movement with artistic passion. Photography is officially considered to have been invented. Photographers have had to fight for their images to be acknowledged as artistic creations, justifying protection by copyright. Photography is the use of technology to capture the shape and appearance of real-world objects and reconstruct them in the digital world. Photography is as elusive today as it was the moment the medium was invented. Photography is a medium of change. Photography is a language complete with shorthand, punctuation, and even grunts that we can readily understand and recognize despite tools or techniques employed to disguise the original image, however it was produced. Photography is another way to consider something or maybe everything we think we already understand. Photography is a language for exploding and questioning our perception, not just a medium for describing what we can see through the rigid frames of mirrors and windows. Photography is on its way to hell in a handbasket. Photography is using film, giving your unexposed film to a person at the lab who wasn't personally involved in the creation of the images, getting prints that seldom match your expectations, and storing your results on plastic sheets in a file cabinet or little boxes stored somewhere in the closet. Photography is significantly more effective than direct ophthalmoscopy in detecting diabetic retinopathy. Photography is performed for every diabetic patient. Photography is higher than that of direct ophthalmoscopy performed by physicians, 64% versus 41%. This result agrees with that of studies showing that direct ophthalmoscopy performed by general practitioners and ophthalmologists is ineffective. Photography is also superior to direct ophthalmoscopy in detecting maculopathy. Photography is also well tolerated by patients. Photography is easy to perform and should be the preferred method of screening in this setting. Photography is $50 an hour and must be submitted prior to the photo session. Photography is defined as photography conducted by an amateur or professional for use as an art form. Photography is defined as photography conducted by an amateur or professional for personal use. Photography is a powerful and very expressive way of showing the world of rights. Photography is a powerful and very expressive way of showing the world of rights. Photography is a mechanical and chemical process. Photography is metaphysical. Photography is a technique used to measure subcanopy light conditions. Photography is still lacking. Photography is not about the thing photographed. It is about how that thing looks photographed. Photography is very detailed and complete. Photography is an evolutionary phenomenon, not a fixed process, and it has drastically altered society at each stage of refinement. Photography is an auxiliary form of perception. Photography is not a specific activity, but a way of seeing, a mechanized form of perception. Photography is ultimately geometric, since optics perspective derives from the investigation of space. Photography is a paradigmatic act of representation, one which blankets the environment with information. Photography is fragmented because it possesses no disciplinary paradigm. Photography is now one of the most theorized mediums in visual culture, and the diversity of its practices is well documented in a wide variety of discourses. For example, in Bourdieu's Photography, a Middlebrow Art, 1996. Photography is an ideal way of helping pupils to identify different types of buildings and to focus on principles of construction. Photography is a great way to introduce pupils to optics and making changes, and once they have constructed their own cameras, they can be used in a wide range of creative projects. Photography is an exciting way of seeing, sharing our vision with the world. Photography is to manage this burgeoning technology. Photography is a distinctly different technique to land photography, even if it is usually carried out using the same equipment, however modified. Photography is severely limited for these reasons to subjects which are closer as the water's coefficient of diffusion increases. Photography is a powerful social, vocational, creative, and technical tool. Photography is its independence from the laws of time. Photography is both a medium of depicting reality and deception. Photography is a skill that has to be learned and thoughtfully practiced. Photography is a tool for exploring the world around you, and it's often the experience of making photographs that allows knowledge to be created. Photography is a creative process that will force you to interact with your immediate environment. Photography is the simultaneous recognition in a fraction of a second of the significance of an event, as well as of a precise organization of forms that give that event its proper expression. Photography is a wonderful form of art, even though it might seem like an easy task to just click away pictures with a camera. The actual art of mastering it is quite a challenge. Photography is nothing novel, and as he puts it himself, it is in his blood. Photography is not a field that one can survive in without a real interest in the subject. Photography is fun, but so is learning desktop publishing. Photography is indisputably a vital international medium. We hope to foster photography as a healthy hobby, and which would inspire more youth to take up photography as a career in the future and to escalate the amateur photographers to an international standard. Photography is a critical tool for documenting and monitoring rangeland resources. Photography is available for the entire state of Minnesota, 2003 to 2004. Photography is a form of collecting. Photography is a relaxed, low-key look at 101 specific situations that you can use to avoid some of the mistakes I've made in over 30 years of taking photographs. Photography is aimed at helping amateur photographers using their existing equipment begin to make money by photographing local events. Photography is open to anyone who likes taking pictures of flowers and gardens. Photography is a must class for anyone who plans to buy a new digital camera and who wants to learn about the various features of today's digital cameras before going to a camera store. Photography is the quick workflow, which will be lost if time-consuming corrections will be required later. Photography is a peculiar human activity where the act of using the tool is quite detached in our minds from the object that the tool produces. Photography is a special type of document, trying to objectively show the world just what happened. Photography is closer to art. Photography is as subject to the progress of our times as is the demand for quality, which encompasses an even larger spectrum. Photography is about using light to alter the state of chemicals on a piece of paper or film. Photography is as a rejection of this post-conceptual settlement concerning the automaticity of photography. Photography is very broad. However, imagery that is produced solely on a computer will be excluded. Photography is not permitted in areas designated no photography, including the IMAX Dome Theater and Dassault Systèmes Planetarium. Photography is open to them as a means of personal expression. Photography is important to the microprocessor world for two reasons. Photography is where desktop publishing was in 1985, expensive and cumbersome, but well on its way to revolutionizing an activity and an industry. Photography is fascinating, but would take too long to explain here. Photography is a source of admiration, emotion, and contemplation. Photography is worth more than several pages by the most seasoned author. Photography is determined, not directly by its intrinsic qualities, but by the fact that it has become a mass social practice. Photography is to look at how various groups actually practice it and at the relation of these groups to each together. Photography is governed by class-based attitudes which affect culture as a whole. It is more deeply marked by its status as a virtually universal social practice. Photography is peculiarly illuminating. Photography is, of course, only a part of Bourdieu's long empirical and theoretical study of culture. Photography is like a great force of gravity, restraining those content to rest on the surface of its planet as much as those who pathetically try to jump free. Photography is recuperated by high art, partly because of the friction of its realism at the moment when that realism is endangered. Photography is available every few years from this program from the 1950s until 1996. Photography is available as a digital file, Lloyd et al., 1996. Photography is of fair quality and only prints have been located. Photography is allowed, but not when a student athlete is serving. Photography is discerning about light and shadow and tonal gradation, whereas color photography demands color contrast and matching. Photography is based on real objects. Photography is not about a specific style of image making. Photography is based on the same optical principle of viewing objects with our eyes. Photography is in the hands of dealers. Photography is absolutely wonderful, and it is good that everybody has an opportunity to do this. Photography is in the hands of dealers. They can make or break photographers. Photography is typically taken for granted compared to more rarefied optics that liberate seeing, such as telephoto or macro photography. Photography is available for everyday picture taking, expands visual horizons, it can even warp space. Photography is truly subjective in this manner. Photography is always ideologically encoded. Photography is a wet technology for making dry pictures, and digital imaging is a dry technology for making wet pictures. Photography is your one-stop shop for fully color-managed pre-press workflow. Photography is particularly valuable as a survey, mapping, and monitoring tool. Photography is often concerned with recording the present landscape, or in the case of the World War II photographs, searching for military targets. Photography is an emerging research area which enables one to capture complex scenes using a digital camera. Photography is probing the matrix from both sides. The high frequencies and indirect bounce light transport are still resolved, whereas dual photography can only produce a low frequency approximation of the same. Photography is restricted to the use of the photographic process to depict observations from all branches of natural history. Photography is the ability to record changes which can be studied at a later date. Photography is the ability to control various aspects of your image during and after photo taking. Photography is exclusive of value-added tax. Photography is quickly becoming depleted of personnel who have an awareness of the procedures and techniques associated with a subspecialty within the field known as photo instrumentation. Photography is to capture and reproduce the visual richness of a real environment. Photography is not a morally neutral activity. Photography is very rare. Unoriginal photography is very common. Photography is absolutely contagious. Photography is not a race. Photography is a practice that is shaped by the social personas of its sitters and photographers. Then, in manipulating the social accoutrements of Amrita and Amrao's lives, Sundaram separates their personal identities from their aristocratic societal roles and arrives at a deeper understanding of the intimate relations of family. Photography is promoted as an arts practice through teaching with an emphasis on an analytical, reflective practitioner model. Photography is taught as a critical practice, not a skills technology-based practice. Photography is essentially 50% theory, 50% practice. Photography is framed, performed, and ultimately interpreted. Photography is a difficult technique to use so that it works well as it can with the particular subjects, situations, and spaces it is being carried out in conjunction with. It is the negotiation of these problems and the reflexive approach it engenders that make it such a valuable method. Photography is likely to be much more controversial than discursive research elements for research subjects. Photography is not only framed by which research participants decide to use the technique or which ones are asked, but also principally by the relationship between the self-directed photography component and other research methods. Photography is also referred to as native or indigenous photography. See, for example, Pank 2001 in the visual methods literature, which to some extent implies the use of the method amongst other cultures by anthropologists. Photography is a highly specialized niche within the photography field and is considered by many to be the most difficult. Photography is a means for me to observe the beauty in the world. Photography is the exploration in reality of the rhythm of surfaces, lines, or values. The eye carves out its subject and the camera only has to do its work. Photography is just one of the key factors to creating a successful website for your hotel or destination. It is necessary to have a basic understanding of how important a few snapshots really can be. Photography is often the first glimpse your potential guests will get of your property or destination before they begin forming their opinions. Photography is whether to elect someone to snap your pics internally or hire a professional. Photography is just about as important as optimizing your website copy. Photography is just one of the many factors to consider when discussing your online presence. Photography is honored to present these prints by acclaimed artist David Graham in Pittsburgh. Photography is generously supported by the Allegheny Regional Asset District, Pennsylvania Council on the Arts, the Grable Foundation, the Heinz Endowments, the Pittsburgh Foundation, the A.W. Mellon Charitable Trust of the Pittsburgh Foundation, an anonymous donor, other local foundations and corporations, and our members. Photography is to serve the public through exposure to a wide range of work by locally, nationally, and internationally recognized photographers. Photography is the oldest nonprofit organization in Western Pennsylvania dedicated solely to understanding, appreciation, education, and promotion of photography as an art form and as an expressive form of visual communication. Photography is used with the invention to make up their own minds and express their own views. Photography is a vast technical media that uses light or photons to draw an image onto a surface. Photography is defined as being the process of recording pictures by means of capturing light on a light-sensitive medium such as a film or electronic sensor. Photography is persuasive because of its make-believe reality. Photography is the photographic memento mori of the 19th century. Photography is employed in cinema, and directors can be inspired by photography when seeking locations or wide shots. Photography is traditionally the still image, the ability to freeze and hold a moment in time, where cinema projects time through the movement of still images. Photography is about developing the ability to see things in a new and interesting way and translating visual ideas into successful outcomes through a combination of skill and imagination. Photography is not required, would be beneficial. Photography is appropriate for routine surveys of stellar sea lion pups in Alaska because it is not disruptive to the hauled-out sea lions and provides comparable estimates with similar precision to drive and peripheral counts. Photography is introduced by a quotation from Robert Morris, which begins, "Simplicity of shape does not necessarily equate with simplicity of experience." Photography is an expensive endeavor, so be prepared to spend several $100s on supplies for this class. Photography is delivered as an 8x10 print, a high-resolution JPEG on CD, or both. Photography is still just a hobby. It does not feel like work. Photography is just more colorful and pretty than a big binder of closing documents. Photography is available on the Net Exposure website. Photography is television's big brother. Photography is going to be the next buzzword. Photography is difficult, whether it's film or digital. Photography is less than a noble practice, a backyard pursuit. Photography is the timing. The story is created within the scope of a symbolic situation, the battlefield, the town, the village, at a certain critical moment from the vantage point of a certain spot. Photography is not meant to compliment, glorify, praise, or commend, but also not to judge, negate, or denounce these images. Photography is motivated not by the affluence and boredom of the radical chic, but rather is part of an oppositional movement to the moralistic imperatives of Cold War ideology. Photography is a way to praise God's glory in the universe. Photography is related to amateurism in popular magazines and has been considered to debase aesthetic appreciation. Photography is different, so even those experienced with daytime photography will have to look at things differently. Photography is commissioned. First, decide what scale the final output will be. Photography is more inexpensive and accessible than ever. Photography is to not limit your vision to convention. Photography is used in the criminal justice system. Photography is an important challenge, and learners should learn measures needed to meet the demands of the criminal justice system. Photography is becoming more accessible because there are decisions of quality that need to be addressed. Photography is defined as all images that are captured in the conduct of university business. Photography is now a medium with potentially longer-lasting archival qualities than ever before in its history. Photography is enjoying unexpected heights as more people make use of this modern tool and explore its challenges and possibilities. Photography is underway at the time of the breach. The Society reserves the right to shut down the site immediately. Photography is able to fully replace the canceled reservation. All deposits, reservation fees are non-refundable, even if the date of the wedding is changed, wedding is canceled for any reason. Photography is rectified, permitting accurate measurement between any 2 points, i.e. hills are flattened and valleys are raised, thereby making accurate distance and land area calculations possible. Photography is in league with advertising and fashion, involved in the collectivization of commercial behavior resulting from commodity culture. Photography is described as a hereditary taste for the blooms. Photography is going to be thorny. Land the old sow is likely to eat her own farrow, as Stephen believes. Page 203. And Joyce acknowledges. Photography is inevitably a difficult task, but not an impossible one. Photography is easy, and it is the most fun you can have with a camera. Photography is invented in such epistemological context, faced with realism and naturalism in the arts, at the same time that the positivist philosophy is being stated. Photography is therefore contemporary to this nostalgic movement of the self towards its past, where personal history and the remembrance takes place in the construction of a self-made narcissism. Photography is so a kind of fetish, with properties that transcend widely its eventual immateriality, and which contribute in a certain way, for this last one can never be definitely fixed. Photography is generally considered to be the most widely used, versatile, and relatively economical form of remote sensing, Lillizand and Kiefer, 2000, and is the most common source of SAV mapping information, McKenzie et al., 2001. Photography is generally permitted in outdoor public areas of campus, except those involving any of the above prohibited subjects. Photography is for commercial purposes. 2. The photography will record a Ross trade name, trademark or logo. 3. The photography is intended for a political purpose. Or 4. The photography will require setup of any equipment which could impede normal activities on campus. Photography is not responsible if key individuals fail to appear or cooperate during photography sessions or for missed images due to details not revealed. Photography is a power in the world, and Benjamin warns us, above all, against a contemplative approach to the modern image, which cuts it off from its explosive charge in the here and now by placing it in the "this came from here, this influenced that" narrative of art history. Photography is just art now, safe and saleable. Photography is defined by a very high modernism. Real artists explore the unique qualities and inherent possibilities of the medium. Photography is forced into a stultifying conversation of connoisseurs with an establishment a million miles away. Away from the fractured and unruly publics that have energized the medium and provided the original context. Photography is not accepted. You designers are not notified as to what the reason is and given the opportunity to resubmit. Photography is not allowed during the performances. Photography is defined by a few key principles. Photography is black and white and is publicly funded. Photography is the production of permanent images by means of the action of light on sensitized surfaces, film or array inside a camera, which finally gives rise to a new form of visual art. Photography is one of the most common, versatile, and economical forms of remote sensing. Photography is taken with the camera axis pointing vertically downwards. Photography is taken with the camera axis pointing obliquely downwards, intentional inclination of the camera axis. Photography is all about capturing a moment in time, illustrating intriguing Canadian experiences which will inspire the curious traveler to visit Canada now. Photography is a new activity for those who are intermediate or senior 4-H members. Photography is photography with monochromatic light. Photography is an exact science. Photography is defined as those images which consciously or unconsciously portray or evoke homoerotic associations shared by the creator and viewer. Photography is now synonymous with innovation and creativity and has been used by Andy Warhol, Robert Rauschenberg, Lucas Samaras, Chuck Close, Daoud Bey, and William Wegman. Photography is very much the same as normal photography. However, instead of one camera, there will be multiple cameras taking photographs simultaneously. Photography is a mixture of documentation and decontextualization. Photography is going to be your vocation, and there are some important steps needed to become successful. Photography is both a space to be explored and a time in progress. Photography is still in its infancy, and I am certain years from now, this time will be considered the dark ages of digital photography. Photography is considered as a proof. Its specificity will remain as evidence, a faithful imprint of the real, like Pierce's index. Joubert uses it to stage scenes with his friends, undoing any certainty about what really has been. Photography is at the service of fiction. It is instrumentalized and fulfills a function. Photography is what I call a substitute for the pictorial, meaning that the photograph diversifies the insertion of painting in the text and also replaces it. Photography is fiction inventive due to its capacity to generate stories. Photography is visible in the text. It determines the text in a way that has specific effects on the viewer-reader. The latter twofold term constitutes a category of response whose symmetrical counterpart would be the reader-viewer in cases where the image is only mediated through words. Photography is the preferred medium for preservation. Photography is now as simple as the press of a button. Photography is our medium. Photography is the mixture of technology and artistic vision. Photography is becoming a dying art. Photography is a field that allows you to express your vision of the world using knowledge, skill, and creativity to produce images that awaken the imagination. Photography is not the only industry affected by the digital revolution. Photography is an integral part of criminal investigation procedures employed by police and security forces around the world. Throughout the world, photography is a powerful political tool which vividly lays bare essential truths. Photography is able to visualize history and to bridge great distances in time and place. Photography is said to deal with the past that has been, Roland Barthes' famous phrase, whereas digital photography deals, according to some authors, with possibilities, how the world could be, i.e. the future. Photography is not permitted in the Hall of Remembrance. Photography is not permitted in the exhibitions. Photography is a relatively new course to college, but is becoming increasingly popular with students who enjoy the creative elements to the subject. Photography is to enjoy the moment and to reveal in the grandeur and beauty on nature revealed through my art. Photography is about the eyes. Photography is an indispensable part of the modern exhibition. Photography is most cost-effective, if not essential. Photography is saturated, oversupplied, highly competitive. Photography is not necessary to see that her skin is dry, inelastic, wrinkled, and heavily modeled. Photography is the attempt to find elegant, original, imaginative, and eye-catching visual solutions. Photography is a paranormal phenomenon. Photography is moving along at a very fast pace, as you surely have noticed. Photography is a final image which is a good representation of the photographed fundus. Photography is the science of recording light, but most importantly, it is about the perception demonstrated by the individual behind the lens. Photography is also about working with your family and friends, putting them at ease. It's just as important as working with the bride and groom. Photography is an important site for an individual woman to participate in the construction of her own gender project. Photography is shaped by China's desire to catch up to the West and become modern, and constitutes an important part of China's modernity project. Photography is being sent under separate cover from Carolina. Photography is now out of print in both the original and revised editions. Photography is performed rapidly. Photography is never anything else but a collection, a memory of traces. Photography is not allowed in the front of Westbury House. Photography is foreseen. Photography is needed by a wide variety of public entities for a wide range of applications. Photography is a tool for helping open people's eyes to the beauty and mysteries of the world around us. Photography is focused on native wildlife in North Carolina. Juan and his family also travel frequently to other regions of interest, such as Puerto Rico, New England, and the southwestern states. Photography is one of the most cost-effective and productive ways of identifying and understanding archaeological sites and landscapes. Photography is one of the most cost-effective and productive ways of identifying and understanding archaeological sites and landscapes. Photography is defined by an irreducible singularity. Photography is not just about pointing and pressing a button, it's a decision-making process. Photography is also just plain fun, and it's a wonderful foundation for community-based projects. Photography is all around us, and helping 4-H members learn the skills to create, not just take good pictures, are lessons they will use their entire lives. Photography is allowed without the prior written consent of the council. Photography is about presence in space and absence in time. Photography is therefore less connected to a change in the way photographs are displayed, be it on paper or screen, than to how the photographic information is produced and stored. Photography is a heterogeneous phenomenon. Photography is not a medium. Photography is a concept, an idea. Photography is not a medium, but in their concrete manifestation, they can fill a mediating function. Photography is one of the hot areas of research due to its wide range of applicability and the diversity of problems it involves, unifying computer vision, image processing, and geometric modeling in the same framework. Photography is to provide parents with evidence of the achievements of their children, reinforce with members their achievements, and to enhance press releases, club notice board displays, and the club website. Photography is not about having the most expensive equipment. They are merely tools that will enable you to create outstanding images. Photography is also about constantly learning new techniques, and professionals will agree that there is always room for improvement. Photography is unfortunately not provided with the hardware. Again, you can only acquire the skills by spending hours behind the lens. Photography is definitely no exception. Photography is about capturing light reflected from the subject scene, and the technical aspect of photography must be understood. Photography is not just about lions and leopards. You can create outstanding images of any subject you encounter. Photography is the key component for capturing images of developed latent prints and of other items with evidentiary value, i.e. the filament of a light bulb from an accident scene, a fluorescing semen stain from a sexual assault. Photography is to make people look great. Photography is like pointing of the finger, or the employment of a mirror, or the careful placement of a frame around a real-world scene. Photography is organized on behalf of the Qatar Photographic Society. Photography is an annual event and consists out of 2 sections. Each year, we offer a general section in which the participants can enter photography of any kind of theme. Photography is an excellent way to explore nature, document what you see, and then share your discoveries with others. Photography is a gradual fade-to-black effect that results from the camera's curved plastic lens. Photography is to attempt to abstract a part of the world and have the viewer look into it. Photography is about pleasing clients. Photography is based on graphic design, shapes, and tones. Whether it's a breadboard or the skeleton outline of a winter tree, it's the shape that draws me to it, along with the texture and tonal range. Photography is about seeing when you look. It's about anticipation of events unfolding. Photography is ambiguous and should be clarified. Photography is overbroad and conflicts with the statutory limitations put forth in 16 U.S.C. 4601C6D. Photography is a special technique that I will go on to explain through a 3-part series of articles. Photography is long shutter speeds. Photography is the instant the photographer sees, captures the moment that not only is writing, documenting with light, but that is the telling moment that differentiates that moment from many others. Photography is very well paid, and for the most people, it makes sense in financial terms for it to be a full-time occupation. Photography is youth and its supposedly intoxicating freshness, and also in that Schodberg's numerous photographs on boxing announce the German tradition in a particular form of photography established by August Sonder. Photography is the theme of womanhood. Photography is a useful tool within school, and it is employed routinely in many ways. For example, record keeping, displays, teachers' lessons, and the children's own work. Photography is still entrenched. Photography is established. Fuller, 1976. Photography is where narrative and photography are linked together in a concerted effort for the first time. Photography is the capability to increase the memory of the camera at will. Photography is replete with examples of imagery detailing and questioning environmental change, or investigating family histories. Repeat photographs of people or places contribute to constructing the narratives through which we understand something about ourselves, our circumstances, and our relations within the social and natural world of which we form a part. Photography is a great source of ideas, inspiration, and recommendations that saves the interested artist time and money. Photography is an ellipse of language and a condensation of an ineffable social whole. It constitutes an anti-intellectual weapon and tends to spirit away politics, that is to say, a body of problems and solutions, to the advantage of a manner of being, a socio-moral status. Photography is therefore, above all, the acknowledgement of something deep and rationally coextensive with politics. Photography is a synthesis of the technical and the creative. Photography is a visual language still in its infancy. Photography is allowed when possible. Photography is allowed after 4 p.m. Photography is the real thing for me. Photography is raised in 3 of Krakauer's crucial publications. Photography is presented as a subjectless technical instrument that is merely capable of capturing a spatial configuration of a temporal instant that is incommensurable with history and which can only be brought back by a memory image. Photography is attributed with a formative capability that enables the medium to express the subjective, creative aspirations of the photographer. Photography is bound to time in precisely the same way as fashion. Photography is unable to resurrect the dead because even the recent past appears totally outdated. Photography is given a role in the study of history. Photography is a passion, and you are simply happy each time a picture comes out right. Photography is confined within the clubhouse only up to the waterfront. Photography is $350, and any additional time is charged at an agreed rate of $350 per hour. Photography is seen not only as a linguistic device, but also as a vehicle for analyzing and learning. Photography is the first official pictures of the engaged couple. Photography is embedded in the paintings of Alex Katz. Photography is an extremely competitive field in which we must maintain very high standards. Photography is one of the most powerful tools of expressions that we have in this culture, and therefore is useful in this recovery process. Photography is becoming a reality. Photography is offered by Joshua Chuang on Thursdays, October 30th and November 13th and 20th at 5:30 p.m. Photography is identified as the central medium which can carry on a discussion about European identity. It is interesting to question the reasons why the photography itself has been chosen to build a discourse about Europe. Photography is meant as an opportunity to negotiate cultures, to negotiate the meaning of Europe through photographs. Photography is put into the core of signification, exposed to the semiotics analysis as semiotics faces up to common objects insofar as they participate to the semiosis. Photography is meant as a common object, participating to the observation and interpretation of Europe. Photography is based on a cultural strategy which gives the images the role to guide a reflection on European arrangement of identities. Photography is an event intentionally arranged that aims to be an interpretive mediator through photography, shaping an idea of Europe and setting Reggio Emilia within Europe. Photography is connected to realism and objectivity, a convention attributed by society. Photography is a sense of suspension, of indeterminacy that comes out from the theme of the border. Photography is a core component of the program. Photography is aware of the rule of thirds, sometimes called the golden mean. Photography is about self-discovery on a technical level as well as on a personal level. Photography is only a young art form anyway, so you have to embrace the changes. Photography is the only medium that enables architectural works to be shared with people who do not have access to these works. Photography is about interpretation and therefore can be used to reinterpret a certain physical existence. Photography is on display in museums around the country and represented by galleries in New York City, Aspen, Houston, and her commercial clients include Kate Spade, Bloomingdale's, Martha Stewart, and Ralph Lauren. Photography is tied to subject, so what you choose to photograph is very telling about you. Photography is lumped into any school of genre, or whether I attempt to endow it with an ulterior, obscure, or abstract personal meaning will not help my message, and it may only distort it. Photography is not about the equipment I use, or my skill at visual composition, or any aspiration of being considered an artist in anyone's eye. Photography is a simple method that documents changes that occur over time. Photography is a wonderful hobby, and today's digital cameras make it easier than ever to take great pictures. Photography is used as a social document and a vehicle for change. Social document and a vehicle for change. Viewers of the images may simply partake in social observation and commentary, or they may be moved to action. Photography is inspired by amateur photography societies, such as the Lomographic Society. Photography is dark in its meaning, sometimes absolutely obscure, but there is also something meditative about it. Photography is a crucial step. Photography is for entertainment only and is not for medical or health-related purposes. Photography is not a covered benefit under an insurance carrier. Photography is about sharing an experience or an idea. Photography is much more important. Photography is a way of stopping time, a way to capture a place, a person, a feeling, an experience. Photography is a way of sharing that with someone else, a way of sharing your life with others. Photography is almost always handheld. Photography is 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Photography is understood as a medium with no fixed identity. Photography is aware of the heterogeneous visual traditions of fine art and the specific traditions of photography as art. Photography is not here taken in isolation, but is placed within the general context of image production and reception. Photography is shown in Figure 2 and consists of a 6.4 meter long by 2.1 meter diameter helium-filled blimp. Photography is not their focus. Photography is so much a part of our culture now that we hardly even notice all the places that it exists. Photography is one click that captures every emotion. Photography is the career that's right for you. Photography is a great way to wow and confuse your friends. Photography is indexical. Both the subject and the tangible object cannot be divorced from culture and economics. Photography is an image that you can capture through feelings. Photography is not displayed in the museum except for a summer graduation show. Photography is immature and lacks the complexity of great work. Photography is threatening to take over my life. Photography is both a professional and an academic discipline. Photography is participating in the National Charity Model Search to select America's cutest kid and to raise funds for charity. Photography is to capture the moment and the atmosphere of the occasion, and as a naturalistic setting and in a non-intrusive way, producing creative and powerful images. Photography is a fascinating field. Photography is nothing. It's life that interests me. Photography is one of the most difficult to price. Photography is an abundant medium. Photography is a skill. A skill is knowledge reinforced with experience. Photography is like the question, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. Photography is a language for Benjamin. Second, that it is a language which is initially mixed up in the image, and third, given Benjamin's retrospective allegorical glance, that language as such exists within and beyond any meaningful horizon that the photographic image brings into representation. Photography is through a retrospective glance. Photography is restricted to the use of the photographic process to depict observations from all branches of natural history, except anthropology and archaeology, in such a fashion that a well-informed person will be able to identify the subject matter and to certify as to its honest presentation. Photography is a simple research method that provides great results. Photography is a world of fantasy. Photography is used to determine how long these construction sites affect the watershed. Photography is the best research method to provide answers on this subject. Photography is used by amateurs to preserve memories of favorite times, to capture special moments, to tell stories, to send messages, and as a source of entertainment. Photography is the result of combining several technical discoveries. Photography is that chemical photography resists manipulation because it involves film and photographic paper, while digital imaging is a highly manipulative medium. Photography is often preeminent in photographic subjects, which have little prospect of commercial use or reward. Photography is probably best defined as any photography for which the photographer is paid for images rather than works of art. Photography is a matter that continues to be discussed regularly, especially in artistic circles. Photography is authentically art, and photography in the context of art needs redefinition, such as determining what component of a photograph makes it beautiful to the viewer. Photography is one of the new media forms that changes perception and changes the structure of society. Photography is both restricted and protected by the law in many jurisdictions. Photography is like a mistress whom one cherishes and hides, about whom one speaks with joy but does not want others to mention. Photography is not an art because it is produced with a mechanical device and by chemical and physical phenomena, not by hand and inspiration. Photography is so similar to lithography, and etching it then it would be beneficial to the arts as well as culture. Photography is an art or a new form of documentation seen by the eye instead of the mind. Photography is an expression of the photographer's fantasy or a combination of the fantasies of the creative team. Photography is regarded as one of the 6 visual domains, the others being film, television, arts and crafts, the built environment, and performance, which constitute a culturally conditioned visual communication system amenable to ethnographic analysis. Photography is a political technology of the gaze. Photography is a closed system that refers primarily to its own canons of representation and only tangentially to the architecture in question. Photography is unlike film or television because not only do we consume the products of professionals, but we frequently participate in some production. Photography is the only visual domain where many people are producers, users, purchasers, and subjects. Photography is the domain that most enables me to compare the products made by local residents for themselves with products made extra locally for mass consumption. Photography is used by families to define membership and to mark important or solemn occasions. Photography is the language I use to translate other cultures. Photography is truth. The cinema is truth 24 times per second. Photography is only intuition, a perceptual interrogation, everything except a stage set. Photography is the art of writing with time. Photography is like making cheese. Photography is to the layman perhaps the most enticing art. Photography is the beauty of life captured. Photography is propaganda. Photography is like an open book to the world. Photography is one big scrapbook of your life. Photography is the allotted agent for all that requires were mere manual correctness and mere manual slavery without any employment of the artistic feeling. She is the proper and therefore the perfect medium. Photography is an adventure just as life is an adventure. Photography is an art when it is in the hands of artists. Photography is to render in visual terms feelings and experiences that often elude the ability of words to describe. Photography is this. In black and white, you suggest. In color, you state. Photography is our means of capturing now and to remember where we've come from. Photography is doing for photography what the piano did for keyboard music. Photography is all about light, composition, and most importantly, emotion. Photography is a tool to express our positive assessment of the world. Photography is not intended as art and should not be judged as such. Photography is but one phase of the potential of human expression. All art is the expression of one and the same thing, the relation of the spirit of man to the spirit of other men and to the world. Photography is deserving of attention and respect equal to that accorded painting, literature, music, and architecture. Photography is an investigation of both the outer and the inner worlds. Photography is a means of recording forever the things one sees for a moment. Photography is a statement. It has to tell us things about a place. Photography is never enough. Photography is a perfect lie. Photography is or is not an art is essentially a misleading one. Photography is not practiced by most people as an art. Photography is not documentary, but intuition, a poetic experience. Photography is the cause. Photography is the only one that fixes a precise moment in time. Photography is, for me, a spontaneous impulse coming from an ever-attentive eye, which captures the moment and its eternity. Photography is an immediate reaction, drawing a meditation. Photography is the only one which seizes the instant in its flight. Photography is very potent. We express, in effect, a judgment of what we see, and this demands intellectual honesty. Photography is the evocation. Photography is the only one that fixes forever the precise and transitory instant. Photography is to place head, heart, and eye along the same line of sight. Photography is an instantaneous operation, both sensory and intellectual, an expression of the world in visual terms, and also a perceptual quest and interrogation. Photography is a way of introducing people to other people. Photography is about depth of feeling, not depth of field. Photography is not about cameras, gadgets, and gizmos. Photography is about photographers. Photography is to capture a bit of reality, whatever that is, on film. Photography is a chemical, mechanical process. Photography is about finding out what can happen in the frame. Photography is always on the edge of failure. Photography is to see what something looks like as a photograph. Photography is the art of light and represents the epitome of man's progress within the arts, and as such is inevitably the most powerful and compelling. Photography is about sustaining a creative continuum until you create a visual orgasm, suspended in time for eternal ecstasy. Photography is indisputably the most powerful visual art form ever devised by man. Photography is a hard, unforgiving, and critical taskmaster. Photography is as easy as you are to please. Photography is the history of the developed styles of a relatively small number of imaginative photographers. Photography is a record of your living for anyone who really sees. Photography is a medium in which if you don't do it then, very often you don't do it at all because it doesn't happen twice. Photography is only a new road from a different direction, but moving toward the common goal, which is life. Photography is a medium of formidable contradictions. Photography is a medium, a language, through which I might come to experience directly, live more closely with, the interaction between myself and nature. Photography is a system of picture making that describes more or less faithfully what might be seen through a rectangular frame from a particular vantage point at a given moment. Photography is the easiest thing in the world if one is willing to accept pictures that are flaccid, limp, bland, banal, indiscriminately informative, and pointless. Photography is a system of visual editing. Photography is a contest between a photographer and the presumptions of approximate and habitual seeing. Photography is to sell your camera. Photography is essentially analogous to literature and speech, and it covers about the same range from the depths of banality of casual greetings to the heights of the best poetry or prose. Photography is today one of the most powerful known means of communication. Photography is like economics. Photography is a universal language. It doesn't need translation. Photography is a renewable resource. Photography is unlimited. I call something a photograph which its author names it a photograph. Photography is seeing only. You see it. You release the shutter. You use your aperture, your machine, and once you've seen it, that's it. Photography is not all seeing in the sense that the eyes see. Photography is still a very new medium, and everything must be tried and dare. Photography has no rules. Photography is a small voice at best, but sometimes one photograph or a group of them can lure our sense of awareness. Photography is a direct result of the earlier abstract art form that was made famous by many spotted artists. Photography is truly the privilege of a real artist and one who also has a systemic bent of mind. Photography is there to indicate that I consider data visualization one of the most important elements of scientific method. Photography is not only important now, but its value goes up as time goes by. Photography is expensive for 3 reasons. Missing a key photo is risky. Photography is a skilled trade, and digital images and editing are labor-intensive. Photography is not a crime on Wednesday. Photography is a means by which we learn to see the ordinary. Photography is a relatively young art, only a little more than 150 years old. Photography is when I was shooting for Dor with Nagash Kukanur. Photography is the visual presentation of what can be optically apprehended. Photography is better fit, or more likely, to work as a fetish. Photography is clearly the most important event in the history of the plastic arts. Photography is not the perfecting of a physical process. Photography will long remain the inferior of painting in the reproduction of color. Rather, does it lie in a psychological fact, to wit, in completely satisfying our appetite for illusion by a mechanical reproduction in the making of which man plays no part? Photography is a means of substantially increasing the rate of detection of diabetic retinopathy. Photography is an ongoing research project at the Future Applications Lab in Göteborg, Sweden. Photography is an efficient and cost-effective means of identifying and classifying wetlands for an inventory preparation on a national, regional, and statewide basis. Photography is a widely used method for assessing the light environment between forest canopies. Photography is an inventive aesthetic technique in nursing research that facilitates a discussion of the unfamiliar or unknown aspects of the human health experience. Photography is stressed. Photography is the process of rendering observation self-conscious. Photography is to make the material intelligible, and this principle must underlie the photographer's every practice. Photography is now entering its 4th edition. Photography is a promising alternative to the routine ophthalmologist's examination in the screening for diabetic retinopathy. Photography is an objective way of comparing the progression of skin disease. Photography is necessary for forensic reasons, as in suspected intentional injury. Photography is currently the standard method of documenting a patient's appearance and recording the post-operative changes. Photography is not a neutral act and may have detrimental effects on the patients that doctors are helping. Photography is currently regarded as an indispensable method to aid detection of a first CM in high-risk patients or a new CM in patients who have already had at least one CM. Photography is often used in dermatology to aid in the clinical surveillance of patients with pigmented lesions. Photography is currently used in a majority of academic dermatology programs as an aid in the early detection of melanoma. Photography is equally applicable to many other types of thematic mapping. Photography is a non-destructive, Altland et al., 1951, method of measuring clutch size and is no more disruptive to the individual than there are many other facets of a population study. Photography is nothing other than a process of recording, a technique of inscribing in an emulsion of silver salts a stable image generated by a ray of light. Photography is especially useful for detecting changes in pigmentation over time, as epidermal melanin detection using UV photography is 10 times more sensitive than with visible light. Photography is available from many sites from the 1930s on. Photography is scanned at a very high resolution and registered in a coordinate system using a digital stereo plotter that removes terrain distortion and allows the precise measurement of objects. Photography is an appropriate technique for measuring the radius and asphericity of the posterior corneal surface. Photography is the only language understood in all parts of the world. Photography is not going to stop. Photography is the least expensive remote sensing system, yet both methods do an excellent job of defining environment and vegetative habit. Photography is still in its early stages. Photography is documentation. Photography is the 35mm single lens reflex camera. Photography is an essential tool for any medical specialty such as dermatology, wherein accurate records are required of pre, intra, and post-operative findings, plus quick access to these records for comparison and evaluation purposes. Photography is an important component of ophthalmology. Photography is usually performed using the slit lamp biomicroscope, as it provides both high magnification and slit beam illumination. Photography is essential to document interesting cases, assess treatment outcomes, and collect data for teaching and research. Photography is associated with high fixed costs but zero variable costs, and that 35mm photography is associated with low fixed costs but additional ongoing variable costs. Photography is a visual language that survives by constantly adapting. Interpreting photographs is exactly what I encourage. Photography is a visual language employing syntactic rules and significance. Photography is the preferred method for screening for sight-threatening diabetic eye disease. Photography is used to obtain closely spaced measurements of velocity and elevation over a complete transect of ice stream tributary B2, including the shear margins, the fast ice of the ice stream, and several unusual features, as well as the UPB camp. Photography is a reliable, fast, and easy screening technique to demonstrate the suppressive effect of topical antibacterial agents on P. acnes. Photography is a potentially sensitive and precise method of assessing retinal microvascular signs. Photography is a way of recording the visual aspect of things for further scrutiny. Photography is now practiced as commonly as sex and dancing. Photography is as much a part of human nature as the opposable thumb. Photography is at least as good as ophthalmoscopy, with mydriasis in routine diabetic clinics and identifying new vessel formation and absence of retinopathy, and it's significantly better in detecting exudative maculopathy. Photography is used to obtain full-field gas phase temperature measurements, which are relatively insensitive to system motion. Photography is not used regularly. Photography is useful for measuring changes over time in forest light environments. Photography is the movement in England and the US from around 1890 into the early 20th century, which promoted various aesthetic approaches. Photography is created primarily as an expression of the artist's vision, but as a byproduct, it has also been important in advancing certain causes. Photography is an aspect of what I'm doing. Photography is a unique medium because of its widespread accessibility and popularity. Photography is one of the mediums I choose in which to express my artistic endeavors. Photography is Photography Museum, School, and Research Center located in Midtown Manhattan in New York City, United States. Photography is used in behavioral science beyond simple illustrations with captions. A new invention is required to deal with the material meaningfully and communicatively. Photography is an important tool in the daily practice of dermatologists. Photography is seen primarily as a means of transcribing reality rather than as a way of symbolizing it. Photography is an important tool for documentation of the presence and progression of different pathologic processes. Photography is used according to well-acknowledged principles and learned skill. Photography is capable of measuring the out-of-plane displacement with an absolute accuracy approaching that of holographic interferometry. Photography is a non-contacting full-field technique which can measure one strain component at the CCD camera frequency. Photography is best grasped not as a medium of visual communication, but as a manifest performance of the power to make visible. Photography is a powerful tool that is transforming the specialty of dermatology by integrating patient and practice management. Photography is a powerful tool that can enhance our ability to communicate with our peers, our patients, and the public. Photography is an objective method to assess the changing appearance of these lesions. Photography is used to mean the recording of separate black and white photographic images on different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. Photography is convenient and versatile and gives good quality images. Photography is a technique for characterizing plant canopies using photographs taken through an extreme wide-angle lens. Anderson, 1964. Photography is the method of choice for establishment of a safety profile for a new drug. Photography is performed routinely at only a few academic centers. Photography is a technology that intrigues many dentists. Photography is not new. Photography is no different than film photography. Photography is relatively easy because with image management software, the process is computerized. Photography is good and predominantly black and white, though some color photographs are added in the section on lower extremity nerves. Photography is quickly becoming a viable alternative to conventional photographic imaging in several existing imaging applications. Photography is a way to cover large areas quickly and produce images that are spatially uniform in lighting and viewing angles. Photography is extensively used for non-contact determination of in-plane components of deformation of a diffusely reflecting object. Photography is not a substitute for a comprehensive ophthalmic examination, but there is level 1 evidence that it can serve as a screening tool for diabetic retinopathy to identify patients with retinopathy for referral for ophthalmic evaluation and management. Photography is digital speckle X-ray flash photography, DSXFP. Photography is a mode of bereavement. Photography is the secret rapport between photography and philosophy. Photography is only a means to an end. Holistic and accurate observation for only human response can open the camera's eye to meaningful use in research. Photography is essentially mechanical, so it is thought. Photographers cannot be artists any more than player piano operators or organ grinders may be considered musicians. Photography is not acceptable for the American Board of Plastic Surgery examination, but that will probably change in the near future. Photography is not critical because of constant attendance of at least one adult to eggs and young. Photography is not practical for a survey of all the gull breeding colonies in New England. Photography is a technique used to measure subcanopy light conditions. Photography is becoming the method of choice for both non-medical and medical purposes. Photography is expected to acquire a ground coordinate by using image matching. Photography is October 10th, 1998. Photography is extremely useful for detecting quickly and reliably the extent of damage caused by soil-borne disease. Photography is a modification of fluorescence fundus photography. Photography is believed by some to be analogous to reality, devoid of any mediating convention or transcription. The ideal of the innocent child is taken by some to be a body in fact, existing throughout history and across cultures. Photography is an objective means to document appearance. Photography is spread across the surface of every Rauschenberg work. Photography is a potent tool for studying AAV-mediated gene delivery in the retina. Photography is automatically carried out at a preset shutter speed when brightness of an object is lower than a predetermined value. The arrangement comprising an automatic exposure control circuit, an electronic changeover switch means connected to said automatic exposure control circuit, and a flash illuminating circuit connected to said changeover switch means. Photography is both sensitive and specific when identifying CSME and correlates well with the accepted standard of CLBM for the diagnosis of CSME. Photography is reviewed relative to measurement of object translation, analysis of object vibration, measurement of object strain and rotation, and recording films. Photography is of great importance to many as a record of important life events, of children's growing up, and of daily life. Photography is done with high-speed infrared film, Kodak. Photography is used as a data source for checking on the accuracy of certain types of information presented by the Federal Census Bureau. Photography is not affected if the electronic flash unit is in its received position. The output of the OR gate 26 is at L level, and therefore the output of the inverter 60 is at H level, and the switch 122 is in its on position, and thus the output of the NAND gate 62 assumes L level, and the output of the monostable multivibrator 64 assumes L level. Photography is affected with the conversion lens 33 being inserted in the photo-taking optical system, and with flashlight being emitted from the electronic flash unit 2, with a case where photography by emitted 40 flashlight is affected with the photo-taking optical system being formed only by the photo-taking lens 1. The aforementioned phenomenon in which the pupil shines red appears more remarkably in the former case. Photography is approached from the perspective of radiance analysis and geometrical optics. Photography is one of the several techniques to record canopy reflectance. Photography is becoming an increasingly important tool in the dental profession. Photography is informative and well integrated with the text as well as attractive. Photography is said to rest. Photography is increasingly being used by dermatologists to monitor patients at risk for the development of melanoma, but limited evidence exists regarding the impact of such photography on melanoma and melanoma-related outcomes. Photography is thoroughly Yoruba in aesthetic principles as well as content. Photography is between the light emanating from that tree as it passes through the lens and the imprint it makes on the film. Photography is, again, under investigation in Catherine Lutz and Jane Collins's Reading National Geographic. Photography is an index in but a single tense, one voice, and one at a time. Photography is very problematic, for unless it can manage to enforce a boundary cross-culturally, it normally drags the framing practices of the dominant photographer and the technology along. Photography is not a medium that is a being in indigenous culture or local presentation, though it may be used in explicit political ways by local artists. Photography is not a conspiracy, but more important, there are no truth claims or determinate conclusions in this analysis. Photography is even more impoverished than it might initially appear. It is not even in competition with an alternative. Photography is considered innovative. In fact, there is no room for innovation. Photography is an important evidential apparatus and thus a tool of rationalistic discourse. Photography is going to lean on the world, on reality, to distinguish itself from, say, painting. It effectively jettisons the possibility of a genuinely photographic aesthetic. Photography is more influential. The work exhibits a greater sophistication and a wider range of styles and techniques. Photography is no newcomer to Africa. Photography is developed by Daguerre. Photography is an accurate, easy-to-use video-based technique for the analysis of 2- and 3-dimensional deformation fields and in-plane strain fields based on numerical cross-correlation. Photography is well-suited for the measurement of deformation and for tracking the extent of plastically deformed zones. Photography is shown using specially developed separation techniques. Photography is an example of the classic prisoner's dilemma from game theory. Photography is particularly valuable. Photography is widely recommended in the United States and Europe. Few reports of its use in developing countries are available. Photography is consistency of equipment and positioning. Photography is believed to be the gold standard for identifying and quantitating apoptotic cells. Photography is a valuable method of investigation into the diagnosis of vascular cutaneous tumors in the living when the presence of blood is doubtful. Photography is not a mode of representation. Photography is a better mode of representation. Photography is a spin-off of craniofacial planning and experience. Photography is equivalent or superior to film-based image capture, see 3, 4, 5, and 8, or contact lens biomicroscopy. Photography is superior to ophthalmoscopy for the detection of signs of hypertensive retinopathy. Photography is perhaps the oldest form of remote sensing. Photography is of particular value in situations where uncooperative owners deny intrusive sampling or observations. Photography is an underreported method of research in the nursing literature. Photography is no longer appropriate. We propose to call the new technique speckle contrast analysis. Photography is often used to increase its visibility. Photography is a non-invasive method that is sensitive in the evaluation and quantification of distribution and changes of mottled and diffuse hyperpigmentation. Photography is introduced as a remote sensing method for periglacial features in vegetation. Photography is useful for determining IOL position. Photography is one of the simplest technologies that can be used by the clinician, and its utility is extremely high. Photography is woven into the text. Photography is useful as an adjunctive diagnostic method for oral squamous cell carcinoma. Photography is devalorized by being popularized to the extent where the attitudes of the different social classes towards this practice obey the logic of snobbery. Photography is non-invasive, rapid, simple, and reproducible. Photography is reproduced by permission of Penguin Books Limited. Photography is imperfect as a means of producing convincing documentation of cecal intubation. Its effectiveness in most cases and its practicality make it the method most likely to receive regular use at this time. Photography is not just the domain of the domestic camera. Photography is so efficient, the use of relatively weak sources is feasible. Photography is emerging as a standard method of documenting preoperative, intraoperative, and postoperative results in the clinical setting. Photography is expensive initially, but has very low running costs as it does not require film or developing the pictures. Photography is used. A target area on the scalp is chosen, clipped and prepared, and permanently landmarked with a single tattoo for a future site location. Photography is used to identify the specific parts of the salt marsh in which larvae and eggs of A. vigilax are found. Photography is integral to the practice of facial plastic surgery. Photography is critical in obtaining accurate measurements as accentuation of the jowls or submental region can be created by lowering the head below the Frankfurt plane. Photography is shown in Table 4. Photography is not routinely used in clinical care, as even well-trained photographers can obtain high-quality photographs in only a limited number of patients because of, among other things, media opacities and insufficient pupil dilation. Photography is a discrete medium. Photography is not a mirror. We feel we are really looking into that person's eyes. Photography is present even in applications where aesthetics are a side issue and communication of geometry is the key. Photography is an important non-destructive method of measuring rotation, displacement, and strain. Photography is proved to be a useful technique for the postoperative evaluation of the positioning of phakic IOLs. Photography is becoming an integral part of patient care for baseline measures, clinical diagnosis, and monitoring the progression of a condition and its response to treatment. Photography is also changing rapidly and dramatically. Photography is a misnomer. Photography is a valuable aid in conducting inventories of rapidly expanding prairie dog towns in a relatively large area. Photography is to capture more optical information at the time of capture to allow greater post-capture image processing abilities. Photography is employed to study the morphology during the entire process of the unstable interface type evaporation. Photography is a useful technique for the assessment and monitoring of the light climate in woodland habitats. Photography is the form of remote sensing from which the greatest amount of wetlands information can be derived. Photography is very welcome. Photography is an even cheaper imaging method that is routinely used for monitoring, but less frequently in everyday diagnosis. Photography is never free from page 3. Photography is done from a distance, and since many dolphins are sexually monomorphic, it is often not possible to assign sex to particular recognizable animals. Photography is rapid and does not disturb the bed. Photography is useful where the plan view is of interest, assuming that water clarity will permit detailed photographs. Photography is commonly used to monitor crops at field or regional scales more objectively and expediently than ground-based methods. Photography is a language that speaks only in particularities. Photography is a well-developed whole-field method for measuring both in-plane strains and rotation. Photography is often the photography that the non-specialist user of photogrammetry might be interested to use. Photography is 1 to 10,000 scale photography, covering an area of gradual but significant changes in height, as can be seen from Figure 3. Photography is one of the languages in which people speak about their own past and their own experience and construct their own identity. Photography is used, and the respective photographs are just snapshots because more sophisticated photographs are not required. Photography is a powerful tool for understanding human experience and a useful healing strategy. Photography is illustrated using a case study from the River Tummel, Scotland. Photography is a versatile full field technique for measuring displacement and strain. Photography is just such a technique which utilizes a random speckle pattern as the gauging device to map the full displacement strain field. Photography is not seriously contaminated by wall effects. Photography is suitable for providing a permanent record of changes in insect distribution and defoliation intensity for pest management. Photography is relatively efficient in time, personnel, and cost. Photography is relatively inexpensive, permits lasting documentation, and allows independent grading suitable for clinical research purposes. Photography is used in this investigation. Photography is only very indirectly related to human intention. Photography is such a universal medium that we would, of course, want our work to be read by all. Photography is within everybody's grasp. Photography is a unique way of exploring subject matter because it takes much longer to produce and allows the artist to become more involved in the object or view. Photography is quite popular, and there appears to be a lot of it in Eastern Europe. Photography is predicated on humanist principles, even after more than half a century spent interrogating and deconstructing the discourses of humanism. Photography is a single-track conference that aims to establish a creative forum in which to reflect on the political, ethical, historical, and aesthetic questions thrown up by the persistent presence of such images in the context of humanitarian discourses. Photography is crucial in understanding the image in digital culture. Photography is a far more complex set of circumstances than mere historical analysis presented. Photography is false and my art is true. Photography is the weapon for this violent liberation. Photography is a way of producing naturalistic visual imagery. Photography is nothing less than the attempt to image that same moral law analyzed by Kant. Du kannst, denn du sollst. You can because you must. Photography is in the mode of seduction, an invocation to the other, to the object, to emerge from the disappearance of the subject, unquote. Photography is prohibited, for I am merely a robot at the mercy of a remote operator who is the actual photographer, the one to make the judgment calls and actually push the virtual shutter release button. Photography is the new painting. Brotheress uses the camera on herself to clarify some of the dilemmas painters have had for centuries. Dilemmas regarding light, composition, the position of bodies within a frame, and the projection of a tri-dimensional object in a bidimensional space. Photography is impotent to unpack and analyze such fluidities of time. Photography is a political technology of the gaze. Photography is a closed system that refers primarily to its own canons of representation and only tangentially to the architecture in question. Photography is at odds with film, a kind of dissection without any attempt at simulation. Photography is the instrument of industrialization as well as one of its product. Photography is a relative passive means of producing an image by using an apparatus that works by consuming light, taking photos. It is a metaphor, means, object, and instrument of an emergent consumerism. Photography is not true today, if indeed it was ever entirely valid. Photography is necessarily representational of an objective reality. Photography is inevitably a degenerate form. Photography is not merely predicated on the lack of aura in relation to objective or artistic reality, but it is a continuous losing of aura within the tradition of photography itself. Photography is traditionally more ambivalent in its discussion of how the camera is able to slice up space and time. Photography is almost completely denotive. It fails to capture the essence of its subject. Photography is seen as the indexical deposit of a real that it may mimic, but of which it is never itself a part. Photography is traditionally a cascade of disavowal based on photography's representationalism. Photography is excessively representational. On the other hand, it fails to capture an aesthetic realism precisely because of this excess. Photography is destined to always represent its own failings at realism. Photography is now to construct myths of identity that provide a platform for the wearing of particular clothes. Photography is here described as something which shapes rather than records reality, and in common with most traditional discourse concerning the arts, as something which, through artifice, is able to apprehend greater authenticity. Photography is already full of images that have been manipulated in some way or another. Photography is assumed to be a secondary or derivative form when compared to the vital reality of the original. Photography is necessarily representational of a reality that is always anterior to it. Photography suffers by being a copy. It is always of something else. It always lacks the aura of originality, authenticity, and authority. It is always devalued since every photograph is already a copy of itself or another photograph. Photography is constitutive of the reality that it appears merely to represent in terms of the construction of identity, myth, and narrative. That is, it is a source of creative inspiration and critical practice within contemporary art, and that the program of the channel of distribution must be consciously analyzed before any possibility of determining the meaning or significance of a photographic image can arise. Photography is beyond me. Photography is so run-of-the-mill. Photography is our exorcism. Photography is obsessive, temperamental, ecstatic, and narcissistic in character. Photography is an acting out again of the rituals of the image. Photography is in his 1983 essay, Please Follow Me, accompanying photographer Sophie Cowell's exhibition, where he aligns the medium with the symbolic as an art of disappearance, actualizing seduction. Photography is similarly apophatic, Baudrillard says, given knowledge of the world by way of emptiness through what is cut away. Photography is the purest image, Baudrillard consistently maintains, because it excludes meaning, always works as a fragment, and removes anteriority. The Perfect Crime, page 58 to 88. Photography is generally understood to be showing a reality, or to at least be a form that encourages the belief that reality is being shown. Photography is the attempt to impose a subject-object relation on the world, where the latter is known to be the former, but primitive people resist and face up to the camera in a form of challenge, while the photographic image itself also resists. Photography is a kind of automatic writing. I've experienced what I'd have to call my greatest sense of pleasure, and indeed my strongest sense of passion, in the realm of images rather than in the realm of texts. Photography is much stronger, much more spontaneous and automatic. Photography is at the end. Photography is a curious mix of the hyperreal and the authentic, the electronic and the organic. Selections can be seen in the collection Baudrillard Art and Artifact, edited by Nicholas Zerbrugge, 1996, alongside some fascinating essays by art theorists, historians, and philosophers. Photography is the perfect industrial simulacrum. Photography is in possession of just the possibility to show what is impossible to express in factual terms. Quote, "The point is to resist noise, speech, and sounds by mobilizing the quietness of the photograph, resist movements, flow, and speed by using its immobility, resist the explosion of communication and information by emphasizing its intimacy, and resist the categorical imperative of meaning by allowing its lack of rigid meaning," unquote. Photography is also drama. Photography is making people look closely again, and in itself, that is simply marvelous. Photography is likely to be the most unadulterated form of photography because it is either supposed to represent facts without interference or just to keep a moment's impression, which is judged memorable. Photography is certainly not an exact representation of the world, but eventually a version of it. Photography is a form of libidinal release, a sexual act, regardless of its subject. Therefore, the camera is my sex toy. Photography is based in an awareness of the power of the object in the face of the subject. Photography is very established. Photography is a fragile and problematic discipline. Photography is a momentary medium, and all photography is involved in the preservation of decay. Photography is the object as it exists beyond moral judgment. Photography is part of his greatest project to divest the real of our faith in it. Photography is necessary to the completion of the work only inasmuch as it may be challenged, reevaluated, and deconstructed. Photography is fundamental to Richter's challenge to the real and his Baudrillardian appeal for a way of seeing that favors enigma over clarity and ideology. Photography is used here to make the case for modernity, but I remain uncertain as to whether it has actually ever taken place. Photography is so integrated in my life, it has become a way of life. Photography is becoming increasingly cinematic. Photography is losing the ability to capture appearances and is in danger of falling into them forever. Photography is being held hostage by art history. Photography is the writing of light and shadows. Photography is on your side. Just wait. Photography is itself an art of disappearance, which captures the other vanished in front of the lens, which preserves him vanished on film, which, unlike a gaze, saves nothing of the other but his vanished presence, according to Barth. It's not so much the death that one reads here, but rather the vanishing. Death is the source of moral fright. Vanishing is alone the source of a seductive aesthetic of disappearance. Photography is a trick of the devil, and each shot is a sin. Photography is the punctum, and there is a deeply personal aspect to recognizing the punctum of a photograph. Photography is a visual continuation of the termination point in his theoretical writing. He goes beyond the critical theory to a hyper-real visual example. Photography is this too, the blind spot, the non-place at the heart of the image. Photography is the perfect crime in which the picture kills the image of the object by only leaving an illusion of the original. Photography is a web-based archive and resource for the study of the relationship between the history of photography and book cover design. Photography is a loss in terms of illusion, the power of illusion. Photography is not merely a passive reflection of a period. It serves as a vehicle for circulating new patterns of consumption tied to evolving notions of the self. Photography is the medium through which this language is spoken because of its tremendous capacity for mass reproduction and dissemination. Photography is also worth a closer look, as is Baudrillard's procession of simulacra. Photography is the term used by Tom Gunning to describe the prevalent belief that traditional photographs accurately depict reality. Photography is free from the sin of subjectivity. Photography is perceived as the medium in which the signifier and the referent are collapsed onto each other. Photography is thus assigned the grand task of reasserting the referent, of reappropriating the real in historic continuity. Photography is memory. Photography is typically and essentially goalless, disregarding the long-held assumption to unite and to complete, together with the modernist assumption of photography that must define or mythologize. Photography is capable of multiplying that what happened only once infinitely, thus mechanically repeats what could never be repeated existentially. Photography is not simple propaganda with censors hiding the truth from an unsuspecting public. Photography is dead, certainly in the new room with its electronic picture desks, and so extends the one-time indexical nature of the photograph. The press is dumbing down and has little use for photography beyond stereotypical illustrations. Photography is not about art or technique. Photography is the world of the child. Photography is a practice beset by ethical challenges, and thus we are likely to have to wrestle with the questions it poses on an increasingly large scale, both as producers and consumers of imagery. Photography is internalized and the image is interpreted by the viewer, and in this process, the photographic image replaces the reality for the viewer. Photography is an element in a larger static world, a small part of a larger whole. Photography is a literal index of reality and can therefore be interpreted by viewers as real. Photography is both a situation and a rhetorical response to a situation, is a demand for rhetoric and a demand for action. Photography is seen as evidence. Photography is art's preeminent medium. Photography is surely trying to make amends for its complicity in the process by which representation is used to banish the real. Photography is subject to a strict system. Photography is particularly well suited to the present. In the wilderness, there is the presence of that which continues without human presence, at a glacially slow pace, and against which all our readings are contingent. Photography is mainly a social right, a defense against anxiety and a tool of power. Photography is considered a performance of power. Photography is the outcome, not of any imminent universality of meaning, but of a project of global domination. Photography is an easy, straightforward, technological mass medium that each and everyone can handle. Photography is no longer a myth. It has freed itself from the obscure darkroom, from Plato's cave, to become a medium that not only represents, preserves, and artistically exhibits reality, but also dramatically has violated traditional epistemology by constituting new and unfamiliar attitudes towards the act of representation. Photography is possessed and haunted by the body ever since. Photography is a slippery subject, and at that point you can always argue that this is precisely where it transmuted into art, since Paris is a truly romantic city and Franco was a bastard. Photography is itself a metaphor of the industrial process, a supplier of mechanically produced and reproduced images, its positive images functioning poetically and to some extent practically as exchangeable parts and as weapons in the conquest of new territories and people. Photography is kind of shock in the sense in which it captures a concentration of information we would not normally experience. It both expands and holds still what is normally transient and thus less impressive. Photography is emblematic of a cultural and perceptual problem. Photography is a limited resource for understanding being essentially tautological in the same way Daniel Boorstin defended the pseudo-event. A photograph is both a pseudo-presence and a token of absence. Photography is predicated on reproducibility and is enacted through fragmented technological means having a subsequently fragmenting effect on our consciousness. Photography is capable of revealing meaning in a uniquely useful way. Photography is more than a collection of essays, but even that only runs to a slender 94 pages. Photography is the history of forged testimonies. Photography is the image of our history. Photography is the first medium to raise the subsequency of the immediate to the status of an image by means of a technical, i.e., physical chemical process. Photography is a paradox. Somehow a full understanding of it seems to evade us, and as T.S. Eliot reminds us, if the photograph depends on light, it also depends on darkness and what falls between, which is, of course, the shadow. Photography is the new muse of literature, and it subverts the very reality its images were once thought to reflect with such veracity. I need to take a 3-minute break. Back in 3 minutes. I think I have 2 more hours. Thanks for listening, watching. Photography is the new muse of literature, and it subverts the very reality its images were once thought to reflect with such veracity. Photography is an effective, anti-pedantic, non-judgmental way of answering that broad, all-inclusive question, what are these signs, these advertisements doing? Photography it's clear that it simply is not. Photography is not what it used to be. Photography is not just claiming the specificity of its own technologically inflected medium, but in denying the values of the aesthetic itself, will cashier the very idea of the independent medium, including that of photography. Photography is to blame for all that has gone bad with contemporary art, starting with Andy Warhol and culminating with postmodernism. Photography is very much open to the criticism that at the same time as it holds out idealized images, in particular of women, it also promotes the ideal woman as being put together, composed of surfaces and defined by appearance. Photography is to be discussed on a serious level. It must be described in relation to death. Photography is quite a new medium, so contemporary means the last 10 years. Photography is equally trivial, but since it lacks the humor of his prose, it is too tedious to address. It is neither theory nor sociology, but instead a low-grade repackaging of pataphysics. Photography is the worst possible medium for exposing, or at least exploring, these conflicts, for their political meanings are often fantastically complicated and difficult, if not impossible, to explain in traditional political terms. Photography is used to capture the process of flowers blooming. Photography is regarded by some as the pinnacle art form and is highly sought after on the art markets of today. Photography is functioning as a machine working on the edge of avant-garde and translates artistic perception, the world through the artistic eye. Photography is deemed the medium for most accurately representing what is real. Photography is now so firmly established as an art form that the turnaround of disaster imagery into art display is almost instantaneous, whether it's the 9/11 New York exhibition that Sontag looks at, or a recent exhibition at Proud Central, London, Iraq Uncensored. Photography is to learn from others. Photography is more useful and interesting. Photography is a privileged medium for such a discussion of the present. The protracted engagement with a singular image seems somewhat anachronistic in an image culture characterized by circulatory speed and saturation. Photography is the transitional medium of modernity, a form of representation destined to transform both culture and cognition. Photography is a meditation on the punctum, the aspect of the photograph activated by subjective desire. Photography is very good at deforming space because it can distort and contort. Photography is about death because it's always a record of something in the past. Photography is a forum on possibility, launched in conjunction with the publication of Fred Richen's book After Photography in fall of 2008. Photography is love and death. That'll be my epitaph. Photography is the ultimate magic trick. Photography is art, but as soon as anyone takes a picture outside of some unknown fuzzy boundaries, they're criticized for it. Photography is a package. If you have put your 3D picture up on your website without saying it was a fiction and someone bought it, do you think they would be bothered if they found out it wasn't actually a photograph? Photography is saddled with the image, pun intended, that the camera never lies, and therefore a photograph is expected to show the truth, which the average punter might define as what really was in front of the camera. Photography is usually considered as misleading imagery. Photography is the go for broke game of history. Photography is a silent medium, and in Hoffer's libraries that is magnified, creating that feeling of temple of learning with which libraries have often been identified. Photography is no easy exercise. Photography is a memory device that allows us to forget. Photography is an innovation on previous Catholic traditions of miraculous images and offers insights into the dynamic nature of religious traditions and the role of creativity in people's religious lives. Photography is an apparatus of power that cannot be reduced to any of its components: a camera, a photographer, a photographed environment, object, person, or spectator. Photography is a term that designates an ensemble of diverse actions that contain the production, distribution, exchange, and consumption of the photographic image. Photography is inescapably complicit with the society of the spectacle, the bored, Baudrillard, and that its depictions of pain and suffering are ultimately anesthetizing, Sontag. Azoulay affirms the medium's potential to provoke not merely awareness but ethical responsibility. Photography is most frequently employed by the media tendentiously, propagandistically. Photography is a global form of relation that is not subject to national regimes, despite existing within their borders. In the citizenry of photography, citizenship is rehabilitated and regains its essence. Photography is a moot point, then, so supposedly is kitsch as a method of altering a viewer's understanding of an art object. Photography is most emphatically not art. Photography is kitsch? Photography is interactive on conscious and unconscious levels. Photography is always challenging for both photographer and camera. Photography is a rich medium for exploring illusion and the surreal. Photography is the medium through which one recognizes oneself as another. Photography is a desire for silence, for its ability to remove the object from its noisy continuum, not for its ability to isolate a moment in time, to record history, or to commemorate an event. Photography is a democratic and empowering because everyone can do it, which has a downside as well as a good side. Photography is more generally undertaken serendipitously and unexpectedly, without such prior planning. Cartier-Bresson's decisive moment involved no such thing. Photography is inherently surrealistic. In some respects, it is innocently narcissistic in a curiously melancholy way that this was so, never will be again, just like my life. Photography is similar to soap opera because we live in soap opera times. Photography is currently a problematic subject, but one that is still educationally and thematically useful. Photography is now a contested space, an arguable medium in which we are all implicated. It's political. Photography is in some respects no longer photography. Photography is the understanding and use of graphical control. Photography is the work of Travis Ruse, where he takes photographs on the subway every day. Photography is simply a matter of understanding the factor of the social role you present to people and how you negotiate that. Photography is an image-making art within a wider framework of meaning, and if photography is a place in the humanities, it might very well have a kind of central place because it is not only a form of art under certain restrictions, it also has a place where all kinds of sociological and moral and historical questions can be raised. Photography is thus a working tool for conceptual exploration, capable of recording and thus highlighting almost any aspect of human reality, including suffering. Photography is simultaneously the permanent record of passing transience and a tragically sad failure to prevent it. Photography is semantically or philosophically linked to the powerlessness of the human condition with its impermanence and unavoidable suffering. Photography is embedded within life, qualitatively different from other arts because you take snapshots of it, take parts of it, for an ambiguous subsequent reflection, either in a book or on a VDU. Photography is sorting my catalog of work for supporting shots with this more rudimentary aesthetic appeal. Photography is a kind of escape. Photography is a rewarding endeavor with an implicit and interesting philosophical dimension. Photography is the art of elimination, and I tend to emphasize design and composition by careful cropping in the camera frame and, if necessary, under the enlarger or on the computer screen. Photography is in its nature receptive or passive, thus suggesting that women are also. Photography is magical, that it simultaneously reveals and deceives as an ambiguous representation of life, both, real and unreal, lies at the heart of it. Photography is not especially accomplished, but its quaint and entertaining volume showing how people worked with the new medium, the camera Vining called the miniature with a sense of exploration. Photography is essentially about prints, that a JPEG or TIFF on a VDU is substantially different. Photography is not demarcated so clearly from the hobby pursuit of domestic snapshots if when you come into college you are, again, sitting in front of a computer like you do at home. Photography is hopefully memorable rather than boring. Photography is fashion-driven. Photography is a mature and interesting response. Photography is also a creative and empowering escape from Rio de Janeiro poverty. The central character obtains a camera and becomes a photographer. Photography is essentially propaganda. Photography is not more reliable. We need a computer with a specific device if we want to read a picture stored on a floppy disk. Photography is not usurpation or a copy of painting. Photography is tired, exhausted, done for even. Photography is the perversion of scale that I use deliberately as a device to bring the ironies in my work to the forefront of the viewer's attention. Photography is stealing the soul. Photography is splendid. Photography is pleased to present Magnum, our summer exhibition. Photography is July 15th, 2008. Photography is to bring testimony on our world to our contemporaries. Photography is deemed to convey information if it conveys it with art. It is a valuable bonus, not the main object of the job. Photography is far beyond his style. Photography is a little bit like stage lighting from below. Faces look scary since the lighting is so unnatural. Photography is probably an instrument for showing things, a device for displaying them. Photography is not an easy artistic field to pursue professionally with so many great photographers in your family prior to you. Photography is the creation of important visual records that provide tangible evidence of life. Photography is no longer simply that of the white male voice, but rather is made up of the world's ethnicity, including Abbas, Raymond Depardon, Philip Jones Griffiths, Joseph Kudelka, Susan Mazielius, Martin Parr, Gilles Perez, Eli Reed. Photography is all style, but lacks content. Photography is a strange phenomenon. No two photographers, even if they were at the same place at the same time, come back with the same pictures. Photography is owned by Kristen Allman. Photography is a way of shouting, of freeing oneself, not of proving or asserting one's own originality. Photography is linked with life and dream. Photography is my hobby, and it got me thinking about if teeth were very large, how would they be treated? Photography is the modern art, not painting or sculpture. Photography is much harder than it looks. Photography is excellent with VGA camera. Photography is a good way to earn a lot of money, and there are so many ways to sell your microstock photography, as I will explain in this article. Photography is fascinating and very difficult. Photography is not very spiritually inspiring. Photography is no longer a mystery to someone who applies the knowledge of art and a passion for capturing a landscape. Photography is very much about creating unique imagery for those that like something a little bit different. Photography is often about capturing the right expressions exhibited by the couple while posing together. Photography is very hard work. Photography is not as simple as a snapshot you take on your family vacation. Photography is one of the processes that are primarily designed to improve the sales of a certain business or company. Photography is also called bokeh. Photography is at its peak. Photography is what really captured my initial interest as I am into drag racing, and it has blossomed from there. Photography is making better images. Photography is a cool and fun way to show off your artistic skills. Photography is imagery whose final destination is designed to be the wall of someone's house or office. Photography is first and foremost about making one look great in pictures. This is the type of skill that is most appreciated in the high fashion world. Photography is changing every day, but in many ways, many people may not realize. Photography is jazz for the eye. Photography is all about learning and trying new techniques. Photography is so important in preserving those memories. Photography is writing with light, so no light, no photography. Photography is those sexy pictures of women in a bedroom setting. Photography is sketchy at best. Photography is much more deliberate, begins with a realistic image and then sometimes drilling down so closely that objects can become pseudo-abstract. Photography is something he would like to get into again. Photography is equally grim, with scenes of mangled women in Afghanistan and the grotesque lining many a gallery. Photography is not new. Berman's technique results in a ghost hunter's kind of creepy that will not let you look away. Photography is one of those things that's truly something people should take seriously as a medium for expression. Photography is superb, putting one at a loss for words, and the layout complements the neoclassic look of the book. Photography is extra. Photography is relocating. Again, photography is an easy job wherein all a person has to do is appear at the event and keep taking photographs every now and then. Photography is casual, sensual, and sexy. Photography is whether to get a single lens reflex or an SLR or a point and shoot type. Photography is to bring about a change in the posture and expression of a person so that their deeper and often more attractive natural looks are revealed. Photography is booming. Photography is one of the best ways to record and promote wildlife conservation awareness. Photography is catching on around the world now. Photography is a field in which people have grown to love over years. Photography is permitted, providing it is strictly for private and personal use only. Photography is pretty spectacular, in my opinion. Photography is not the only industry going through major changes at the moment. Photography is a very specialist area that will attract a huge number of potential clients. Photography is candid, playful, and trips the light fantastic. Photography is about taking a recorded image of a moving subject. Photography is a very interesting thing. You can capture the moments of your or others' life and can enjoy it afterwards too. Photography is an increasingly important part of the contemporary art market, and art fairs need to do more to reflect it, argues Sophie Wright. Photography is a member of our little black book. Photography is the technique section. Photography is a biennial, month-long celebration of photography in Fremantle, Western Australia. Photography is polished and theatrical. Vix Ratus had a much looser aesthetic. Photography is also relatively straightforward and cheap to produce. Photography is also in decline. Photography is gaining momentum after the release of a report policing the public gaze by the Manifesto Club and Belfast Exposed. Photography is capturing reality. People always want to know what the meaning of the wires is. Photography is prevented by other legislation. Photography is under threat from companies relying on microstock, warns Corbis's CEO, Gary Shank. Photography is full of crap. The most pungent pile is the belief that good is synonymous with unintelligible. Photography is very accessible. Photography is also helping him understand Bangladeshi society. Photography is more powerful than ever before. Photography is fast becoming synonymous with pornography. Photography is offered in many different pathways, such as scientific, creative, or in a cultural history contest. Photography is slated for a September comeback with a new host. Photography is English, like Scott Archer. Photography is thriving as a profession. Photography is not permitted at any time, and the use of tripods should be avoided wherever possible. Photography is subject to great sea changes and a marked degree of uncertainty, especially in traditional editorial markets. Photography is splashed across some major fashion real estate, including Vogue Italia, Numero, and the New York Times, to name just a couple, bagging him lucrative advertising commissions with prestige names such as Cartier, Saunier Riquel, and Longchamp. Photography is a relatively calm market, with a much more stable and less speculative collector base than in other areas. Photography is fully mature as a cultural activity. Photography is ironic. Photography is to reproduce the real world in as truthful a manner as possible, says Danny Lyon, and he's true to his word. Photography is usually mysterious, recontextualized as art when shown in these contexts. Photography is now regarded as a piece of cake, albeit slightly moldy cake, that anybody with at least one good eye can master. Photography is professional business, seriously undertaken, so that, they can be assured that the pictures will not be misused. Photography is not an art that can grow indefinitely. Photography is one way of capturing the melancholy of passing time, and in England there are fewer things more melancholy than seaside resorts. Photography is only to be expected. Photography is good hair and a beautiful model. Photography is alive and kicking, but not as it's conventionally been perceived. Photography is brash, harshly lit, and Hollywood influenced, and an anathema to Dolan. Photography is, of course, ironically useful in the post-mortem room. Photography is just one part of the medical health officer's armory. And along with every other member of the team, the photographer is dealing with a person's well-being, with their lives. Photography is legal in the UK, and that power is given by the Terrorism Act of 2000 shouldn't be used to prevent photographers from taking images in public. Photography is making a big impact on the way in which photographers present their work. Photography is under-resourced and underappreciated, but, says Jess Crombie, picture editor at WaterAid, Mali's Bamako Encounters African Photography Biennale goes some way to redressing the balance. Photography is Andreas Gursky, who has created large-scale images of banks, trading floors, hotels, and sport, the service industries that have defined globalization over recent years. Photography is not worth the paper it is laser copied onto. Photography is no longer such a key focus for the brand. Photography is all I can do these days, says another Alamy contributor. Photography is a reductive process. Photography is high and low culture all in one. Photography is a journey, and I think that you are constantly evolving your techniques. Photography is 5 times better. Photography is really important because we need to show what we're doing here in the UK. Photography is very popular today, but somewhat overlooked in awards. Photography is their life, but not necessarily their profession. Photography is an ever-lucrative market that closely mirrors fashion trends. Photography is fine art. It doesn't prove whether or not it's art. Photography is the great expressionist art of our time. Photography is the art and science of recording light. Photography is a slow-growing market dominated by a single player. Photography is not my daily bread anymore. Photography is much harder these days because there's so much aggression and suspicion around. Photography is in a rut, claims Chris Coe in our cover feature, which is why he set up a competition to promote better standards. Photography is such a broad church for me that almost anything goes in terms of style and technique. Photography is back, though it has never really been away. Photography is a sedentary business. For others, it's a near perpetual road trip. Photography is not as perfect as some would have you believe. Photography is becoming increasingly involved with images by so-called citizen journalists, a fact borne out by the coverage of the Haymarket bomb. Photography is one of those things that will come back and bite companies on the ass, as with the IT industry when they got rid of a lot of the expensive IT guys. Photography is all about telling the story in a moment in the best possible lighting. Photography is, or should be, devoid of philosophical stances and attitudes. Photography is largely a matter of problem solving. Photography is such a simple tool that the exponents of the craft want to make out that it is more complex than it actually is. Photography is another art form, unlike editorial work. Photography is not and cannot be art. Photography is not brain surgery. You do not need to be qualified to practice. Photography is conspicuous by its absence. Photography is derivative, not creative. Photography is now deemed furtive or intrusive, which can be a nightmare if someone sees you and objects. Photography is still relatively affordable, though. Originally associated with the antiquarian book market, it has missed out on the boost contemporary work got when it started to be sold as fine art. Photography is not an easy branch of our craft. Photography is not like plumbing or electrical work. As Michael has said, its closest relation is artwork. Photography is a long way from painting, and the skills required are often those of cheek and guile rather than just technical or artwork skills. Photography is a minimum requirement, while the ideal candidate will benefit from a working knowledge of the global context and history of photojournalism. Photography is part of an elite group of the very best franchise businesses that were able to maintain high franchise satisfaction over the last year. Photography is utterly simple compared with all the choices you have with digital. Photography is a form of art that has never been in doubt. Photography is fun on its own and can be a welcome break from working with words. Photography is very competitive, especially in the digital age. Photography is not to be left behind. Photography is a viable career. Photography is a lot like carpentry. Photography is about light, and its battles with dark and blackness seems about to engulf that white, bloodless face. Photography is my only other creative pursuit that has given me more space to develop as a painter, funnily enough. Photography is allowed for items in the permanent collection taken in existing light. Photography is contrast. Photography is one of the most widespread hobbies in the world. Photography is what we do best. Photography is taking pictures from every angle that can make a shot look awesome. For instance, a photographer might decide to experiment and move around when taking photos. Photography is the way to read the insides of life. Photography is very subjective. Photography is your portfolio. Photography is still the realm of medium and large format film. Photography is one subject that all amateur photographers should take a lot of interest in. Photography is all about the story. Photography is what you see most. Photography is not the action of a style in itself, but above all, the pursuit of excellence, whatever the photographic variant used. Photography is just another term for close-up photography. Photography is not simply about the truthful rendering of reality, but more about seeing a certain touch of emotion on a model's face, for instance. Photography is all handled on the computer instead of in the darkroom. Photography is very different from landscape or abstract photography. Photography is not an easy profession to survive and grow in. Photography is nothing less than dazzling, though I wouldn't expect it to be an overwhelming improvement over Kino's most recent DVD release, and its lossless soundtrack is uneven but impressive enough when the film demands it. Photography is a great way to better understand the natural world. Photography is all about capturing the great Dickster Gardens near Rye in East Sussex, and you can book your place now. Photography is also an important aspect in the making of a marriage ceremony, making a marriage ceremony a grand success or otherwise. Photography is expected to begin later this year. Photography is like meditation. Photography is simply a hobby for her. Photography is the most important thing you're going to do on your site, and if you cheap out on it, it's going to show, she said. Photography is seeking a dependable, friendly person with great people skills. Photography is extremely interesting and lots of fun. Photography is not real. Photography is rapidly getting popularized all over the world. Photography is the new topic. Photography is a member of our little black book. Photography is certainly opening a new avenue for raising awareness about entomological issues and about insect conservation. Photography is certainly not cheap, but it's one of those things in life where the old adage, you get what you pay for, is certainly true. Photography is quite endless in possibilities, while paparazzi are limited to more of a journalistic kind of nature. Photography is by no means common, but isn't just about exotic, custom-built rigs. Photography is a passion, but at the same time, photography is a positive feeling of imagination. Photography is really important to me since I found out that a single piece of everyday life should be caught somehow, and what is better than a good shot? Photography is also a way of expressing who I am. Photography is now part of my life. Photography is wonderfully rewarding. Photography is my business. Having to pay my bills depends on it. Photography is a technique to interpret images. Photography is detected with a digital camera to from a picture that can be displayed on the screen of a computer. Photography is for those that know their profession well and who love adventure, especially those that are planning to use it to start a photography business. Photography is not by accident. Photography is my only pathological addiction. Hopefully it won't drive me to something worse. Photography is good at turning things inside out, and this is the opposite, bringing the outside in. Photography is like a diary of my life, and because I've done these performance pieces, I've managed to be able to put them into a story, blog them into a story, and my performance pieces have been quite successful. Photography is Klementova's other main interest, and she has been quite successful at it. Photography is not a part of their actual purchasing criteria. Photography is an art that is based on vision and intent. Photography is looking for Chapel Hill, Carborough High School junior reps. Photography is developing into a niche career. Photography is a blog about child, baby, pregnancy, and senior photography in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Photography is like an art which demands proper equipment and the right skills. Photography is for every woman to leave the studio and say that she felt amazing. Photography is an eclectic array of focus that include abstract works, portraitures, and studio art. Photography is used today in a playful, social, and self-expressing way. Photography is still the poor relation. Forget it. Photography is more of an art form than ordinary snapshot photography could ever be. Photography is a modern invention and affords the means of securing a portraiture of an individual's face and form against the will of their owner. Photography is used to represent these formal aspects Photography is now taking reservations for an up-and-coming pinhole photography workshop, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on March 27th in the gallery at 2C Wilson Alley. Photography is an art that must be mastered over time. Photography is best illustrated by the dependable sun, an iconic picture that captures the sun as the only glowing lamp among the trinity of fused lights. Photography is often told what is needed rather than given the option to do what you think would be good, Hutton says. Photography is an important tool used by some dermatologists in the surveillance of high-risk individuals who may develop melanoma. Photography is prone to intruding, exploiting, sensationalizing, or patronizing. Photography is a subject which was difficult to teach 12 years ago, but now nearly every pupil has a mini camera stuffed in their school bag. Photography is Sault native Luc Grandmont. Photography is an expensive endeavor. It costs to deploy and support photographers in remote locations. Photography is in line with the great American documentary tradition of showing the world as it is and making the ordinary extraordinary. Photography is stunning, providing panoramic vistas of deserts and safari plains. Photography is tradition dating back to, probably sometime in the 90s. Photography is all about capturing the moment. Photography is about the capturing what the eye sees. But when the camera sees more than what is humanly possible, is it still a photograph? Photography is an important sector in the UK. Photography is offering chiseled cheekbone guys and gals a chance to get photos worthy of a Sports Illustrated cover. Photography is highly recommended for this because it enables potential viewers and buyers to explore the house without actually being there. Photography is one of my favorite hobbies, and I love to point, shoot, and view the results. Photography is sometimes undervalued in this country, but Pasha and Bayadere demonstrates how the best photographs can hold their own aesthetically against other art forms. Photography is now channeled through her Flying Dumpling line of hand-embellished t-shirts and totes, which started with a t-shirt she made for herself to help promote her husband Zaka's vinyl toy creations, Meow and Mausubi. Photography is a 3-day course which starts on the 12th of April. Photography is excellent, and the most amazing features in this unique phone are music and audio playback, plus voice and audio recording. Photography is as much an art as a science, requiring careful adjustment of his equipment for the perfect focus and exposure. Photography is TBC, but it has been confirmed that the film will be shot on film as opposed to a digital shoot to complement the look and feel of The Quiet Man. Photography is grainy. The makeup is marginal. The music is obvious. Photography is like a tall guy who plays good basketball. Photography is his only artistic outlet. Photography is my profession, but teaching is my passion. Photography is unique in that not only does it cover wedding photography, but it does it as no other book on the market has done before. Photography is taken care of, and your property is advertised and marketed locally through their website. Photography is now booming in Egypt, Guani says. Photography is quite niche, and it doesn't always pay. Photography is looking for a fresh, dedicated graphic designer or DTP operator to join the team. Photography is being whittled away by the mass accessibility of digital cameras. Photography is the first American museum to show Tishi's work, which has been camouflaged by filth and preyed on by rodents at his home in Kijov, a town in the southern Czech Republic. Photography is a way to connect to life and this human experience. Photography is not to be left behind, however. Photography is expected to begin in the spring as Bonner launches a March Across America to raise awareness funds for homeless children. Photography is the perfect combination for me of art and what I want to do with my life, which is help people. Photography is set to grace the galleries, cafes, restaurants, and even streets of Sydney in May 2010. Photography is a medium because it is neither rare nor well done. Photography is taken from low-flying aircraft, not satellites. Photography is a science, not to be tampered with by creativity. Photography is a production process that utilizes only real food in the creation of the perfect image. Photography is a lot simpler, they say, Dritchell said. Photography is open Tuesdays through Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Sundays from 1 to 6 p.m. Photography is still very much on the fringes of the mainstream art world. Photography is also much more subversive than Westerners might perceive. Photography is Klementova's other main interest, and she has been quite successful at it. Photography is among the top 5% of all vendors in the wedding wire community, which includes over 100,000 wedding professionals across the US and Canada. Photography is experiencing a tsunami of interest and demand. Photography is my calling. Photography is mostly a middle-class genre. Photography is an important hobby to Grady, administrative director for the Center for Heart Failure at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. Photography is very recent. Photography is his passion, and he wants to make sure he spreads that joy around to all of Augusta. Photography is like loving someone. If there's no passion, pursuit is pointless. Photography is a great way to bridge that gap. Photography is just point and click, but it's so much more than that, Masterson said. Photography is a hard game. Photography is Satashini Moodley, who also worked as an editor with John. Photography is equally atmospheric. Photography is just about everyday life and everyday people. Then why are we so intrigued by it? Photography is part of the competition. Photography is by Deanna Lewis of Creative Memory Studio. Photography is technically challenging because high magnification of the subject also means high magnification of any mistakes, such as camera shake. Photography is permitted, China's head coach Li Yan told reporters. Photography is a discovery process where something extraordinary can be found within the confines of ordinary life. Photography is fast approaching. In fact, it's only 10 days away. Photography is done with digital camera equipment mounted in the plane that also captures the ground position of each photograph as it is taken using the global positioning system. Photography is approximately 10% of the overall budget cost. Photography is just a hobby right now, but if the right opportunity comes her way, she wouldn't mind spending the rest of her life with a camera. Photography is a current 7-page feature in Foam magazine's February-March issue. Photography is easy and shouldn't be considered an art next to traditional paintings. Photography is typically a very individual activity, and correspondingly, there are almost as many different workflows as there are photographers. Photography is crisp, the editing smooth. Photography is intuitive to the point of opacity. Photography is like the cliche of sexual experimentation in college. Photography is Beijing and Sydney. Photography is by Australian John Seale, and it is all very handsome and tasteful and boldly directed by Anthony Minghella, so why am I not that into it? Photography is rarely visible, an occasional glimmer amid the software masterpieces. Photography is going digital. Photography is legal, states Hurlbut. Photography is facing challenges posed by rapidly growing multimedia technology and the participation of amateurs on a massive scale. Photography is on display at an exhibit called Toronto Calling. Photography is done by Terrence Moore, a photographer whose work has appeared in many books and magazines. Photography is his favorite hobby, and chill blue is his favorite color. Photography is the confluence of these fundamental facets of Marion Krause's life. Photography is an art form, but understanding exposure is part science, part math. Photography is a vibrant compilation of the last 13 years of her travels, and a showcase of her fascination with international landscapes. Photography is black and white, not color. Photography is dominated by films, which leads to an overwhelming number of sounds competing for space and attention. Photography is all about being at the right time, at the right place, in a steady hand. Photography is poised to take medical scanning to a whole new level. Photography is an essential component of a wedding, but it's often a decision that comes long after the dress, the invitations, and just about everything else has been fussed over. Photography is participating in the 2010 International Charity Model Search to select North America's Cutest Family and to raise funds for the Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep Foundation, stated the news release. Photography is actually not allowed. Photography is prairie landscapes and prairie landmarks such as barns and churches. Photography is controlled and self-consciously aesthetic. Photography is also car-related. Photography is sold usually every summer at the visitor center in the form of magnets. Photography is just not what it used to be. There is not any more money in the game. Photography is in Friary Walk, Crown Gate, in the former MK1 unit until Sunday, February 21st from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Photography is at an angle so that Baker can study the photos to see if you are hiding a new deck or hot tub under your eaves. Photography is located at 2848 Pleasant Road, Suite 113, Fort Mill, South Carolina 29708. Photography is warm-hued but muted, establishing a tone of low-key kitchen sink naturalism. Photography is actually clear, vivid watercolor. Photography is really perception. Photography is clean photography. Photography is crumbling. Photography is morphing into a type of painting, but not by and large a very good kind. Photography is excellent in Chevalier film. Photography is formally recognized as a fine art at Ohio University, the first American college or university to offer a bachelor's and a master's degree in a 4-year curriculum that combines photographic instruction with liberal arts training. Photography is enjoying a phenomenal boom. Photography is not a true art because it is a selective and not a creative medium. Photography is chief virtue of Reinhardt film. Photography is having a prized moment. Photography is where the curatorial bias currently rests. Photography is used to count readers of outdoor ads. Photography is topic in all world centers. Photography is a cheery, welcome influence, keeping the men and women of the forces in touch with home, strengthening family ties. Photography is an art for her. Photography is as rewarding as it is challenging, says Lucy Davis. Photography is truly spectacular, so much so that the two cameramen get equal billing. Photography is dead in its traditional form, says Tim Hetherington. Photography is Jacob Gare, while in general charge of photography is Maynard Owen Williams, both of whom have been assigned by the Geographic Society. Photography is fun if you know what it's all about. Photography is a key job of an astronaut. Photography is the photographing of shops, delivery wagons, dray horses, showcases, bulk windows, and the like. Photography is an art to you. You must be an artist first. Photography is also used by galleries and museums to detect fake works of art. Photography is important for teaching, for recording, clinical appearances, and response to treatment. Photography is a most important tool in many branches of police work. Photography is dead at 84. Photography is brilliant, and those sporting encounters with a walrus and an enormous polar bear are so thrilling that the audience roused itself to clap. Photography is a picture-perfect reward for a Microsoft executive. Photography is a common interest among many techies. Photography is grand, narration less so. Photography is your hobby. You're bound to have questions and problems. Photography is just one part of Gordon Parks' life. Photography is used in planning state highways. Photography is like fencing. You must keep your distance, wait, and then thrust. Photography is assured, and all photographers feel his influence, but as long ago as 1957, he was being criticized for never having adapted, and his style of elegant observation has since been sidelined by television. Photography is not the fetishized print, but the latitude of usage and taste that the medium encourages and allows. Photography is supposed to be about visual exploration, then these explorers have a camera in one hand and a flag to claim possession in the other. Photography is close up, taken with telescopic lenses, and judging from the number of zoos credited at the back of the book, photographed in enclosures. Photography is so euphemistic that it looks like an annual report. Photography is like oratory. Sometimes the speaker is more concerned with the sound of his or her own voice than the effect of the words. Photography is a security threat only in movies. Photography is foreshadowed in the words, quote, "The elementary spirits have studied to fix these transient images. They have composed a most subtle matter, very viscous, and proper to harden and dry, by the help of which a picture is made in the twinkle of an eye," unquote. Photography is a bore. Photography is intrusive and can spoil your outlook. Photography is strictly prohibited once you pass the yellow demarcation lines. Photography is omnivorous to the point of cannibalism. Photography is not an art, it is a language, a neutral medium. Photography is the vehicle that carries the story of a motion picture. Photography is an open-ended question, not a statement. Photography is not just something you frame and put on a wall, says Robert A. Sobierczak, Director of Photographic Collections at the International Museum of Photography at George Eastman House in Rochester. Photography is undergoing a historic transformation. Photography is the quickest way to make the pictures she wants. Photography is no longer prints on paper when the image exists only as electronic data that can be called up on a video monitor. Photography is treated in museums. Photography is the implied message that has been. Photography is simple, banal, no depth. Photography is of vast importance, and the stride which has recently been made in adapting magnetoelectricity to such purpose by Mr. J.E. Mayle at his newly appointed art studio, number 164 New Bond Street, can best be estimated by its results. Photography is already over. Photography is not the only medium in which generic imagery has surfaced, of course, since contemporary art as a whole is preoccupied with the issues of ambiguity and representation. Photography is all about visual literacy, and it is vital it is taught properly. Photography is so young. There are so many attitudes about it. It's silly to lay down laws. Photography is 150 years old. I remember when it was 100 years old. Photography is the least mechanical of arts, she said. Photography is the major art medium today. Photography is Gregory Crewdson's large untitled photograph of suburban life gone awry. Photography is a forgotten treasure house, and T.R. Williams was its master. Photography is subversive not when it frightens, repels, or even stigmatizes, but when it is pensive, when it thinks. Photography is still as much a sport as it is an art. Photography is capital price, which means that the cost is for the equipment wanted to retail and copy the photos, and once bought requires just no further expense outlay. Photography is the photography of birds, animals, fish, and other wildlife. Photography is a career option you should consider seriously. Photography is indeed privileged. Photography is the exact opposite of photojournalism and commercial photography. Photography is not only from a professional photographer, i.e. intelligent auto mode. Photography is contentious, and it always has been, she says. Photography is a perfect reflection of your memories of that important day. Photography is illustrated in this photo, namely the wild, varied colors of the light sources we deal with. Photography is more than just a job, it's an art. Photography is a manner of personal vision, the relationship of spirit between subject and photographer. Photography is defined as all the photos that express an artist's creative vision. Photography is useful in detecting spiritualistic frauds. The spiritualists themselves, on the other hand, maintain that photography is the very thing to employ to secure proof of the reality of the phenomena. Photography is just as much fun in the winter as it is in the summer. Photography is done by powerful electronic flash or by slow-burning, high-intensity parachute flares. Photography is a life work, not a side issue. Photography is still a relative bargain because eventually prints by master photographers like Legray and Ache will rival the prices of Monets and Picassos. Photography is a technological revolution. Photography is based on the idea that the photograph and its subject are not the same thing. Photography is the secret star of Blue Lagoon. Photography is facing a new development almost as far-reaching as the change from tintypes to cellulose film. Photography is the standing wonder of modern science and art. Photography is no longer seen as a tracing of reality, but rather as an act of visual deconstruction, knocking down the wall between reality and representation. It will be safe once again. Photography is to believe that real photographs are, like fake ones, nothing more than representations of representations. Photography is most fascinating when it is not trying to serve a purpose. Photography is a great hobby, a great profession, and a great science. Photography is done straight to a JPEG file. Photography is your hobby. The purchase of a suitable camera for this type of photography is certainly warranted. Photography is almost reflexively self-referential, it seems. Photography is predominantly applied for commercial purposes. Much of what is published and exhibited is actually either advertising, illustration, or propaganda. Photography is all right for children. Only film is truly capable of capturing the soul of your travel destination. Photography is scheduled to begin May 2nd in China. Photography is our only business. That means you choose from the finest photographic equipment. Photography is the work of 10 commonplace journeymen who do an excellent technical job. Photography is labor man loves. Photography is like taking pictures at a distance. Photography is instant drawing. Photography is being transformed so fundamentally that its basic function and character will change beyond recognition. Photography is in the midst of an epochal change in the proliferation of new imaging systems that do not fit within standard definitions of the medium. Photography is as remarkable as his work in other fields. Photography is a way of life and a way to understand my surroundings. Photography is not only glamorous, but comes as a great career opportunity for those looking for fame, money, and show their creative talents to the world. Photography is varied and challenging, ranging from the mundane to the exciting and sometimes exotic, sometimes dangerous. Photography is also a tangled network of legal traps, a quicksand of uncertain complications that can engulf the unwary photographer. Photography is particularly vulnerable to alteration. Photography is a carefree hobby, a serious diversion, and a gainful vocation for millions of photo fans throughout the country. Photography is not an impersonal topic to me because of knowing many photographers covering battle areas for the past 40 years and handling their efforts at the end of the photo line in the Associated Press office. Photography is banned in North Carolina. Photography is not restricted to photographers. Photography is a mirage. Photography is indeed an art form. There are a number of artists, especially newcomers, that strongly resent photography exhibitions being held in art galleries. Photography is now making its mark in the Indian art market. Photography is not pure art, and it shouldn't be confused as art. Photography is a specialty of ours. Photography is to tell it like it is. Photography is not about a specific style of image making. Photography is as varied as the individuals who choose to work with the medium. Photography is an academy situated in Alwar Pet that imparts practical training in photography and instills confidence in budding photographers. Photography is not a 9-to-5 job, and unlike as in other professions, a candidate who opts for this field should be prepared for a 24-hour grind, says wide-angled Ravi Shankaran, cinematographer. Photography is to leave documentation for coming centuries. Photography is not allowed in many public places. Photography is now being observed by the Museum of Modern Art, which first published his book in 1938. Photography is a series of negations. Photography is generally banned, she said. Photography is promised for the future. Photography is a language, it is often claimed. Photography is not exactly a secret. Photography is particularly vigorous these days, and that the Beschers are largely responsible for it. Photography is a way to create your own world of visuals. Photography is a key for that, to be extremely happy and balanced. Photography is forbidden. Use a quiet camera, frame when no one's looking, and cough when you trip the shutter. The plight of museum guards. Next to elevator operators, they have the world's most boring job, and his enjoyment of mummies and other stuffed remains. Wax museums are a poor substitute in comparison. Photography is beautiful, with locations and perspectives on the city that capture Boston's essence. Photography is my ticket to places I wouldn't normally be invited, says Amanda Campbell. Photography is not a medium that does a very good job at this. Photography is a sumptuous celebration of the photographic treasures accumulated by the State Library of New South Wales. Photography is consistently diverse and stimulating. Photography is interesting. Photography is hobby of Siam's king. Photography is fine, and the music is competent. Photography is edited with a heavier hand because of its ability not just to offend the viewer, but to implicate him or her as well. Photography is the discovery of a process by which colors as well as objects may be photographed. Photography is defined to a large degree by the circumstances of our society. Photography is enjoyed by children with simple box cameras, as well as amateur filmmakers with elaborate and sophisticated equipment and ideas. Photography is all about being there where things happen. Photography is explained by the instant gratification of being able to see the picture the right way and ability to make prints at home. Photography is to take in too much of the area you're shooting, Echtel says. Photography is digital. It's all about the technology and what you can do after the fact. Photography is about doctoring commercial images, making something sexy and perfect to sell underwear or perfume, he says. Photography is earning prime wall space in many homes. Photography is a modern medium invented at a time when the role that images had played in earlier society was being questioned. Photography is century-old rubber's vulcanization also. Photography is a separate medium, just as charcoal drawing is different from oil painting. Photography is based on reality. It looks like reality, but it's not reality. Photography is the chief medium, and as used by these artists, it is an indoor sport from start to finish. Photography is not straight, but is rather an amalgam of photographic processes. Photography is revolutionizing the prosecution of domestic violence cases. Photography is its malleability. Anything digital can be changed with ease, which raises questions about the admissibility of digital images as evidence. Photography is damaging, provided they don't pressure people who don't want to press charges into doing so. Photography is finished, Miss Ryan said. Photography is the final stage of a process that might be called sculpture or collage in a different context. Photography is a messy affair. Photography is rife with subterfuges concocted in the name of some greater social good, American and otherwise. Photography is expanding in a late 20th century photographic version of Manifest Destiny. Photography is setting the record straight. Photography is a notoriously ambiguous medium. Photography is a medium of truth, not artifice. Photography is itself a troubling question, more troubling in some cases than in others. Photography is rapidly becoming a special interest niche. Photography is used in the construction of that fantasy. Photography is extremely modest. Photography is increasingly concerned with recycling its own imagery. Photography is getting more and more to resemble the field of archaeology as one after another the layers of buried photographic treasures are unearthed from the dust of unexamined archives and the neglect of years. Photography is a noteworthy event. Photography is the predilection for grids, and more generally for orderliness, to be found in the work of a broad range of the artists here. Beuys, Mr. Polk, the Beschers, Mr. Richter, Mr. Darboven, Amy Knobel, and Peter Rohr, to name a few. Photography is by no means confined to the commercially oriented, as the show on hand at the Summit Art Center proves. Photography is widely shown, collected, published, and admired, but repeatedly has been scourged by reviewers with a relentless, not ordinarily encountered in art criticism. Photography is almost a contradiction in terms. Photography is meant to make the object photographed more desirable than it often is. Photography is going to disappear, said Philip S. Block, Deputy Director for Programs. Photography is indeed magic, a strange blend of alchemy and cooking, and does not give up its tricks to the public without a struggle. Photography is still the art of immobilities, and dance is still the art of movement. Photography is coming to resemble in an era of postmodernism in the arts and postformalism in photography. Photography is meant to convey reality, but some realities were judged unbearable. Photography is opening two shows, one devoted to him, the other to Cartier-Bresson. Photography is based on an unapologetic flouting of Ache's view of himself. Photography is as hot as the surface of the sun. Photography is parochial, self-centered, and worse. Photography is somehow a national security threat. Photography is a medium of expression as well as description. Photography is the subject of a 209 print exhibition that opens Tuesday at the International Center of Photography, 1130 Fifth Avenue at 94th Street through January 8th. Photography is changing. Through slideshows, vast archives sifted and sorted by tags and keywords, and ease of access to video. Photography is so multifarious and omnivorous that books and shows can be and are concocted around just about any subject in the real world that someone takes a fancy to. Dogs, cats, horses, pigs, flowers, cars, trains, hands, feet, babies, crowds, diners, baseball fields. Photography is much more than aesthetics. Photography is a seamless medium, a whole, continuous image put together at once, which the eye unconsciously distinguishes from a drawn image that is made inch by inch or pixel by pixel in the case of a digital image. Photography is the medium most resistant to analytical explanations. It more than meets its match in Mexico. Photography is the idea that the moving wand of a scanner can capture a sense of perspective, a richness of color, and a level of detail that a single static lens cannot. Photography is also a bit shady after all. Photography is our bridge to the modern world, said Michael Brand, the director of the museum, whose new Center for Photographs opens to the public on October 24th. Photography is the easiest thing to collect. Photography is one of the many digital darkroom techniques catching the fancy of amateur photographers. Photography is a peculiarly collaborative enterprise, rather like theater, rather like film. Photography is laudable, if somewhat belated, given the medium's importance in the history of American art. Photography is the fact that so many images can be made that can be available to so many people. Photography is more immediately visual. You don't have to know who the model is or who designed the clothes to be interested. Photography is so rich a topic that it could easily be the basis of a much larger show. Photography is indeed a highly competitive field now. Photography is the new thing in the art market. Photography is an inexpensive habit and has not been much more available than tennis to city children of any color who were not solidly middle class. Photography is not in its aesthetic quality or personal vision, but in what it represents. Quote, a comprehensive and detailed cross-section of mid-century middle American middle-class life, unquote. Photography is the future of imaging, he said. Photography is now a status object, with prices to match. Photography is especially well suited to the beginner. Photography is credited with helping create American tabloid journalism, paving the way for the National Enquirer and TV shows like America's Most Wanted. Photography is the ultimate blend of art and science. Photography is your attempt to show people how you see the world. Photography is far more sensitive to images as icons of culture, not of the spirit. Photography is being redefined as illustrative invention is jarring to those who think of photos as truth. Photography is again on view in Evidence Revisited, which originated at the University of Arizona's Center for Creative Photography and will travel to Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York in October. Photography is unlikely to disappear soon, in the view of Don Franz, publisher of the trade publication Photo Imaging News. Photography is different now. Museums are savvier about displaying it. Photography is inherently about edges, about where a photographer chooses to stand, in what direction he or she points the camera, and where the picture's frame then makes an edge out of what shows through the viewfinder. Photography is generally limited to 3 or 4 artists, which puts pressure on the chosen few to deliver something fresh. Photography is not always about image enhancement or improvement. Photography is to beautify, or at least make interesting, most things it represents. Photography is much more extraordinary than we realized. Photography is never ambiguous. Photography is about the woman who looks into a baby carriage and exclaims, "Oh, what a beautiful baby." Photography is a gateway into art, something that is accessible to more and more people, said Mark C. Wilson, the museum's director. Photography is always about going out searching. Photography is a melding of 3 disciplines, optics, mechanics, and electronics, and he has coined a new term for his field, opticatronics. Photography is possible, first because there are too many, and second because the book is a thoughtful meditation, not a treatise. Photography is the unofficial theme of 3 separate Manhattan shows: Pictorialism into Modernism, the Clarence H. White School of Photography at the ICP, Women of the Clarence White School at the Howard Greenberg Gallery, and Margaret Watkins at the Robert Mann Gallery. Photography is being renovated back into a private house. Photography is an established form of free speech. Photography is not a mirror of reality, but merely a hall of mirrors. Photography is especially interesting, in part because it comes from countries supposedly enthralled to American popular culture. Photography is only one aspect of Mr. Graham's work. Several of his videos are shown in a nearby gallery. Photography is the rage. Photography is equally elegiac, expressing sorrow for what is irrevocably past. Photography is being enlisted once again in the service of ideas. Photography is a generous medium. Photography is a collaboration, but one in which the photographer plays the decisive role. Photography is somewhat unusual. Most of the pictures here are black and white, Photography is to make pictures of people, whether as formal portraits, ID photos, or simple family snapshots. Photography is a medium that has not been clouded by discrimination. Photography is unmistakable and crucial. Photography is the year's newest retro fashion. Photography is defined by its intrinsic ability to do what no other medium can, to faithfully record and document physical fact. Photography is a persistent, if largely unrecognized, subgenre of the medium, a homier cousin to the more honored category of landscape photography. Photography is pervaded by sensuality. Photography is more accommodating than our preconceptions of it, as may be discovered at the exhibition Yusuf Karsh, a 50-year retrospective, which opens today at ICP, 1130 Fifth Avenue at 94th Street. Photography is in the world, but not of it. Or, as Mr. Froats puts it in a statement, his prints duplicate the natural order of the world. Photography is an art that has been supplemented by the question, equally difficult to answer in the abstract, of when photography is just photography. Photography has written Mr. Link, now 70 and still active. Photography is not so much a medium of inventive, technical, and formal devices as it is a cultural presence, responsible in large part for what the influential French critic Jean Baudrillard has called the simulacrum. Photography is to strip the pictures of their dulling glaze of fame. Photography is first and last about motion and emotion. And these days, cameras and a huge miscellany of photographic gadgetry are packed with enough electronic innards to allow competent shooters to capture the fleetingest of moments under the murkiest of circumstances. Photography is not a late 20th century invention. Photography is equally allied with the practices of conceptual and postmodernist art, since they erect typologies of form that challenge the traditional meanings of art, architecture, and photography. Photography is, to a great extent, a record of technical advances. Photography is by nature a prolific medium, and practically anyone can take a picture. Some less obvious possibility than a paucity of pictures must be at play. Photography is a relatively young entry into the art historical arena, which means that its tradition remains more like a sketch than a finished drawing. Photography is less literal and more experimental, emphasizing the expressive potentials of the medium. Photography is not being ignored. A Paul Strand retrospective opening December 2nd at the National Gallery and then touring the country for 2 years weighs in as the fall's most heavily promoted show. Photography is especially susceptible to this argument since it emphasizes and values precisely those characteristics: frozen gestures, accidental compositions, unlikely juxtapositions which seem most natural to the camera. Photography is no happy accident. Photography is more fascinating or more frustrating than the rediscovery of the 19th century commercial photography that's now going on. Photography is the shuttle itself. Photography is at a peculiar juncture right now. Photography is giving him a splendid early birthday gift, in fact, a series of gifts. Photography is Robert Capa's famous and recently controversial photograph of a soldier falling in battle, purportedly at the moment he was fatally struck by enemy fire. Photography is not affiliated with Kodak, although the photographic and chemical company has long been a supporter of its programs. Photography is saying it with almost no words at all in Only Skin Deep, Changing Visions of the American Self, a big, unwieldy group exhibition that has rumbled in just under the 2003 wire and turns out to be one of the most ambitious and stimulating shows of the year. Photography is helping stores get an edge on the competition. Photography is Vic Munez's Beggar One after Rembrandt, 2001. Photography is all about manipulation. As it's evolved, it's become more manipulative in every way. Photography is my way of understanding the world. Photography is a newer art form. It was more open and accepting of women. Photography is flat and diffuse. Photography is much, much easier and quicker than it used to be. Photography is about memories, not technology. That is definitely good for us. Photography is becoming more and more vital concern for us. Photography is a praise song in pictures, a shout out to history. Photography is experimentation, so it was inevitable that he would raise his own stakes. Photography is like sharpshooting. Photography is very non-threatening for a museum. Photography is easy. It's the shopping that's hard. Photography is mostly luck, and isn't it funny how some photographers are so much luckier than others? Photography is free. There is no cost for film or developing, so people snap far more shots than they did with film cameras. Photography is marked by experiments with new forms involving serial imagery, multiple arrangements of pictures, and a sculptural approach to presentation. Photography is still not perfect. Photography is my nutrition, and the sound of the shutter is my heart-beating pulse. Photography is more and more detached from its original message. Photography is not only less flexible, but also, in his eyes, less honest. Photography is matchless, but there is little evidence here to suggest that he was anything more than a derivative, if competent, painter. Photography is without doubt an art, but not all photography is art. Photography is filled with clothing that becomes appealing years later. Photography is no longer an island. Photography is not flamboyant, does not depend upon the superficial excitements. Photography is playing an increasing role at hospitals and research institutions. Photography is moving forward into its past. Photography is a medium of tremendous significance for Americans today, and yet there is no outlet for the photographers. Photography is essentially a medium in which the eye must be coordinated and trained to see as the lens sees. Photography is not the dominating force it was 3 years ago, but among the most arresting works at Pulse is a series of portraits of children and teenagers by the Dublin-based artist John Gerard, displayed at Ernst Hilger. Photography is simply too elastic to be ringed in by a single ideology. Photography is the exception to that rule. Photography is virtually a lost art form. Photography is bringing its first triennial of photography and video straight to Midtown Manhattan. Photography is now dating one of the models. Photography is nothing new to Rauschenberg, who started taking pictures at Black Mountain College in 1949. Photography is forbidden in the vicinity of their villages, and in the last year or two, many of their dances have been closed to outsiders. Photography is defined as pragmatic, illustrative, propagandistic for specific clients with prescribed thematic and stylistic needs. Photography is just the opportunity to be able to formalize that discussion. Photography is a mishmash of cultures and functions in which old and older tend to dominate. Photography is now so big that it can't avoid being affected by the general economy. Photography is as smooth or as quick as the situation demands. Photography is playing a role for the first time at AOI Gallery and Marouk Desai. Photography is comparable to nudity as part of a performance show or exhibition, all of which are legal. Photography is in ascendancy as a form of human expression. Photography is something of a mutual seduction. He found the process intimate in a familiar way. Photography is a form of expression protected by the First Amendment as well as state law. Photography is as informal or formal, inexpensive or pricey as the client wants to make it. Photography is not so much shameless as beyond shame. Photography is allowed only on the 2-hour tour. Photography is in the thick of it. Photography is defined as the constant reinvention of the illusion of immortality. Photography is an essential ingredient, one might even say the essential ingredient in all of Andy Warhol's work, from his paintings, drawings, prints, and sculptures to Interview magazine and most of his books. Photography is the notable exception. featuring a blindfolded woman with a rope around her neck and another woman with octopus tentacles dangling between her legs. Photography is like Polaroid photography with a Xerox copier and fax machine attached. Photography is based here, as is the Sonoran Desert Museum. Photography is often missing. Photography is interest in the part of the photographer, not in photography, but in his subject. Photography is taking seriously the often non-traditional photographic strategies of conceptual and postmodern artists who tend to use the medium without thinking of themselves as photographers. Photography is nearly out of the question. Photography is notorious for giving us more details than the eye can take in unaided, but color photography has not picked up every hair and pore like this. Photography is the Hungarian-born Vilmos Zsigmond, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Photography is Vittorio Sotaro, whose film credits include Bertolucci's Last Tango in Paris, Warren Beatty's Reds, and Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now. Photography is at Moorestown, which is the cleaner, better-looking venue. Photography is his continuing ability to produce fresh images from a small number of themes. Photography is more than a hobby. It is a chance, in a way, to see again. Photography is indeed a mirror of the tight-knit world that produces the photographs. Photography is frequently eloquent and imaginative. Photography is so effective and the editing so slick that not until the movie is over does one wonder how the camera tricks were achieved. Photography is full of slashes of color so bold that the objects themselves become secondary. Photography is very fine, and the track sequences, even to someone who has no real interest in track, are charged with poetry. Photography is the chief metaphor in Billy Sunday, and much of the novel feels like Van Schaik's spectral and suggestive spirit photographs. Photography is practically non-existent. Photography is dazzlingly on the mark. Photography is exquisite. The powerful, sun-kissed river is surrounded by lush green hills. Pretty pictures only take you so far. Photography is forbidden, just as it is throughout the jail. Photography is mostly so medium gray that the images are not easily understood. Photography is often a very solitary profession. Photography is now producing detailed X-ray movies of the heart. Photography is inherently an objective art. Viewers are not drawn into the thick of things. Photography is a spin-off of advances in undersea gear, including deep-diving robots. Photography is an endangered species of art. Photography is undermined by the script of his co-producer, Gene Rawlings. Photography is cleverly done, as are the sound effects. Photography is still effective in images of a pregnant woman examining herself in a mirror and a woman displayed in an open coffin. The title indicates she was stabbed to death. Photography is more challenging than it might seem, but in an ambitious series titled Alternative Lifestyles, Gerald Apple makes many of the right decisions about lighting, angle, position, and detail to merge personality, image, and message. Photography is no more purely visual, no more intrinsically separated from the rest of experience than looking at a sunset, or looking into the eyes of a lover or friend, or reading a book you can't put down. Photography is not an end in itself, but a means by which the director characterizes his characters. Photography is the medium closest to poetry. Photography is vivid, and the youngsters are appealing. Whether singing little songs or doing a chorus number to a rock beat, their displays of acrobatics and martial arts are startling. Photography is not in abundance here, but a strong showing is presented by Peter Fetterman, including a wall of gravure prints by Roy D. Carava, masterly in their nuanced gradations of tone. Photography is stocked with precedents, dating back to its earliest days. Photography is an interest that I haven't yet converted into work. Photography is increasingly difficult to accomplish. Photography is to answer the question, what are people feeling at that moment? Photography is a highly effective homeopathic remedy that quickly alleviates multiple symptoms of the infection. Photography is the top-selling homeopathic remedy for wedding photographer infections for just one simple reason. Photography is less risky because of its simple packaging, from its preparation to its final product packaging. Photography is one of the most beautiful definitions of an art that expresses the picture portrayed. Photography is not only a great way to spend your time learning different photography techniques, it is also a great way to add to your home decor. Photography is actually fun to do, and even fun for me when I see all the extra money being deposited in my bank account month after month. Photography is partly technical. You certainly won't get far till you know how to use your camera. Excuse me. Photography is not merely capturing objects, setting poses, portraying beauty, and carving memories, but also creating an artwork. Photography is a 100% natural product and makes use of some of the best homeopathic ingredients. Photography is the best way to understand the world of digitalization. Photography is the eye or head level height in which photographs are taken. Photography is an important consideration in the weeks leading up to the big day. Photography is taught. Photography is the photographer. 9% is the lens. Only 1% is the body. Photography is not studio photography. Photography is so commonplace today that it has become second nature. Photography is a business, and this book does a great job of ensuring it is a rewarding and profitable one. Photography is a huge and varied discipline, with millions of photographers worldwide meeting on services like Flickr and Picasa to share their shots, improve their work, and develop their career. Photography is best done with a large range of focus. Photography is a numbers game. Photography is honored to partner with USA Football and happy that millions of children and their families will have the opportunity to have TSS provide the best picture day possible along with the best football leadership possible, said TSS Photography President Joe Lindenmayer. Photography is now available in a slip-cased baby elephant version. Photography is the point of discussion. Photography is on display at the Elizabethan Gardens in Manteo. Photography is a great activity for the residents, Mr. Ingram said. Photography is all about using lighting that produces tones that fall mostly between white and gray with very few dark tones. Photography is to find unique things through my travels. Photography is all about being in the right place at the right time, imagining what the image should look like, and having the know-how to get the image exactly as you intend it to be. Photography is a highly technical medium. Photography is incredibly personal as it reflects yourself at the time the piece was created. Photography is a long-awaited career swing for Rage, as he is better known for his music video and feature film directing. But with a resume as impressive as Rage's, it is sure to be a success. Photography is located at 79880 42nd Avenue. Photography is one of the most difficult phenomena to capture. Photography is Gabor's whole life. It's how he sees the world, said Zalassi's wife, photographer Doreen Lindsay. Photography is loud, says MP. Photography is art because of the fact that it does take an artist's eye to discover a great matter of digital photography. Photography is defined as the art or process of producing images by the action of light on surfaces sensitized by chemical processes. Photography is working to create a vision in the mind. Photography is definitely one of the hottest hobbies of today. Photography is my one recreation, and I think it should be done well. Photography is on the sky. Photography is definitely a learning experience, one where I am sure to be a life student. I learn from my mistakes, and as a result, I see my photographs evolve with time. Photography is my whole life, yet I find it can be a curse rather than a blessing. Photography is a hobby that is becoming more and more popular as most people today have a digital camera in their home. Photography is important to you. Do you expect it will have the same importance for you in the future? Photography is an unusual art form because it isn't about necessarily creating something beautiful as it is capturing existing beauty. Photography is your passion and you would like to earn money from it. You must remember that it'll take patience, a decent budget, and determination. Photography is such a male-dominated hobby profession. Photography is a great hobby, but then so is collecting. Photography is quite an intricate art. Photography is a superb activity. Photography is to capture photos that celebrate the passage of time. Photography is dependent on perfect focus, and got the bug isn't quite there. Photography is part of this cross-material experimentation, and it has been a consistent thread in her work. Photography is under threat because no photographer will be able to license their work on an exclusive basis. Photography is Peter Corlett, who resides near Mansfield. Photography is candid and beautiful, showing a refined taste and judgment on the part of the photographer. Photography is known as the branch of science that captures and keeps details of the image in the past. Photography is fun, and with practice, the novice photographer will soon be just as good as the professional. Photography is one of the world's fastest growing hobbies. Photography is design, and it was here that the author dealt with most of the standard composition rules, like the rule of thirds and frames within frames. Photography is an art and a science. It is highly practical or functional and purely aesthetic. It all depends on to what use we put it. Photography is one of the best innovations in a long time. Photography is the line you've decided upon. You need to understand that promoting your photography business in a correct manner is essential to the growth of the business. Photography is a good platform where you can start with to provide you the skills you need to embark on digital photography. Photography is pleased to announce the winner of the 2010 Unconditional Love Contest. Photography is a technique of shooting a series of images in which the subject is captured in successive motion. Photography is an interactive online school that offers a flexibility online lesson for students who can study at home at their own pace. Photography is a profession and not just a hobby, and you depend on the quality of your work for reputation. Photography is all you need. Photography is something common for travelers and extreme sports fans. Photography is very practical for cartography. Photography is the art of making a painting using a camera, a lens, and a flashlight. Photography is usually used at functions such as birthdays, graduations, and weddings, and is used to hang decoratively on the wall. Photography is your hobby, and children are always searching for the best digital camera to capture amazing photographs. Photography is an old trick turning new again. Photography is a lie. Photography is all about creativity. Photography is post-processed to a certain extent. Photography is intended to communicate. Photography is all about great lighting and getting the right muse or subject, but it is actually much less than all such fancy thinking, as even ordinary subjects, under the right circumstances, can yield a great shot and make for a thought-provoking picture. Photography is a youth project using photography as a tool for discussing conflict and peace building. Photography is not new to Alex Moe. Photography is something that you cannot learn through reading. Photography is more about her topics than technique. Photography is something every American does. Photography is a sham. Photography is in a fine Scandinavian tradition, and the supporting cast includes some highly familiar Swedish and Danish faces. Photography is fine, but try to avoid the images that have become cliches. Photography is no flash in the pan. Photography is forbidden within the museum, but we can tell you that it has a 3rd century synagogue discovered in the desert in eastern Syria, now reconstructed here with amazing wall paintings. Photography is my desperate act to make permanent a fleeting moment. Photography is now taking on retail clients. Photography is looking for 2011 senior models. Photography is about developing a career, not by stringing together one paid gig after another. Photography is a lucrative career. Photography is a passion for many of us. Photography is the art or practice of taking and processing photographs. Photography is glamorous. Photography is an art that requires techniques and practice. Photography is going to stay digital from now on. Photography is possible without extravagant equipment. Photography is left over from the 1800s when large glass plates were used to make photos. Photography is also blossoming. Photography is underway in and around New Orleans, Louisiana. Photography is emerging as a fine art and expression of creativity. Photography is a form of expressing one's emotion and style and capturing life's priceless moments. Photography is an art first and foremost. Photography is exactly how you want it. Photography is about a lot more than just pointing a camera at a subject and taking a photo. Photography is a book void of all personality, which is ironic considering how personable the process of portraiture is. Damn hard work. Photography is an important medium to portray beautiful objects of the world in their heavenly forms. Photography is an interactive online course which offers lessons about photography for people who are interested to participate in a classroom-like learning environment. Photography is about having an opinion and expressing that opinion in pictures to sway, sell, or captivate the viewer. Photography is one of the budding fields. Photography is not art anymore. Photography is always looking back. Photography is capturing a momentary slice of time that captures the essence of a person or an event without misrepresenting that person or event. Photography is picture libraries, photo archives, or image banks. Photography is a great way to enhance newsletters, blogs, advertisements, company brochures, and more. Photography is the ability to penetrate haze. Photography is often used in astronomy as it provides additional information about an object not seen in visible light. Photography is also the most expensive choice in the long run. Photography is an extremely fast-moving area and a very credible image choice. If you have a relatively large budget, a Canon D60 on rock-solid mount is an outstanding tool. Photography is also utilized in businesses, military operations, and in the arts. Photography is all about taking pictures of subjects that are too small, too far, too fast, and too difficult to see with the naked eye. Photography is normally conducted in the dark so that other visible light radiations will not interfere with the final image. Photography is best known for its extreme use of color and overly exaggerated and dreamlike themes, while his films are considered to be underground cinematic pieces of art. Photography is now friends with Hindley and Perusa. Photography is the field of photography in which you can create awesome and stunning effects on anything, starting from shadows to orange clouds. Photography is outstanding, and the subject matter makes it especially remarkable. Photography is dated 2007 and is the most accurate and up-to-date orthorectified photography available. Photography is done with large aperture telescopes with lots of focal length. Photography is launching a special for the whole month of April. Photography is obtained using specialized cameras on board low-flying planes. Photography is quite tricky, with much to learn, including techniques and equipment. Photography is the method of choice for mapping applications that require high accuracy and a fast completion of the tasks. Photography is an order of magnitude harder. Alignment must be spot on, and the exposure needs more work. Photography is easily done using the Takahashi accessories and the wide flat fields provided using the field flattener is incredible. Photography is my life. There are times when I can't stop thinking about it. Photography is by Darius Khondji. The nauseatingly vivid special effects are by makeup artist Rob Bottin, best known for more fantasy-oriented work in films like The Howling, 1981. Photography is well established and used with telescopes ranging in size up to 40 inches in aperture, recording stars of brightness only 0.00001 that visible to the naked eye. Photography is a different collector's market to the contemporary field, which results in a traditional, steady, and slower growing market trend. Photography is a long lens. Photography is one of the great under-discussed influences on modern art. Photography is not about accuracy. It is about the effect of light as received by a camera on a surface. Photography is the way to capture these sorts of things. Photography is his primary mode of mediating his own relationship with the world. He thinks in terms of books and the relationships among images and textual elements. Photography is too rich. It is an obese and bloated organism that has reached its limit, its maximum. Photography is lush. The characterizations are brief but effective, and the dialogue is taken from letters and documents. Photography is overshadowed by her role as professional doormat. Photography is amazing. The graphics are illuminating, and the play-by-play account holds surprises. Photography is magnificent and strongly reminiscent of Mr. Chen's breakthrough 1984 film Yellow Earth. Photography is elevated to an extraordinary level of invention, but the sense of mystery and the erotic glow that were in these pictures at the outset have been emphatically diminished. Photography is in tune with the gritty street lingo. Photography is essentially a personal matter, a search for inner truth. Photography is quite in its infancy, Cecil Hepworth had warned in 1897. Photography is a favorite pastime in bon air. Photography is better at reproducing preconceptions than at revealing truths. Photography is more of a mixed bag with no overall profile. Photography is a mishmash of cultures and functions in which old and older tend to dominate. Photography is changing the way images are taken, stored, and processed. Photography is an intimate moment. Photography is a current trend, but it appears that, as with all computer-generated art, a critical consensus has yet to be reached. Photography is clearly meant to evoke both the melancholy and visual beauty of Woody Allen's Manhattan. The illusion just makes you yearn for that earlier film's rich, velvety celluloid texture. Wilson and Vivian's stop-and-go peripatetic flirtation owes a stronger formal debt to Richard Linklater's twinned walkabout romances Before Sunrise and Before Sunset. Photography is permitted in most mosques, except during prayers. Photography is forbidden in the courthouse lobby during the Spath trial. Photography is thriving in this market. Photography is the most thrilling thing in my life, Ms. Christensen said with a wisp of an accent. Photography is what the work is about. Photography is scheduled to begin next month in Hungary. Photography is the lack of styling, joked Louis Gropp, editor-in-chief of House Beautiful, a rival. Photography is the odd medium out here, though there are first-rate entries by Laura Larson and Miss Bossi, who was born in Finland, comes across as a particularly versatile artist. Photography is memorable for its description of the conflict between the so-called October Group, which favored fragmentary, disorienting images, and the Revolutionary Society of Proletarian Photographers, whose more straightforward pictures conformed to the realist tastes of the Soviet rulers. Photography is exciting because of papers like this. The future is also murky because it's not obvious who will use this stuff. Landscape photography is among the more enticing genres among enthusiasts. Photography is happening at the time that a giant from the film era bites the dust. Photography is unmatched by other art forms. Photography is the first touring exhibition from the V&A's collection to explore the work of international fashion photographers and to draw together a broad range of historic and contemporary fashion images. Photography is always a way to preserve, a vain attempt to keep your subjects alive, both in their youth and grace or elderness. Photography is used as a means of research, says Adam Art Gallery curator Laura Preston. Photography is a better learning tool, he explains. Photography is what he loves. Photography is becoming an increasingly valued part of an eye examination, and Specsavers remains the only opticians to offer it at no additional cost as part of a sight test. Photography is dedicated to war images. The remaining 10% is spent on entertainment and escapism. Photography is varied and interesting. Photography is its next topic, where it is again prescriptive. Images should be exactly as wide as your blog column, and the chapter ends with a long section on videography, which includes tips on when to use video and how to shoot video. Photography is lesser of a tool to fight issues with, rues the photographer. Photography is a celebration of how things once were, handmade, old-school Americana, she said. Photography is done by most people today is the other reason for the store's closure. Photography is complete, and it's now in post-production. Photography is outstanding, yielding a unique perspective of the cramped inside of a space capsule and the claustrophobic confines of the space station, where upwards of 6 astronauts live and conduct scientific experiments of diverse nature. Photography is often a key factor in being married celebration. Photographer is an intensely intimate thing. Photography is tough. Photography is more likely connected to its democratic thrust and to the usually mistaken belief that it is the one kind of photography we can all do. Photography is becoming more and more common. Photography is light, and fire is just another form, not to mention it's like so much fun. Photography is dependent on the light available where the event is taking place. Photography is usually not a potential indicator of terrorism. Photography is a creative job that won't keep you chained to a desk for sure. Photography is a competitive field. Photography is not a job that can be done in a vacuum. Photography is back from holidays as of tomorrow. Photography is featured on mywedding.com. Photography is not only having an excellent camera and great lenses. Photography is one long technological revolution. Photography is liberating. Quote, photography is the most effective medium for enabling me to take what I'm experiencing and evoke the same feeling in others, Fry said. Photography is perhaps more easily defined as a method than a genre. Photography is strictly prohibited here. Photography is awarded by the Foundation of Lower Saxony, Germany, and the Sprengel Museum in Hanover. Photography is featured in an exhibit at the Isabel Comer Museum in Cyclagua, and in a recently released coffee table book featuring historic and modern images of the campus of Auburn University. Photography is a diverse style that includes alternative processes, techniques, and creativity. Photography is the single most important design aspect of any e-commerce website. Photography is such a great medium to have fun with. Anyone can take part, and all the young people who come learn something and thoroughly enjoy themselves. Photography is a much-loved hobby. Photography is not self-evident. Photography is fashion-focused so it seemed like a good fit. Photography is a tool that we hope to help reinforce positive feelings that Bakersfield residents have about this city. Photography is just one way that future assessments will more accurately reflect market prices. Photography is by Senat Savier. Photography is relatively unstructured, an approach that has inspired positive feedback. Photography is subtle, and no shot is ever just for coverage. Photography is scheduled to speak next week. Photography is starting to kind of take over my life in a good way. Photography is a selection of 1950s, 1960s ephemera, including high street fashion and other objects from the museum's own collections. Photography is looking to open in spring. Photography is its own reward, and you get back as much as you put in. I hope to be giving and receiving for as long as I can manage. Photography is not with a fast shutter speed, but with a flash. Photography is one of the most difficult yet rewarding areas of the business. Photography is to make the region recognizable, but set your picture apart amongst the masses of others like it. Photography is the art of capturing light, science, and practice of creating durable images by recording light or other electromagnetic radiation. Photography is above just taking snapshots. Photography is officially a bride's choice. Photography is amazing in Tokyo, Japan. Photography is open for booking. Photography is making me mad. Photography is making me consider getting them out and buying what I need for a black and white darkroom. Photography is also an interest of hers. Photography is now underway in Los Angeles for the currently untitled J.J. Abrams' upcoming Star Trek sequel. Photography is more of a science than something that you can really be involved with, said Klein. Photography is extreme macro, and I often need to use close-up photography to highlight all the details in the various marine animals to assist in their identification. Photography is one of the most difficult things you can do, said co-owner Jeff Williams. Photography is dazzlingly detailed and bolstered by deep inky blacks. Photography is a passion even Saja is surprised she's got a talent for because she has trouble with her eyesight. Photography is Vladimir Simic, and the editor is Stefan Filipovich. Photography is highly encouraged. Photography is the lighting conditions. Photography is more than paper. Photography is usually outdoors. The ultra-wide effect and distortions this lens can accomplish are perfect for his art. Photography is actually a complex tonic. However, the principal thing to think about is they need to draw you in, not push you away. Photography is still seen as a male domain. Look at a typical commercial where a male hand holds the camera shooting a beautiful woman. Photography is not a profession, but an expensive hobby. Photography is capturing objects in motion. Photography is portraiture. Photography is actually to display the likeness, personality, and the mood of the situation through the facial expressions of people. Photography is all I think about these days. Photography is abuse. Photography is a bit more than an interest for some and can be considered a lucrative job. Photography is a crazy fine line between fun and hokey, he says. Photography is scheduling a sweetheart's photo shoot to celebrate Valentine's Day by capturing your little Cupid in pictures on January 21st, 2012. Photography is one of those mediums where practice does indeed make perfect. Photography is featured on its popular website. Photography is an accessible art, and Photo LA has done everything possible to make this show accessible as well. Photography is enviable and was the co-creator of Walkabout Slave Island, supported by Ground Views. Photography is as much a toll of investigation as one of formal translation of ideas. Photography is everything else in between. Photography is still a hobby of mine, and that iterative process of learning has stuck with me as I've entered the field of architecture. Photography is jaded. Photography is limited to 3 entries per category. Photography is what everyone would like to do. Photography is more your style. Make sure to see L'Auteur by Gert Jochems at La Petite Mort Gallery. Be warned, some content NSFW. Photography is no longer as glossy and sleek as previous years due to a backlash against the digital and unobtainable beauty of glossy magazines. Photography is his second love. Photography is surely an art form that requires practice and dedication. Photography is his job. Photography is a photography genre in which the artist takes a photograph with a concept or an idea in his or her mind. Photography is all about capturing meaning and essence of the moment. Photography is usually that while black and white photography can appear artistic at times, you do not desire to overdo it. Photography is not all that new, yet the connoisseurship is really not there yet. Photography is Dan Mendel, ASC, BSc. Photography is not an easy industry to break into, but one local photographer has been awarded top honors in an international competition after setting up shop only a year ago. Photography is her way of looking at God's world. Photography is a piece of heart. Photography is all about light, and the following article shows you the different parts of what goes into creating a properly exposed picture. Photography is having a tiny little subject in the middle of a fantastic big photograph. Photography is no exception. Photography is officially 1 year old. Photography is a qualitative service. Photography is the art, science, and practice of creating durable images by recording light or other electromagnetic radiation, either electronically by means of an image sensor or chemically by means of a light-sensitive material such as photographic film. Photography is shot throughout his travels. Photography is my preferred medium. Photography is an interesting medium. Photography is, as ever, the keystone of the collection. Photography is, by its nature, kind of a solitary medium. Photography is your passion. The Boca Grande Camera Club has monthly meetings and loves to see new faces. Photography is your best bet here. Photography is by Loyal Griggs, who'd won the Oscar for The Western Chain 2 years before. Photography is on display all around the stand. Photography is authorized. Photography is actually fairly neat and a good way to capture a whole event with one click. Photography is right there with the story. Photography is a collaboration. Editors and creative directors will have the last say. Photography is becoming more and more prevalent. Photography is often a case of being in the right place at the right time. Photography is editing my shoots, but the hardest part still is being edgy or finding that additional something. Photography is all about controlling light, and the variable ND allows you to do this with great ease and flexibility. Photography is a series of posts where every week we're going to show a city or location around the globe, bringing the coolest photography samples of it. Photography is the process of taking photos from extreme close-ups, and it can produce incredible results. Photography is coming to Chicago, January 15th to the 19th. Photography is a technique often used to create that miniature scene feel. Photography is cheap and almost effortless. Photography is used as part of its rehabilitation program. Photography is matched by a deep knowledge of the entire photographic process. Photography is donating an album cover to the first place band. Photography is a wonderful hobby or occupation, she added. Photography is covered by the First Amendment, which hasn't been repealed, no matter how much it sometimes seems that it has. Photography is one method that we feel will help build appreciation. Photography is not left out of this exhibition with Serge Rivard's Leaves of Glass, and a work by Sylvie Sabarin, both showing what can be done with a camera as opposed to a brush. Photography is phenomenal, she said. Photography is one of the many delights of traveling. Photography is featured at 82 South Main. Both will be shown until the 1st of February. Photography is set to commence in and around Bristol and Cardiff on May 1st. Photography is to steer away from all the overdone effects like odd angles and lots of added filters. Photography is a chase, an attempt to capture something unseen. Photography is gorgeously hypnotic and far more eventful than watching some poor, cooped-up fish swim laps. Photography is free of those constraints. Photography is turning a hobby into a business for the couple in their home on 2nd Street in West Hope. Photography is planned for autumn-winter 2012 with a premiere in 2014. Photography is not included in this exhibit. Photography is what you make of it. Photography is too difficult or too costly a hobby to allow them to get involved in, but it doesn't have to be the case. Photography is actually one of the majority of pleasurable and challenging types of art. Photography is perfect for the wedding ceremony. Additionally, they offer professional service in photography. Photography is to outdistance distance. Photography is not photography. It's something else, something entirely pointless. Sorry. Photography is made to be shared. Photography is improving, but is definitely changing. Photography is a form of close-up photography where the image projected on the film plane is just about the same size as the object in real life. Photography is launched 30th of December, 2011. Photography is prepared to bring the very best service to any company that calls. Photography is due to open in London's Little Black Gallery. Photography is photographic images that can contain shapes, colors, lines, and other design elements where the subject and reference to the world is not immediately evident, they add. Photography is dedicated to making the photograph speak volumes. Photography is lovely, Freed said by phone from the studio in Irvington, New York. Photography is very dominant in youth culture. It's easy for anyone to walk around and take pictures. Photography is gun women. Photography is such an addiction, and I happily submit to it. Just to look at pictures in W and Vogue brings me lots of pleasure. Photography is encouraged to attend. Photography is struggling to avoid bankruptcy and hoping that patents will help it survive. Photography is not primarily a way of purifying the soul through suffering, even though some photographers treat it that way. Photography is a big component of our exhibitions, said Patty Diskin-Cahill, spokeswoman for Lindblad Expeditions. Photography is by Green and the talented young local DP Sean Price Williams, who tilts up to the top of the hill at a steep angle, getting a heroic low angle of Chris in his street clothes, striking a power pose. Photography is supple and atmospheric, and Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross's menacing, disturbing score outdoes their work on Social Network. Photography is a job that is suitable for teenagers to grown-ups. Photography is ID with its long tradition of winking cover stars. Photography is being reinvigorated, says Aurora. Photography is so exquisite that it all starts to look a little, well, staged. Photography is dynamic, just like our own forever-changing lifestyles. Photography is one of the most popular topics, activities people love to talk about. Photography is giving away a fantastic deal from Dream Day Cakes in Gainesville, Florida. Photography is considered as one of people's significant factors regarding marriage ceremonies simply because the images record every single unique second of the celebration. Photography is the new killer app. Photography is a tough, nevertheless rewarding hobby. Photography is featured in this month's issue of Korean art magazine, Photo Plus. Photography is extremely specialized industry. All photographers won't be the same. Photography is how we functioned as a matter-of-fact sociologist, showing us now the parallel society that whites forced into existence and ignored then. Photography is not about the type of gear you have or how much time you have to go to places. Photography is scheduled for February 4th. Photography is mainly commercial. Karthik's coffee table calendar Time 2012 is a personal project. I wanted to create something that would satisfy me personally as an artiste, smiles Karthik, and he looks pleased with the outcome. Photography is also a prime concern as the device features an 8-megapixel super camera to play around with. Lenovo also announced the Lenovo K91 Smart TV, the first display equipped with Android 4.0 ice cream sandwich. Photography is exploited for its vividness as well as its imitative power, presenting a seductiveness that involves the viewer in the interplay between perceived illusionistic depth and the material reality of the flat painted surface. Photography is Banerjee's aesthetic life. Photography is scheduled to begin this year, shooting primarily on location in South Africa. Photography is referred to as snapshots, and while it continues to serve a purpose in my life, I've come to realize that I want to capture more in my pictures. Photography is the reality that the engineering allows your specific to take types of photographs. Photography is a life experience through visual storytelling. Photography is not merely a hobby, it is a way of life, a way of seeing, feeling, and interpreting the reality through an individual, fresh, innovative, and creative lens. Photography is a joyful affirmation of the world as it is given to us at the given moment. Photography is so good, it could be hanging in a gallery. Photography is worth nothing. Photography is at this electronic age. Photography is much more than just a hobby for many people, which enable it to be considered a lucrative vocation. Photography is perfect for any jet setter. Photography is a part of the art. Photography is so fascinating, says Parpiani Sr. Photography is a vernacular art form, perhaps the vernacular art form. Photography is an art that's innate and almost runs in the family as a passion, starting from my great-grandfather, who took many images of World War I. Photography is a big passion of yours. Photography is a modeling and photography agency founded by 19-year-old CEO Destiny Choice, who launched her company in early 2011. Photography is another popular workshop for people of all ages, from homeschooled students to senior citizen. Photography is my weapon to change something. Photography is on its corporate deathbed, but the culture it created is stronger than ever. Photography is a very popular hobby and is something you could consider. Photography is among the most underrated but important aspects in a wedding. Photography is about capturing a moment in time. Spend too much time and making effort on making things look pretty, and it's no longer about the moment. Photography is mostly documentary photography, candid people photography, and street photography. Photography is dying. Photography is an art of transforming photos into a story which talk and make an effect on the head of viewers and audience. Photography is knowing where to stand. Photography is more than only an interest for many people and will certainly be a beneficial profession. Photography is taking part in the 10th year of the week-long event, which has become the biggest in Europe and attracts speakers and delegates from all over the world. Photography is on display at Full City Coffee, a stop on the First Friday Art Walk. Photography is in the power of observation, not the application of technology. Photography is heading for the Chapter 11 Knackers Yard because its management, despite the most visible and public threat imaginable from digital photography, has failed to get Kodak out of the digital trap. Photography is social and political commentary. Photography is facing an ugly reversal of fortunes. Photography is in the connection you make between your subject and your audience. Photography is evolving. He realized that his personal photography style keeps changing drastically, from contemporary to retro and back, even within one specific series of work. Photography is only 160 years old. Photography is growing increasingly popular, especially among the youth. Photography is varied and interesting, and the 22-page color section makes it all the more interesting to the viewer. Photography is about to start on The Good Man, starring Aidan Gillen, Jonathan Harden, David Kelly Campbell, and Lalo Roddy. Photography is totally overrated. Photography is my longtime passion, and I captured beauty from unusual places and objects, such as a rustic window in Morocco, an elephant face full of wrinkles in Rajasthan, a pile of colorful garbage in Zanzibar Island. Photography is also currently for sale online at the store in galveston.com. Photography is welcome and admission is free. Photography is superb and enhances the production no end. Photography is beyond stunning. Photography is a constant source of delight and inspiration for us, and this comprehensive list showcases some of her best imagery from the year now past. Photography is a game of patience and opportunism. Photography is not porn. Photography is declared bestseller of 2011 for TripShock.com. Photography is not complicated, but many photographers fail to approach it the right way. Photography is a crime in Slovenia. Photography is garbage, he was saying. Photography is not about what I can create with photographs, but rather what I can become through photographs. Photography is more romantic, more classical, but I prefer to be able to see my work quickly. Photography is the key to showcasing your product. Photography is a hobby, but one she has always loved and which seems to run in the family. Photography is calling for work showing a beautiful winter. Photography is available upon request. Photography is mature. Photography is the main focus of the exposition. Other forms of expression, such as painting, sculpture, videos, even caricature, will be represented. Photography is scheduled for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, January 7th, and will be followed by a night of fire from 5 to 8 p.m., all on the Crealde School of Art campus at 600 St. Andrews Boulevard in Winterd Park. Photography is scheduled to start on January 15th. Photography is the Radford Army Ammunition Plant, where a U.S. contractor manufactures a key ingredient for all bullets, shells, and propellant used by military forces. Photography is Brendan Galvin, Flight of the Phoenix. Photography is the restraint to follow the psychological journey of the protagonist. Photography is tense and analytical. Photography is for innovation. Photography is a developing field, and our Olo clip is a way for us to test the water. Photography is chock full of technical jargon, even more so than regular photography. Photography is way up in Japan, and police blame smartphone silencers, apps that hush up the sound of taking a picture. Photography is in her blood. Photography is a wonderfully rich medium for children to express themselves in. Photography is a real bonus, and they learned so much in the day and were rewarded with visual results in the afternoon, she said. Photography is an accident. Photography is replacing celluloid. Photography is my love, and I think that comes across in my work. Photography is no secret. Photography is struggling to survive the dominance. Photography is not only mere representation of what you see in reality, but also a representation, something which is mostly not seen by an ordinary observer. Photography is to walk as often as you can. Photography is how I fill my downtime. Photography is not a way to make a living for most, so you will have to love what you're doing. Photography is not just a way of expressing his most inner soul, but also creating a window to the world where, through his pictures, the unseen and the unspoken can be grasped. Photography is available at our fingertips, literally. Photography is during early mornings when the sun's oblique rays give everything a fresh, rosy glow. Photography is only a beginning.